Welcome to Daily Story, where real experiences from real people come to life. Today's story opens another chapter of true experiences. If today's experience resonates with you, feel free to subscribe, leave a comment, or share the episode. It helps others discover these real stories. So let us begin. He sighed, a soft, almost weary sound that vibrated through the floorboards and up into my clenched muscles. My heart hammered. Frantic drum against my ribs, so loud I was sure he could hear it. His hand, still hovering above my head, moved, not down to grab me, but up, slowly, to rub the back of his neck. He was tired. Or maybe he was just playing with his food. "Chloe," he whispered, his voice a low rumble, devoid of any real emotion, just a flat, chilling statement. He did not sound angry or triumphant. He sounded resigned. "You always were so good at hiding. We're not you." My breath hitched again. A tiny, involuntary gasp I immediately tried to swallow. He knew. He did not just suspect, he knew. My blood ran cold, a glacial river through my veins. Every muscle in my body locked up tighter, if that was even possible. I squeezed my eyes shut for a fraction of a second. A desperate plea to disappear. To simply cease to exist. When I opened them, the sliver of darkness I could see had not changed. He was still there, his back to me, an imposing, terrifying silhouette. He took a slow, deliberate step away from the counter, then another, moving deeper into the kitchen. I heard the faint thump as he leaned against the refrigerator. My mind raced, a chaotic blur of fear and fragmented thoughts. This was my chance. A tiny, perilous window. I had to move. I had to get out of here. My legs, stiff and numb from the cold linoleum, felt like lead. I tried to shift, to begin a slow, silent crawl, but my body protested. A jolt of pain shooting through my knee. I bit down on my lip hard, to stifle any sound. Alex was still by the fridge, his back still partially to me, but I could hear the rhythmic click of his fingers tapping against the cold metal. He was waiting for me to make a mistake. I took a shallow breath, trying to calm the frantic pounding in my chest. My mind, despite the terror, started to replay the events that had led me to this horrifying moment. It all started so innocently, as these things always do, with a simple swipe. It had been a dreary Tuesday evening, a few months back. I was bored, scrolling through Tinder, half-heartedly swiping left on most profiles. Then Alex popped up. He was not conventionally handsome, but there was something intriguing about his photo, a thoughtful, intense gaze, a slight smirk. His bio was witty, a little dark, but in an appealing, self-aware way. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. His first message was charming, disarmingly so. We chatted for a few days, and he seemed intelligent, articulate, and genuinely interested. He asked about my job, my hobbies, my friends. He seemed particularly interested when I mentioned Sarah, my best friend and roommate at the time. "You two sound like quite the pair," he would type. A real dynamic duo. I just laughed it off, thinking he was being observant. Our first date was at a cozy coffee shop. He was exactly as he seemed online, a little intense, but engaging. He listened intently, maintaining eye contact that felt almost too direct, but I rationalized it as him being focused. We talked for hours. I left feeling intrigued. There was a spark, an undeniable pull. The second date was dinner. That is when the first cracks started to show. He steered the conversation back to Sarah more than once. "You are really close with Sarah, are not you?" he would ask, a strange glint in his eye. Almost like two halves of a whole. I remember a shiver tracing its way down my spine. Even then, it was an odd comment, a little too personal, a little too analytical of my relationships. He also seemed to subtly criticize my choices, my career path, my friends, always with a veneer of just trying to help you be your best self. By the end of the night, I felt a knot of unease, tightening in my stomach. The text started almost immediately after I got home. Not just good night, but a barrage of messages, analyzing our date, dissecting my every word, expressing how much he understood me. It was flattering at first, then suffocating. I tried to pull back. I stopped responding as quickly. His texts grew more frequent, more demanding. Why are not you answering? Are you with Sarah again? Do not. You care about what we have. Then he started showing up. First, at my regular coffee shop. What a coincidence, he would say, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Then, outside my apartment building. Just thought I would say hello. Each time, my heart would leap into my throat, a cold dread spreading through me. He always knew where I was going. What I was doing, he would reference things I would only mention casually, or things I had not mentioned at all, like the new book I was reading. It felt like he was watching me. I tried to break it off, over the phone, because I was too scared to do it in person. His voice had gone flat, cold. You can't just throw away what we have. Chloe, we are meant to be. He would not accept it. He called me incessantly from different numbers when I blocked his. He left voicemails, his voice shifting from pleading to angry to chillingly calm. I know how much Sarah means to you. Chloe, it would be a shame if something happened to her. You would not want to be alone, would you? That was the turning point. The explicit threat, not just to me, but to Sarah, my best friend, my rock. I was terrified. Sarah, ever the pragmatist, helped me change my number, delete all my social media, and even tried to get a restraining order, but without direct physical assault, it was hard to prove anything. The police told me to document everything, to be careful. Sarah insisted I move in with her for a while. Her place was a bit out of the way, in a quiet, unassuming neighborhood. We thought we would be safe there. He could not possibly know where she lived. We were wrong. Just last night, we were curled up on Sarah's couch, watching a terrible horror movie, trying to laugh away the lingering fear that had settled in my bones. I actually felt a flicker of peace, a sense of security I had not felt in weeks. Then the power flickered, plunging the living room into darkness. We both jumped, startled, but before we could even that faint creak from the living room. Not heavy footsteps, but light, cautious. The sound of someone trying not to be heard. My breath hitched, my body rigid against the cold linoleum behind Sarah's kitchen counter. My heart hammered against my ribs. A coppery taste of fear coated my tongue. The silence that followed was suffocating. Each second an eternity as my wide eyes scanned the sliver of kitchen I could see, searching for any movement in the absolute darkness. Then, a faint shuffle, closer this time, moving deliberately from the living room towards me. Hunting. Where was Sarah? I squeezed my eyes shut, a desperate plea, then forced them open. A shadow detached itself from the deeper gloom, tall and slender, pausing just inside the kitchen entrance, utterly still. This was not a random break-in, it felt personal. I could not see a face, just a menacing form. The figure stood there, watching the empty kitchen, as if sensing my presence. My blood ran cold. The shadow shifted, gliding into the kitchen proper, moving with disturbing grace. It drifted to the island, then slowly, meticulously, ran a hand over the smooth granite. An intimate, possessive gesture. He knows this place. My gaze locked on the dark jacket. Alex. His chilling words about Sarah, about how one half would fare without the other. Screamed in my head. He was here for us. He circled the island, closing the distance, his presence a cold, predatory aura. He stopped directly in front of the counter where I hid, his back to me. I could hear the soft rustle of his clothes, his faint breathing. He was so close. His hand hovered directly above my head, not fumbling, but waiting, as if he knew I was there. My body trembled uncontrollably. He sighed, a soft, weary sound. Now, he was by the fridge, his fingers still clicking. My chance. It had to be now. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, I began to shift. Inches. That is all I dared to move. My hip bones scraped against the cold linoleum, a tiny, almost imperceptible sound, but in the suffocating silence, it felt like a gunshot. My breath caught in my throat. I froze, every nerve ending screaming. The clicking stopped. Alex turned his head slightly, just enough for me to see the outline of his profile against the faint light from the window. He was listening. My heart threatened to explode. I held my breath, praying he had not heard, praying he would dismiss it as the house settling, or the wind. After an eternity, he sighed again, a different kind of sigh this time, one of slight exasperation. He turned fully, facing the open kitchen, but not directly at my hiding spot. He walked to the island, his footsteps unnervingly silent on the tile. He picked up one of Sarah's cookbooks, flipping through it idly. He was not looking for me. Not actively, anyway. He was enjoying the hunt, drawing it out. This was it. I had to go. I began to crawl, moving like a broken doll, one stiff limb after another. My knees ached, my arms burned. I kept my eyes fixed on Alex, ready to freeze at the slightest movement. He was still engrossed in the cookbook, his back mostly to me. The kitchen entrance felt miles away. Each inch I gained was a victory, a tiny reprieve from the icy grip of terror. The world narrowed to the rough texture of the linoleum beneath my palms, the cold air against my face, and the menacing silhouette of Alex. I reached the edge of the counter, the point where the kitchen opened into the living room. Just a few more feet, and I would be out of the immediate danger zone. I pushed myself forward, my shoulder brushing against the base of the counter. A quiet thump. Alex's head snapped up. He dropped the cookbook with a soft thud onto the granite island. "Chloe," he said, his voice no longer a whisper, but a clear, calm question. "Are you playing games?" My blood ran cold. He knew. He had known all along. He was just toying with me. I did not answer. I could not. All I could do was scramble. I pushed myself up, half crawling, half stumbling into the living room, desperate to escape the kitchen. My legs felt like jelly, threatening to give out beneath me. That is not very nice. "Chloe," Alex's voice followed me, closer now. I heard his footsteps, slow and deliberate, leaving the kitchen. He was not running. He was enjoying this. The living room was even darker than the kitchen, illuminated only by the faint glow of distant streetlights filtering through the blinds. Shadows stretched and danced, morphing into monstrous shapes. "Sarah," I whispered, my voice hoarse, barely audible. I had to find her. I stumbled past the overturned coffee table, a memory of our movie night, so recent, so terrifyingly distant. The couch, where we had been sitting, was now just a dark mass. I needed to find Sarah. Was she still here? Was she okay? Looking for Sarah, Alex's voice came from behind me, closer than I expected. My heart leaped. He was right there. I did not turn. I could not. Instead, I veered left, blindly heading for the hallway that led to the bedrooms. "She is fine," he said, a hint of amusement in his tone. "For now." The words sent a fresh wave of panic through me. For now, what had he done to her? I fumbled for the wall, my hands scraping against the plaster, searching for the hallway entrance. My fingers brushed against the cool surface of a picture frame, sending it clattering to the floor. The sound echoed through the silent house, a jarring, deafening crash. Clumsy, clumsy. Alex tutted, his voice right behind me. I felt the brush of air as he moved. He was almost touching me. I screamed. A raw, guttural sound ripped from my throat, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. I did not care if the neighbors heard. I just needed to escape. I lurched forward, propelled by a primal instinct, crashing into the hallway. "Do not scream. Chloe," he said, his voice suddenly hard, devoid of the earlier amusement. "You will just make things harder for Sarah." The threat hung in the air, a chilling promise. It stopped me dead in my tracks. Sarah. I could not risk her. I forced myself to be silent, listening. Alex's footsteps were slow, deliberate, following me down the narrow hallway. My eyes darted around, trying to penetrate the oppressive darkness. Sarah's bedroom was the first door on the right. My bedroom was further down. I pushed Sarah's door open, gently, quietly. The room was a black void. "Sarah," I whispered again, my voice barely a breath. No answer. I took a tentative step inside, my hands outstretched, feeling for anything. The familiar scent of Sarah's lavender diffused through the air, mixed with something else, something metallic and sharp. Fear clenched my stomach. My foot bumped against something soft on the floor. I knelt, my hand shaking as I reached out. It was a blanket, and beneath it a form. "Sarah," I gasped, my fingers brushing against cold skin. A muffled sound, a desperate whimper, came from the form. She was here. She was alive. My hands flew over her, trying to ascertain her state. She was tied, her wrists and ankles bound tightly. A gag was shoved into her mouth, a strip of dark fabric. Her eyes, wide and terrified, stared up at me through the gloom, reflecting what little light there was. Tears streamed down her face. She was shaking uncontrollably. "Oh my God. Sarah," I choked out, tears stinging my own eyes. I frantically fumbled with the knot at her wrists, my fingers clumsy with panic. The knot was tight, expertly tied. "She is quite the fighter." Alex's voice cut through the darkness from the doorway. He was leaning against the frame. A casual, almost bored stance. Had to make sure she would not try to warn you. I froze, my back to him, still fumbling with the gag. "You monster." I spat, my voice trembling with rage and fear. "Monster?" he chuckled. A low, unsettling sound. "I am just trying to protect what is mine. Chloe, you and I, we are meant to be. Sarah, she was an obstacle. A distraction. She is my best friend," I cried, finally managing to loosen the gag. Sarah gasped, a raw, ragged breath, then coughed violently. "Chloe, run," she croaked, her voice hoarse, tears still streaming. "He is insane." Alex's demeanor shifted. The amusement vanished, replaced by a cold, hard stare that I could feel even in the darkness. "Do not you understand? Sarah," he said, taking a slow step into the room. "You were always the one pushing her away from me, telling her to block me, to ignore me. You tried to break us apart. And now you are trying again." He was just a few feet away. I could feel his presence, a cold, suffocating weight. I grabbed Sarah's hand, trying to pull her up, but she was still bound at the ankles, and her body was stiff with terror. "You are not breaking us apart, Alex," I said, trying to inject some defiance into my voice, even as my knees threatened to buckle. "There is no us. There never was." He stopped, his eyes narrowing. "Do not say that, Chloe. You know it is not true. We have a connection, a bond. You just need to see it without her clouding your judgment." He gestured towards Sarah, a dismissive flick of his wrist. "She is not clouding my judgment," I yelled, pulling harder on Sarah's arm. "She is saving me from you." Alex's face twisted into a mask of pure rage. "You really think so?" he snarled, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. He lunged forward, not at me but at the bedside table. He swept his arm across it, sending Sarah's alarm clock, a small lamp, and a stack of books crashing to the floor. The lamp shattered, a deafening explosion of glass in the dark. "I am going to show you, Chloe," he hissed, his eyes blazing even in the dim light. "I am going to show you what happens when you try to deny what is meant to be." I scrambled back, pulling Sarah with me. But she was dead weight. Her ankles were still tied. I had to get them untied. My fingers fumbled, desperate. Alex took another step, then another, closing the distance. He moved with a terrifying grace, like a predator stalking its prey. I could see the glint of something in his hand. A knife. No, it was too long, too thin. A letter opener from Sarah's desk. "You are going to learn, Chloe," he said, his voice chillingly calm again. "You are going to learn what it means to be truly alone. What it means to have nothing left but me." I finally managed to loosen the knot on Sarah's ankles. "Go," I screamed, pushing her towards the window. "Jump. Get out." Sarah, still dazed and terrified, hesitated. "No, Chloe, come with me." "There is no time," I yelled, my eyes locked on Alex. He was almost on us. I grabbed Sarah's desk chair, a heavy wooden one, and swung it wildly, connecting with his arm with a dull thud. He grunted, stumbling back a step, but he did not drop whatever he was holding. His eyes, however, were now fixed on me with a murderous intensity. "You always were a fighter, were not you?" he growled, rubbing his arm. "That is what I loved about you. Just go." "Sarah!" I screamed again, shoving her towards the window. She finally moved, scrambling onto the windowsill, pushing the screen out. Alex lunged, a flash of movement. He was too fast. He grabbed Sarah's ankle just as she was about to push herself through the window. She cried out, a terrified shriek. "No!" I screamed, grabbing a heavy ceramic vase from the floor and bringing it down on Alex's head with all my might. It made a sickening crack. He staggered, releasing Sarah's ankle, his hand flying to his head. He spun around, his eyes wild, his face contorted in pain and fury. Blood bloomed on his temple, dark against his pale skin. "You bitch!" he roared, lunging at me. I did not wait. Sarah was already half out the window. I scrambled after her, pushing myself through the narrow opening. The cold night air hit my face, a welcome shock. I heard Alex's enraged roar behind me, a sound that would haunt my nightmares for years. I landed awkwardly on the soft grass below, rolling to break my fall. Sarah was already up, limping but moving. "Chloe, come on." We ran. We did not look back. We ran blindly, fueled by adrenaline and pure terror, through Sarah's backyard, over the fence, and into the dark alley behind her house. My lungs burned, my legs screamed in protest, but I kept running. I could hear sounds from the house behind us, a crash, a roar, the distinct sound of breaking glass. He was tearing the place apart. We did not stop until we reached the main road, lights from passing cars, a beacon of hope. We flagged down the first car we saw, a startled couple who immediately pulled over when they saw our disheveled, terrified faces. They called the police. The house was a mess. Every piece of furniture overturned. Every surface scratched or broken. The police found the shattered vase, the broken lamp, the discarded ropes used to tie Sarah. They found the bloodstain on the carpet where Alex had hit his head. But they did not find Alex, and they did not find Sarah. Wait. No. That is not right. I was with Sarah. We ran together. She was right beside me. The memory was fragmented, hazy, like a dream. The police had asked me over and over where Sarah was. I kept telling them. She was with me. She jumped out the window first. We ran together, but they did not believe me. Or maybe they just did not find her. They found Alex's blood. They found the damage, but they found no trace of Sarah. No footprints in the soft earth beneath the window that were not mine. No sign of her beyond the window. My mind reeled. Sarah, where was Sarah? I remembered pushing her towards the window. I remembered her scrambling out, and then I remembered Alex lunging. I remembered hitting him with the vase, and then I remembered me scrambling out the window. Did she make it out? Or did Alex the police search for days? They found nothing. No body. No sign of struggle outside the house. Just the empty, violated home and my frantic, disbelieving testimony. They told me Alex was gone too. Vanished without a trace. They put out an APB, warned me to be vigilant, to change my identity, to move far away. I did. I moved across the country, changed my name, cut off all contact with my old life. but the terror did not leave me. Every shadow, every unexpected sound, every unfamiliar face in a crowd sends a jolt of fear through me. And the question that haunts my every waking moment and invades my dreams with chilling clarity, did Sarah make it out? Or was I so focused on my own escape, my own survival, that I left her behind? Was I so consumed by fear that I pushed her into Alex's waiting arms, thinking she was escaping, when in reality, I was just making my own escape easier? I replay that night 1,000 times, searching for the definitive moment, the clear memory of Sarah running beside me. But it is always blurred, always fragmented. I see her at the window, then I see me, and then I am running alone. Sometimes, late at night, in the crushing silence of my new, isolated life, I hear his voice. Not a memory, but a whisper. As clear as if he were right beside me. How one half would fare without the other. Chloe. And I know with a chilling certainty that he is still out there. And he is still watching. And he is waiting for me to be truly, irrevocably alone. Because he knows better than anyone that I am now. Your next story starts right here. But as I approached her door, something felt profoundly, terribly wrong. The silence was not just silence. It was a prelude. My heart was a frantic drum solo against my ribs, each beat echoing the rising panic in my chest. I stared at Sarah's door, number 4. B, the familiar scratched paint, and the little, welcome mat she would insisted on. Nothing looked outwardly disturbed, but the air around it felt heavy, stagnant, like a storm waiting to break. I reached out, my hand trembling as I pressed my ear against the cool wood. Nothing. Not a sound. Sarah was usually blasting music, or talking on the phone, or laughing at some ridiculous show. This absolute quiet was alien. I tried the doorknob. It turned. Unlocked. A cold, metallic taste filled my mouth. Sarah always locked her door. Always. She was meticulous. About security, especially since that weird guy had been hanging around the building a few months ago. My blood ran cold. This was not right. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, to get back in my car and drive until I ran out of gas, but the thought of Sarah, alone and potentially in danger, rooted me to the spot. She was my best friend, my only family, really. I could not just leave. Slowly, carefully, I pushed the door inward. It opened with a soft, almost imperceptible creak, revealing a sliver of darkness beyond. I fumbled for my phone again, switching on the flashlight, its beam cutting through the gloom. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Not Sarah's usual scent of lavender and freshly baked cookies. This was different. Stale. A faint, almost sickly sweet odor I could not quite place, mixed with something metallic. "Sarah," I whispered, my voice barely a thread. No answer. I stepped inside, my body rigid, every muscle tensed. The apartment was dark, the blinds drawn tight. My flashlight beam danced across the living room, illuminating familiar objects that now seemed foreign, out of place. The usually vibrant throw pillows on her couch were askew, one half on the floor. A stack of magazines, normally neatly piled on her coffee table, was scattered. It was not a huge mess, not like a robbery, but it was enough to tell me someone had been through here, and they had not been careful. My gaze swept the room, searching for any sign of her. Her bright yellow coat was not on the hook, by the door. Her favorite mug was not on the counter. The silence pressed in on me, amplified by the frantic thumping of my own heart. I took a hesitant step further in, my sneakers squeaking faintly on the polished wood floor. Each sound I made felt deafening. "Sarah, are you here?" I called out, a little louder this time, trying to inject some bravery into my voice. It cracked instead. My eyes landed on her bookshelf. A framed photo of us, laughing on a beach trip, was face down. A small detail, but it screamed at me. Sarah was obsessed with that picture. She would never just knock it over and leave it. I moved towards the kitchen, my flashlight beam leading the way. The counter was clear, no dirty dishes, which was unusual for Sarah even on her tidiest days. But then I saw it. On the floor, by the fridge, was a small dark stain. It looked like dried coffee, or something darker. I knelt, my stomach churning, and touched it. It was sticky, crusty, not coffee. My mind raced, trying to deny what my gut was screaming. A sudden, sharp thump from the back of the apartment made me jump, nearly dropping my phone. My breath hitched in my throat. I was not alone. Mark was here. He had to be. My mind reeled, trying to piece together how he could have known, how he could have gotten here, inside Sarah's apartment, before me. Then, like a punch to the gut, a memory surfaced. A memory I would try to bury, to dismiss as just a weird, isolated incident. It was about 2 months ago. I would have been feeling lonely after a particularly rough breakup and decided to dip my toes into the online dating pool again. Tinder, against my better judgment, I would swiped right on a guy named Alex. He had a decent profile picture, generic, smiling, kind eyes. We matched. Our conversations were intense. He was charming, witty, but also asked a lot of questions. Not just about my hobbies, but about my routine, where I worked, what I did on weekends. He even asked about my friends, specifically about Sarah, because I would mention her a few times. He seemed particularly interested in her job, where she lived, if she had a boyfriend. I chalked it up to him being thorough, maybe a little overeager. I figured he was just trying to get to know me, and by extension, my world. We finally agreed to meet for coffee. It was a bustling cafe downtown, a place I felt safe. When he arrived, he looked different from his picture. Older, a little more gaunt. His smile did not quite reach his eyes, which were a piercing, almost unsettling blue. He was wearing a dark, nondescript jacket, and he had a way of looking at me that made my skin crawl. Like he was studying me, dissecting me. The date itself was a blur of increasingly uncomfortable questions. He barely talked about himself, deflecting my attempts to learn more about him with charm and humor. But he kept circling back to me. My apartment building, my car, my work schedule. He even asked if I had a spare key to Sarah's place, just in case of an emergency. I laughed it off, said no, and tried to change the subject. Then he said something that really threw me. You know, your friend Sarah is quite the catch. I saw her walking out of her building the other day. She has a really distinctive laugh. My blood ran cold. I had not told him where Sarah lived. I had not even given him her full name, just Sarah, my best friend. And he had seen her. He had heard her laugh. I tried to play it cool. Oh, really? Small world. He just smiled, a slow, predatory kind of smile that did not reach his eyes. Very small world indeed. You would be surprised what you can find out about people if you just pay attention. The rest of the date was a nightmare. I made my excuses as quickly as possible, practically running out of the cafe. I blocked him on Tinder, blocked his number, and tried to forget about him. I told Sarah about the creepy guy, and we laughed it off, calling him Stalker Alex. I dismissed it as just another weird Tinder encounter, a story to tell. I thought I was safe. I thought he was gone. But now, standing in Sarah's dark, disturbed apartment, the pieces slammed together with horrifying clarity, the way he looked at me, the specific questions, the knowledge he had about Sarah. It was not Alex. It was Mark. He had used a fake profile, a fake name, to get information, to get close, to find me, to find Sarah, and he had found us. The thump sound from earlier echoed in my memory. My heart hammered. A frantic bird trapped in a cage. I had to assume Mark was here, hiding, waiting, or worse, he had already done something to Sarah. I crept forward, my phone's flashlight beam cutting through the oppressive darkness. The hallway stretched ahead, leading to Sarah's bedroom and the bathroom. Each step was agony, a silent scream in my mind. The air grew colder as I moved deeper into the apartment. As I reached the bedroom door, I noticed it was slightly ajar. A sliver of light, almost imperceptible, was coming from inside. Not a lamp, but something softer, dimmer. My breath hitched. I pushed the door open slowly, just enough to peer inside. The room was bathed in the eerie, flickering glow of a television screen. Sarah's TV was on, displaying the static-filled image of a paused movie. But it was not the TV that made me freeze. It was what was on the bed. Sarah's favorite blanket was rumpled, but beneath it, I could see the outline of a body. My stomach dropped to my feet. A wave of nausea washed over me. "Sarah," I whispered, my voice choked with terror. I stepped fully into the room, my flashlight beam sweeping across the scene. The room was a mess. Drawers pulled open, clothes strewn everywhere. Her bedside table was overturned, a broken picture frame lying next to it. And on the bed, under the blanket, was Sarah. She was lying still, facing away from me. Her blonde hair, usually a vibrant cascade, was dull and matted. My hand flew to my mouth, stifling a sob. I rushed to her side, my knees buckling as I reached the bed. "Sarah! Sarah, wake up!" I cried, reaching out to touch her shoulder. My fingers brushed against something cold, something stiff. Not skin, not her soft pajamas. My heart stopped. I yanked the blanket back, my mind screaming in protest. It was not Sarah. It was a mannequin, a life-sized, store display mannequin, dressed in Sarah's clothes, her favorite floral dress, her worn-out sneakers, her distinctive silver necklace, the one I would given her for her birthday, was around its plastic neck, and pinned to the mannequin's chest, with a rusty nail, was a handwritten note. My vision blurred, but I forced myself to focus. The note was written in a familiar, precise hand, Mark's hand. "You are late. I have been waiting. I hope you like my little surprise." She told me everything. "You two are so predictable. Now, let us play a game. Find her before I do something you will regret." Tick-tock. The words swam before my eyes, each one a fresh stab of terror. He had been here. He had done this. He had taken Sarah, and he was playing with me. He wanted me to find her. Or maybe he wanted me to find him. The flickering TV screen seemed to mock me. The silence of the apartment was no longer just silence. It was a heavy, suffocating blanket of dread. I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck, the hair on my arms standing on end. My blood ran like ice. I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, searching every corner of the room. Nothing. Just shadows, but the feeling of being watched intensified. A prickling sensation that made my skin crawl. He was here. He was watching. My phone, still clutched in my trembling hand, suddenly buzzed. I nearly dropped it. A text message from an unknown number. My stomach twisted into knots. I opened it. The message was a single photo. A blurry, dark image of Sarah. She was tied to a chair, her mouth gagged, her eyes wide with fear. She was alive. But her eyes, they pleaded with me. And in the background of the photo, barely visible, was a familiar pattern. The distinctive wallpaper of an old, abandoned house on the outskirts of town. The old Miller place, everyone called it. A place we used to dare each other to visit as kids. Another text came through, almost immediately. "She is waiting for you. Do not disappoint her." Or me. My legs felt like jelly, but a new surge of adrenaline, cold and sharp, coursed through me. He wanted me to go to the Miller place. He had planned all of this. He had lured me here to Sarah's apartment to find this sick display, to get this message. It was a trap, a twisted game. But Sarah was there. I had to go. I stumbled out of the bedroom, my mind racing a mile a minute. I had to be smart. I could not just walk into his trap. I needed a weapon. I needed a plan. My eyes darted around the apartment. The kitchen. Knives. My hand instinctively went to the small metal cat keychain Sarah had given me. It had a sharp, pointed ear, pathetic, but better than nothing. I crept back into the kitchen, my senses on high alert. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every creak of the building sounded like footsteps. I grabbed the largest chef's knife from the block, its cold, heavy handle feeling surprisingly reassuring in my grip. It was not much, but it was something. As I turned to leave the kitchen, my flashlight beam swept across the living room one last time. And then I saw it, tucked behind the couch, almost hidden in the shadows. A pair of dark leather boots. Men's boots. Mark's boots. My breath hitched. He was not just watching. He was still here. In the apartment, he must have been hiding the whole time. Watching me discover his twisted message. Watching me make my plan. He was enjoying this. My eyes darted around frantically. Where was he? Had he been behind the couch the whole time? Or had he moved? The apartment suddenly felt impossibly small, every hiding place exposed. I know you are here. Mark. I screamed, my voice raw with a mixture of terror and defiance. The sound echoed unnervingly in the silent apartment. What do you want? A low, guttural laugh answered me. It came from the hallway, just outside the bedroom door. A slow, deliberate clap, once, twice. Bravo. Mark's voice slithered out of the darkness, distorted and gravelly. You figured it out. Took you long enough. My heart hammered so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. I gripped the knife tighter, my knuckles white. My eyes strained to pierce the gloom, but he was just a shadow, a presence. What have you done with Sarah? I demanded, trying to sound strong, but my voice trembled. Oh, she is fine. For now, he chuckled, a chilling, joyless sound. Just waiting for her knight in shining armor. You? He stepped out of the shadows, slowly, deliberately. He was wearing the same dark jacket he had worn on our date, but it looked dirtier now, more menacing. His eyes, those unsettling blue eyes, glinted in the faint light from the flickering TV screen in the bedroom. A cruel smile played on his lips. You really should not have blocked me, you know, he said, his voice laced with mock disappointment. We could have had something special, but you ran. You always run, just like you ran from me tonight. You are insane, Mark, I hissed, taking a step back. The knife held out in front of me like a shield. Insane. He tilted his head, his smile widening. No, just persistent. And you, my dear, are very interesting. So much fear, so much adrenaline. It is intoxicating. He took a step forward, then another. My mind screamed. I could not fight him. He was bigger, stronger, and clearly unhinged. I had to get out. I had to get to Sarah. Stay away from me, I yelled, brandishing the knife. He just laughed, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. You think that pathetic little thing will stop me? I have been watching you for months. I know your every move. I know your fears. And I know you won't leave, Sarah. He was right. I would not. My eyes darted to the front door, then to the window. Too high to jump. The front door was my only chance. But he was between me and it. What do you want? Mark, I asked, trying to buy time, trying to think. I want to finish what we started, he said, taking another step. Our little game. Now you have a choice. You can come with me, quietly, and we go find Sarah. Or you can make this difficult, and then I will have to punish you. And Sarah, my blood ran cold. He was not just a stalker, he was a sadist. I knew I could not overpower him, but I could create a distraction. My eyes landed on the small, decorative ceramic vase on Sarah's bookshelf. It was heavy. No, I said, my voice firm despite the tremor in my hands. I am not going anywhere with you. As he took another step, closing the distance, I lunged, not at him, but at the bookshelf. I grabbed the vase and hurled it with all my might at the wall behind him. It shattered with a deafening crash, shards of ceramic flying everywhere. Mark flinched, momentarily startled, his eyes darting to the broken vase. That was my chance. Without a second thought, I bolted. I sprinted towards the front door, my heart pounding in my ears. I could hear him curse, then the heavy thud of his boots as he started after me. I fumbled with the doorknob, my hands shaking so violently I could barely grasp it. It was still unlocked. I yanked it open, not daring to look back, and burst out into the hallway. "Hey!" Mark roared from behind me. I did not stop. I ran, adrenaline pumping through my veins like fire. The elevator was too far, too slow. I raced towards the stairwell, throwing open the heavy fire door and plunging into the dimly lit descent. Down, down, down I flew, my feet barely touching the steps. 2 flights, 3, 4. My lungs burned, my legs ached. But the image of Sarah's terrified eyes in the photo spurred me on. Mark's heavy footsteps echoed behind me, getting closer. He was fast. I burst out onto the ground floor, into the sterile lobby. The night guard, an older man named Frank, was not at his desk. Empty. My heart sank. I threw open the main glass doors and sprinted out into the night. The parking lot was deserted. My car. I had to get to my car. I fumbled for my keys, my hands slick with sweat. I could hear Mark's footsteps right behind me now, his ragged breathing close. Click. The car unlocked. I yanked open the driver's side door and practically threw myself inside, slamming the door shut. I jammed the key into the ignition, my hand shaking so badly I missed the hole twice. "Do not you dare." Mark's voice was right outside the window, his face pressed against the glass, his eyes burning with rage. He was pounding on the window, his fist making sickening thuds. The engine roared to life. I slammed the car into reverse, not even bothering to check my mirrors, and floored it. The tires squealed, peeling out of the parking spot. Mark screamed something unintelligible, his face contorted in a mask of fury. I caught a glimpse of him in my rearview mirror, standing in the middle of the parking lot, watching me go. A dark, terrifying silhouette against the faint glow of the city lights. I did not stop. I sped out of the parking lot, my heart still hammering, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I was shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. I was free, for now. But Sarah was not. The image of her tied to the chair, her pleading eyes, was seared into my mind. The old Miller place. I had to go. I had to save her. But now I knew. I knew who Mark was. I knew how he operated. And I knew he would not stop. He was a predator, and he had his sights set on us. The game had just begun, and I was playing for Sarah's life. And my own. The cold, prickling sensation on my neck had not left. It was Mark, and he was still out there, waiting. The next story adds more to our time together. I remember the exact moment the chill started, a cold dread that had nothing to do with the autumn air. It was on my first Tinder date with Mark, a handsome, almost too perfect stranger. We were at my favorite coffee shop, sharing lighthearted stories, when he leaned back, a casual smirk playing on his lips. You know, he rumbled, "I almost did not recognize you, without your hair tied up in that messy bun you wear when you are power walking through the park near your apartment." My breath hitched. My heart did a quick, frantic flutter. I had not told him where I lived, let alone about my specific morning routine, or how I tied my hair. The air suddenly felt too thick. I forced a laugh, trying to dismiss it, but he just chuckled, a low, confident sound. "No. Sarah, definitely you. You always wear those bright blue headphones too. And you stop for exactly 30 seconds at that bench by the big oak tree to stretch your hamstring." My blood ran cold. These were private rituals, details I would share with no one. His startlingly pale blue eyes, I now noticed, held an unnerving intensity as he simply said, "Just observant, I guess the rest of the date felt like a calculated invasion. He ordered my coffee exactly as I liked it, steered the conversation to my obscure indie bands, and even referenced a tiny scar on my eyebrow from childhood. I made my excuses, my hands shaking on the steering wheel as I drove away. His soft, "I will text you," feeling less like a casual promise and more like a chilling claim. Days turned into a paranoid haze. I scanned the park during my walks, every slowing car near my apartment, sending a jolt of fear through me. That feeling of being watched, it clung to me like a damp shroud. I swear sometimes I would feel a prickle on the back of my neck, turn around and see nothing but empty sidewalk, but the sensation would not leave. It was like an invisible shadow, always just out of sight, always there. Then, the text began. The first one came a day after the date. It was simple, innocuous, almost friendly. "Hey Sarah, hope you had a good day. Thinking of you." Just marked, nothing specific, but my stomach still clenched. I did not reply. I thought about blocking him, but something held me back. Maybe it was a weird kind of curiosity, or maybe a morbid fear of what not replying might provoke. The next day, another text. "That new plant you got for your windowsill. The little succulent. It really brightens up your living room." My blood ran cold. I remember staring at my phone, the words blurring. The succulent? I had bought a new succulent yesterday, a tiny one, and placed it right on the windowsill of my living room, facing the street. How could he possibly know that? My apartment was on the 3rd floor. You could not just see that from the street, not clearly. He would have had to be directly across from me, watching with binoculars. Or worse, much, much closer. Panic clawed at my throat. I blocked his number immediately. My hands were shaking so hard I almost dropped my phone. I remember pacing my small apartment, checking the locks on my windows and doors, double-checking them. Even the tiny latch on the back window of my kitchen, which I never used. It felt like my home, my sanctuary, had been violated. Even if he had not physically stepped inside, he had seen and he had been watching. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the old building, every gust of wind against the glass sounded like footsteps, like someone trying to get in. I kept picturing his pale blue eyes, that unsettling intensity. Just observant, he would said, but this was not observation. This was invasive. This was stalking. The next morning, I tried to calm myself. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe he saw me carrying the plant in. Maybe he had a friend in the building across the street. I tried to rationalize it, to push the fear down. I went for my usual power walk, but this time, every single person I passed felt like a potential threat. I avoided the bench by the big oak tree. I did not want to stretch my hamstring there. I did not want to do anything he knew about. When I got back to my apartment, there was a new text. Not from Mark's old number. This one was from an unknown number. Just a picture. A blurry, zoomed-in photo of my front door, taken from the hallway outside my apartment. It was clearly my door, the one with the small dent near the bottom, from when I accidentally dropped a dumbbell. The caption read, "You should really change that lock. Sarah, it looks a little flimsy." That was it. I screamed, not a loud, dramatic scream, but a choked, guttural sound that barely escaped my lips. He had been in my building. He had been right outside my door. He knew where I lived, not just the general area, but my exact apartment number. The thought made my skin crawl. I called the police. I remember my voice shaking as I explained everything. The Tinder date, his strange knowledge, the texts, the photo of my door. The officer on the other end was polite, sympathetic even, but ultimately unhelpful. "Madam, without a direct threat of physical harm or evidence of forced entry, there is not much we can do. We can file a report, but it sounds like this man is just overly persistent. We recommend you change your locks, avoid contact, and if he shows up at your door, call us immediately. He has already been at my door." I almost shouted, my frustration boiling over. He sent me a picture of it. Yes, madam, but he did not try to get in, did he? It is harassment, we understand, but we need more for a proactive investigation. I hung up, feeling more alone and vulnerable than ever. The police could not help me. I was on my own. That afternoon, I called a locksmith. I had all my locks changed, not just the front door, but the back door, and even the windows. It cost a fortune, but it was worth it for the illusion of security. I also bought a small, discreet security camera for my peephole, one that linked to my phone. I did not want to live like this, but I felt like I had no choice. I started changing my routines completely. No more power walks in the park. I joined a gym across town. I took different routes to work. I stopped going to my favorite coffee shop. I even started wearing different clothes, hoping to become less recognizable. It was exhausting, living in a constant state of hypervigilance. Every time my phone buzzed, my heart leaped into my throat. Every time I heard a noise outside my apartment, I froze for a few days. It was quiet. No texts, no strange sightings. I started to breathe a little easier. Maybe he got the message. Maybe he moved on. I even managed a full night's sleep. Then, one evening, I came home from the gym. It was dark, around 8 p.m. As I approached my apartment building, I saw something shiny on the ground near the entrance. I bent down. It was a single bright blue headphone, tangled and bent like it had been run over. Not my headphones, but identical to the ones I used to wear for my power walks. The ones Mark had mentioned. A cold wave of dread washed over me. It was a message. He knew I was not walking in the park anymore. He knew I had changed my routine, and he was letting me know he was still watching. He was telling me that my efforts were futile. I ran inside, my hands shaking so badly I struggled to get my new key into the lock. I slammed the door shut, double-locked it, and leaned against it, gasping for air. I checked my peephole camera. Nothing. Just the empty hallway. But the image of that crushed blue headphone was burned into my mind. The texts started again, this time from a new number, even more unsettling than before. Gym membership. Sarah, trying to get stronger. Good for you. That new route to work is a bit longer, is not it? You are going to be late. I saw you at the grocery store today. You forgot to pick up almond milk. He was everywhere. He knew everything. It was not just my routines anymore. It was my daily life, moment by moment. I felt like I was living inside a glass box, and he was always outside, peering in. I remember one particularly terrifying night. I was trying to relax, watching TV, when I heard a faint scratching sound coming from my bedroom window. My heart leaped. I froze, straining to hear. It stopped. Then it started again. Scratch. 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 I slowly got up, grabbed the heaviest book I could find, and crept towards my bedroom. My window faced a narrow alleyway, usually quiet. I peered through the blinds, my breath held tight in my chest. Nothing. Just the dark alley. I must be imagining things. I thought, then I saw it. A dark shape, just below my window, moving. It was a cat. A stray cat, clawing at the brickwork, probably trying to climb. Relief washed over me, so potent, it almost made me weak in the knees. But, as I watched, the cat looked up. Its eyes, glowing faintly in the dim light, met mine. And then, from the shadows just behind the cat, I saw a pair of pale blue eyes staring directly back. Mark. He was there, standing in the alleyway just below my window, watching me. He did not move. He did not wave. He just stood there, perfectly still, his eyes fixed on mine. I gasped, stumbling backward, hitting the wall. I scrambled away from the window, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I did not dare look back. I just fled to my living room, curled up on the couch and cried. I cried until my eyes burned and my throat was raw. He was not just watching from a distance anymore. He was practically at my doorstep. The next morning, I woke up with a new resolve. I could not live like this. I could not let him win. I called my best friend, Jessica, and told her everything, the full, terrifying scope of it. She was horrified. "Sarah, you have to move. You can't stay there." I knew she was right. But where would I go? He seemed to find me no matter what. And even if I moved, how could I ever feel safe again? The paranoia was already deeply ingrained. I decided to go to work, trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy. It was a Monday. When I got to my office, my coworker, David, met me at the door. "Sarah, thank goodness you are here. We had a bit of a scare this morning." "What happened?" I asked, my stomach tightening. "Someone tried to get into the building. Security footage shows a guy, acting really suspicious, trying to jimmy the lock on the back door, then trying to follow someone in through the main entrance. He even tried to use a fake ID at the front desk, asking for you specifically. Said he was your cousin, here to surprise you for your birthday." My blood ran cold. My birthday was not for another 6 months. What did he look like? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Tall, dark hair, pale eyes. David described. Security eventually escorted him off the property. They are reviewing the footage now. They said they are going to file a report. Are you okay? "Sarah, you look pale." I just nodded, barely able to speak. "Mark." He was escalating. He was not just watching anymore. He was actively trying to get to me, to breach my spaces, my home, my workplace. There was nowhere left to hide. That evening, I did not go home. I could not. The thought of stepping foot in that apartment, knowing he had been right outside, knowing he was probably still watching, was unbearable. I drove to Jessica's apartment, shaking the entire way. I told her about Mark trying to get into my office. Jessica was furious. "That is it. Sarah, you are staying here. We are going to the police again, and this time we are not leaving until they do something." We went to the police station that night. With the security footage from my office, and Jessica as a witness, they finally took it seriously. They promised to review the footage, to try and identify Mark, and to increase patrols around my apartment and workplace. It was not much, but it was something. I stayed at Jessica's for the next few days. I was a wreck. I could not eat, could not sleep. Every time my phone rang, I jumped. Every time I heard a car outside, I peered through the blinds. Jessica was amazing, trying to keep my spirits up, making me food, just being there. On the third day, I got a text from an unknown number. As usual, this one was different. It was not specific about my location or my actions. It was just a single word, waiting. My heart hammered. Waiting where? For what? That night, Jessica and I were watching a movie, trying to distract ourselves. Around 11 p.m., there was a knock on Jessica's door. A soft, hesitant knock. We both froze. Jessica exchanged a look with me, her eyes wide. "Who could that be?" she whispered. My mind immediately jumped to Mark. No one else would be knocking at this hour. And he knew I was here. He always knew. Jessica crept to the peephole. I stood behind her, my hands clammy. She peered out, then gasped, stumbling back. "Oh my God," she whispered, her face ashen. "What? Who is it?" I asked, my voice barely audible. It is just a package," she stammered, pointing a trembling finger at the door. "A delivery?" I looked through the peephole myself. Sure enough, there was a small brown paper package, sitting on the welcome mat. No one was there. Just the package. Jessica slowly opened the door, just enough to retrieve it. It was wrapped in plain brown paper, with no sender address, just my name. Sarah, written in neat, block letters. "Do not open it," I said, my voice tight with fear. "It is from him." But curiosity, or perhaps a morbid fascination, got the better of Jessica. She carefully peeled back the tape. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was a small hand-carved wooden bird. It was intricately detailed, a tiny hummingbird, its wings poised as if in flight. And then I recognized it. It was an exact replica of a small wooden hummingbird charm that had hung from my grandmother's necklace, a necklace I had inherited and kept in a small jewelry box on my dresser. A necklace I had never, ever worn outside my apartment. A private, sentimental item. Tucked beneath the bird was a small, folded piece of paper. Jessica unfolded it. In the same neat block letters, it read, "You left this behind. Sarah, do not worry. I will take care of it for you. We belong together." My grandmother's charm. He had been in my apartment. He had taken it. He had left the crushed headphones as a decoy to make me think he was just outside. He had been inside. While I was at the gym, while I was at work, he had been in my home, rummaging through my most personal belongings, taking what he wanted. That is when I completely broke down. The police could not help me. My locks were useless. My hiding places were known. He was everywhere. He was inside my head, inside my life, inside my home. Jessica held me as I sobbed, but she was crying too. We knew, in that moment, that this was not just harassment anymore. This was a complete invasion. The police were called again. This time, with the bird charm and the note, they had concrete evidence of a break-in. They sent officers to my apartment, but Mark was long gone. They dusted for fingerprints, took statements, and promised to put out an alert. But the fear, it never left me. I moved out of that apartment the very next day. I packed only the essentials, leaving most of my belongings behind. I did not want anything that might have been touched by him, or that he might have seen. I moved to a completely different city, changed my phone number, deleted all my social media, and even got a new job. It has been years now. I have rebuilt my life. I have new friends, a new apartment, a new routine, but the chill, it never truly went away. Every time I see a man with pale blue eyes, my heart jumps. Every time I hear a faint scratching sound, I freeze. Every time I see a single blue headphone or a hummingbird charm, a cold dread washes over me. I still check my locks 3 times before I go to bed. I still glance over my shoulder when I am walking alone. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, I swear I can still feel it, that prickle on the back of my neck, that invisible shadow just out of sight, that feeling of being watched. Because even though he is gone, even though he was eventually caught and arrested for multiple stalking charges, they found a horrifying collection of my photos and belongings in his apartment. The terror he instilled in me, the knowledge that someone could so utterly invade every aspect of my life, that feeling, it never really leaves. And sometimes, just sometimes, I wonder if he really is gone, or if he is just waiting for the right moment for me to let my guard down. And that is the truly terrifying part. The thought that you are never truly safe, not when someone has made you their obsession. Another story rises in the sequence. The daisy and the pebble were not just objects. They were an invasion. They were a declaration. He had been right there. My hands, already trembling, pulled the blinds shut so hard, the cheap plastic clattered, echoing in the sudden, suffocating darkness. My apartment, once a sanctuary, now pulsed with a malignant energy. Every shadow a potential hiding place, every creak a footstep drawing closer. You know that feeling when you are alone, but you can't shake the sense of being watched. Imagine that feeling, but multiplied by 1,000, and every shadow feels like an eye, every silence a held breath. That is what my world had become. Sarah called a few minutes later, her voice tinny and distant through the phone. "Hey, okay? You sounded off earlier. He was here." "Sarah," I whispered, my voice raw. Outside my window, he left a daisy and a pebble. A sigh, long and exasperated, filtered through the line. Honey, it is spring. Daisies grow, and pebbles are pebbles. Are you sure you are not just, overthinking things? Her words were like cold water, but they did not douse the fire of my fear. They just made me shiver. She did not understand. She could not. How could I explain that a daisy, a symbol of innocence, could feel like a grotesque mockery, a taunt from a predator? How could I explain that a smooth gray pebble, just like the one on my kitchen counter from Miller's Creek, now felt like a stone weighing down my very soul? I just mumbled something about being tired and hung up, severing the last fragile thread of connection to the outside world. I was utterly alone, trapped. The apartment became a tomb. I moved like a ghost, tiptoeing from room to room, holding my breath, straining to hear anything over the frantic thumping of my own heart. The blinds stayed drawn, plunging my days into a perpetual twilight. I stopped eating, the thought of food curdling in my stomach. Sleep was a cruel joke. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Alex's face, not as it was on our Tinder date, but distorted, a phantom grin, his eyes burning with an unnatural knowing. I would jolt awake, gasping, convinced I would heard a floorboard creak just outside my bedroom door, or a faint whisper from the living room. My mind started to play tricks on me, or maybe they were not tricks at all. One afternoon, I was trying to force down a piece of toast, my hands shaking so bad I nearly dropped it. A faint scraping sound reached me from the kitchen. It was soft, almost imperceptible, like sandpaper on wood. I froze, toast half raised. Tap. It was not outside this time. It was coming from inside the apartment. My breath hitched. I slowly, painstakingly, pushed myself up from the table, my eyes darting around the room, trying to pinpoint the source. The sound stopped. Silence. A heavy, suffocating silence that pressed in on my eardrums. "Hello," I whispered, my voice barely a thread. Nothing. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my muscles screaming, my heart a trapped bird in my chest. Then I heard it again. A faint, almost imperceptible clink from the living room. It sounded like metal. I crept towards the living room, my bare feet silent on the worn carpet. The room was bathed in the dim light, filtering through the drawn blinds. Everything looked normal. The old armchair, the dusty bookshelf, the coffee table. But then my gaze fell on the small, antique music box my grandmother had given me years ago. It sat on the mantel, usually closed. Now the lid was slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness showing I knew I had not opened it. I had not touched it in months. A cold dread seeped into my bones, a much deeper chill than mere paranoia. This was not just a sound outside my window. This was not just a flower. This was closer. Intimate. He had been inside. I snatched the music box, my fingers fumbling, and slammed the lid shut. I ran to the front door, checking the locks again, then the windows. They were all still locked, still secured. There was no sign of forced entry. How could he have gotten in? My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation, but there was none. Only the terrifying, inescapable truth he was finding ways in. He was toying with me. The next few days were a blur of hypervigilance. I started barricading the apartment. I dragged my heavy armchair in front of the front door, piling books on top of it. I taped up the windows with packing tape, not to keep him out, but to make it impossible for him to open them silently. The apartment became a fortress of fear, every new barrier a testament to my failing sanity. I lived on coffee and the adrenaline coursing through my veins. Every shadow seemed to stretch, every creak of the old building became a footstep, a whisper. One morning, I was in the bathroom, staring at my reflection. My eyes were sunken, dark circles beneath them, my hair a tangled mess. I looked like a ghost. I turned on the shower, the sound of the water, a temporary reprieve, a shield against the suffocating silence. As the steam filled the room, I stepped in, letting the hot water sluice over my skin, trying to wash away the grime of fear that clung to me. Then, I heard it. A faint, almost melodic hum was coming from the living room. The tune was familiar, a lullaby my mother used to sing to me when I was a child. My blood ran cold. I knew that tune. I knew it intimately. It was the melody of the music box. I turned off the shower, the sudden silence deafening. My heart hammered against my ribs, so loud I was sure he could hear it. The humming continued, soft, playful, mocking. He was in my living room. He was playing my grandmother's music box. I stood there, frozen, water dripping from my hair, my body rigid with terror. I wanted to scream, but no sound would come. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like lead. He was inside. He was right there. Slowly, painstakingly, I reached for the towel, wrapping it around myself. I crept to the bathroom door, my hand shaking as I turned the knob. The humming stopped. My breath hitched. I pushed the door open a crack, peering out into the hallway. The apartment was silent again. Utterly, completely silent. I moved through the apartment like a predator. Or perhaps, prey. My eyes scanned every corner, every shadow. The living room was empty. The music box sat on the mantel, its lid closed. It was just as I had left it. Was I losing my mind? Was the lack of sleep, the constant fear finally breaking me? Then, I saw it. On the coffee table, right in the center, was a small, neatly folded piece of paper. It had not been there before. My hands trembled as I picked it up. It was a child's drawing, crudely sketched with crayon. A stick figure girl, holding hands with a stick figure boy, standing next to a tiny, squiggly river, and at the bottom, in childish, block letters, Miller's Creek. My vision blurred. It was not just a drawing, it was my drawing. From childhood, a drawing I had made when I was 7 years old. After a family picnic at Miller's Creek, I remembered drawing it, remembered showing it to my dad. I had kept it in a shoebox under my bed, a shoebox full of childhood treasures, until my mother had packed it away in the attic years ago. How could he have gotten it? This was not just stalking anymore. This was a deep, insidious invasion. He was not just observing me, he was delving into my past, unearthing forgotten fragments of my life, and weaponizing them. I stumbled back, clutching the drawing, my knees giving out. I collapsed onto the floor, tears streaming down my face. This was not paranoia. This was real. He knew everything. He had access to everything. I called Sarah again, my voice a frantic, desperate sob. He was here. Sarah. He played the music box. He left a drawing from my childhood. There was a long pause. Honey. Sarah's voice was softer this time, laced with a pity that felt worse than her exasperation. I am really worried about you. This sounds like a lot. Maybe you should call your doctor, or just come stay with me for a bit. Get out of that apartment. He will know. I choked out. He will know if I leave. He will follow. No one's following you, sweetie, she said gently. You are just stressed, sleep deprived. Come on. I will even drive over and pick you up. But I could not. I truly believed that if I stepped outside, Alex would be there, waiting, or worse, he would use my absence to finish whatever twisted game he was playing. The apartment, as terrifying as it was, felt like the only place I could be. It was my cage, yes, but it was also my last stand. I hung up, the silence of the apartment once again pressing in. Sarah did not believe me. The police would not either. What would I tell them? That a man I met on Tinder was leaving me childhood drawings and playing my music box. They would send a mental health team, not a detective. I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. The next few days were a blur of terror and exhaustion. I stopped barricading the door. It felt futile. He was already in. He was always in. I barely ate, barely slept, My world narrowed to the confines of my apartment. Every sound, every shadow, a potential harbinger of his presence. Then came the email. It was not from Alex. It was from an unknown sender. The subject line was simply "Remember me." My heart leaped into my throat. I stared at it for a long moment, my finger hovering over the mouse. Every instinct screamed at me not to open it, but a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to understand, compelled me. I clicked. The email was short. No text, just an attachment. A single photograph. It was an old photo, faded and slightly yellowed. It showed two children, a boy and a girl, sitting by a creek. They were young, maybe 7 or 8. The girl was me, unmistakably, my messy brown hair, my gap-toothed smile, and the boy, my breath hitched. He had a mop of dark hair, a mischievous grin. He was holding up a smooth gray riverstone. He was Alex. But it was not just Alex from Tinder. It was Alec, my childhood best friend, from when I was 7, the boy who lived 2 houses down, who I would spend that entire summer with, exploring Miller's Creek, building forts, sharing secrets. The boy who moved away suddenly at the end of August, his family disappearing without a trace. I had not thought about him in years. Not truly. He was just a faded memory, a ghost from a simpler time. My mind reeled. Alex. Alec. It was the same person. He had not just found me on Tinder, he had sought me out. He had remembered me. He had been planning this all these years. He had carried that memory, that connection, and now he was here. The river stone from Miller's Creek was not just a secret he knew, it was our secret. The daisy and the pebble were not random. They were part of a game we used to play, leaving markers for each other in the woods. The music box, the lullaby. He must have heard my mother sing it. The drawing. He had kept it. He had kept everything. The truth was far more disturbing than I could have ever imagined. This was not a random stalker. This was a ghost from my past. A forgotten friend, twisted and warped into a terrifying predator. He was not just trying to scare me, he was trying to reclaim something. Me. A sudden, sharp thud came from the kitchen. It sounded like something heavy had fallen. My body seized up, every nerve ending screaming. He was here. He was not just leaving messages anymore. He was making his presence known. I slowly stood up, the old photograph falling from my numb fingers. My eyes darted towards the kitchen door, which was slightly ajar. A sliver of light from the perpetually dim kitchen spilled into the living room. Then, a shadow detached itself from the darkness of the kitchen doorway. It was tall, lean. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. He stepped into the living room, his face obscured by the dim light, but I knew it was him. Alex. Alec. He was not smiling. His expression was unreadable. His eyes dark, fixed on me. He did not say anything. He just stood there, watching me. His presence filling the room, consuming all the air. My breath hitched. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was paralyzed. My apartment, my last stand, was no longer mine. It was his, and I was trapped, not just by walls and locks, but by a past I had forgotten, a past he had meticulously preserved, and was now using to destroy me. He raised his hand slowly. In it, he held something small, something smooth and gray. Another riverstone. But this one was different. It had a small, crude engraving on it. A single letter. He did not move closer. He did not need to. He just stood there, holding the stone, his gaze unwavering, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very core, that I would never be free. The apartment was not a cage anymore. It was a tomb, and I was already buried. The fear had escalated beyond anything I could comprehend, because the monster was not a stranger. He was a piece of me, dug up from the forgotten earth of my childhood, and he had come home. Your next story is Moments away, you know. I always thought those online dating horror stories were exaggerated. Like, sure, you might meet a weirdo, but a full-blown nightmare? Nah. That was until it happened to me, and let me tell you, it was worse than anything you could ever imagine. It started, as so many modern love stories apparently do, with a swipe right. His name was Alex. His Tinder profile was pretty standard. Couple of selfies, one with a dog, another hiking. He had a good smile, kind eyes, and a bio that mentioned a love for craft beer and true crime podcasts. I figured, hey, he sounds normal enough, maybe even interesting. We matched, exchanged a few messages, and the conversation flowed easily. He seemed genuinely engaged, asking thoughtful questions, and not just sending one-word replies. After a few days of chatting, we decided to meet up. We picked a cozy Italian restaurant downtown, the kind with dim lighting and red checkered tablecloths. I remember feeling a mix of nerves and excitement as I walked in. He was already there, sitting at a table near the back, just like he said he would be. He stood up when he saw me, a polite gesture that immediately put me at ease. He was even better looking in person, taller than I expected, with a neat beard and those same kind eyes. The date started great. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, all the usual first date stuff. He was funny, attentive, and made good eye contact without being creepy. We ordered pasta, shared a bottle of wine, and it really felt like we clicked. I remember thinking, finally, a decent guy from Tinder, maybe this could actually go somewhere. But then, about halfway through the meal, something happened that made a tiny, almost imperceptible chill crawl up my spine. We were talking about growing up, sharing anecdotes about our childhoods. I mentioned how I would moved around a lot as a kid, but spent my most formative years in a small town, about an hour north of where we were now. Alex nodded, smiling, and then he said, "Oh yeah, I bet that old oak tree in your front yard saw a lot of you climbing it, huh?" My fork clattered against my plate. The sound seemed to echo in the suddenly silent restaurant, though of course it did not. I stared at him, my smile faltering. "Excuse me," I asked, trying to keep my voice light, as if I had not just heard what I thought I heard. He chuckled, a low, easy sound. "The oak tree. You mentioned it earlier. Did not you? Or maybe I just saw it in one of your old iYouTube photos." He looked genuinely confused, his brow furrowed as if he was trying to recall. My mind raced. I had not mentioned an oak tree. I was certain of it, and my iYouTube profile was locked down tight, only visible to friends, and I had not posted a picture of my childhood home, let alone a specific tree, in years. I mean, who does that? I would barely posted pictures of myself from that time. "No," I said slowly. "I did not mention an oak tree, and I do not have any photos of my old house on iYouTube." My heart started to beat a little faster, a tiny drum of unease in my chest. Alex's smile returned a little too quickly, a little too wide. "Oh, my bad then. Must have been a different person, or I just misremembered. Happens to the best of us, right?" He laughed, taking a sip of his wine, but his eyes, those kind eyes, seemed to linger on mine for just a fraction of a second too long. There was something in them, a glint, a calculating gleam that made my stomach clench. I tried to shake it off. Maybe he was just trying to make conversation and got mixed up. Or maybe I had mentioned it, subconsciously, and forgotten. My brain was searching for any logical explanation. Anything to dispel the sudden, cold dread that had settled over me. I forced a laugh. "Yeah, I guess so. Old memories, they get jumbled." We finished the date, and he walked me to my car. He was still charming, still attentive. But that tiny seed of doubt had been planted. When he leaned in for a goodnight kiss, I instinctively turned my cheek, offering a quick peck instead. I had a great time. I lied, my voice a little too high. "I will text you." Driving home, my mind kept replaying the conversation. The oak tree. How could he have known about the oak tree? It was a distinctive feature of the house I grew up in. A massive ancient thing, perfect for climbing. but it was not something I talked about often, certainly not to strangers. I checked my social media again when I got home, just to be sure. Nothing. Not a single mention, not a single photo. My lockdown profile was exactly that lockdown. I did not text him. I told myself I was busy, that I had a lot on my plate. But the truth was, I was spooked. A few days later, he sent a text, "Hey, had a great time the other night. When are you free again?" I ignored it. Then another everything, okay? Have not heard from you. I still ignored it. A week passed, and I started to relax. Maybe he got the hint. Maybe I was overreacting. Then, one Tuesday morning, I was at my favorite coffee shop, the one I went to every single day before work. I was standing in line, waiting for my latte, when I felt a tap on my shoulder. "Well, fancy meeting you here," a familiar voice said. I spun around, and there he was, Alex. My heart leaped into my throat. He was smiling, holding a coffee cup, looking perfectly casual. Alex. I managed, my voice thin. "What a coincidence." "Yeah, right," he said, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. "I just moved into an apartment a few blocks from here. This is my new regular spot." I nodded, trying to appear nonchalant, but my mind was screaming. He knew this was my regular spot. He could not have just moved here. This was too much of a coincidence. I would never mention where I lived, or where I got my coffee. My building was a good 20-minute drive from the restaurant where we would met. "Oh, cool," I said, forcing a smile. Small world. I quickly grabbed my coffee when my name was called, mumbled an excuse about being late for work, and practically ran out of the shop all the way to my car. I felt his eyes on my back. That day at work, I could not focus. The image of his too wide smile, the glint in his eyes, kept flashing in my mind. I tried to convince myself it was just a coincidence. He moved, he found a coffee shop, it just happened to be mine. But the feeling of being watched, of being known in a way I had not consented to, was growing. Over the next few days, the coincidences piled up. I started seeing him everywhere. At the grocery store, in the aisle where I always bought my obscure brand of cereal, at the gym, on a treadmill just 2 machines down from mine, even though I went at odd hours. Once, I saw him driving past my apartment building, slowly, his head turned towards my window. He did not wave, did not acknowledge me, just drove by. It was like he wanted me to see him, to know he was there. My anxiety became a constant companion. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking threat. Every unfamiliar car parked on my street made my heart pound. I started varying my routines, taking different routes to work, going to different coffee shops, but it felt futile. It was like he already knew my patterns, and he was just waiting for me to break them so he could accidentally reappear. I remember one evening, I was walking home from work, listening to a podcast, trying to drown out the growing paranoia. As I turned onto my street, I saw a package sitting on my doorstep. It was not something I would ordered. My blood ran cold. I approached it cautiously, my hand already fumbling for my phone, ready to call the police. It was a small, neatly wrapped box, tied with a silver ribbon. There was no sender address. My hands trembled as I carefully picked it up. It felt light. I carried it inside, locking the door behind me with a shaky hand. I tore off the paper, revealing a plain white box. Inside, nestled on a bed of tissue paper, was a small, intricately carved wooden bird. It was an owl, perched on a tiny branch, its eyes made of dark, polished stones. It was beautiful, undeniably, but attached to its leg with a tiny string was a note. My fingers fumbled with the string, my heart hammering against my ribs. I unfolded the tiny piece of paper. The message, written in elegant script, read, "I heard you like owls. Thought you might like this one. It reminds me of the one that used to perch on your oak tree." My breath hitched. The oak tree. Again, he knew about the oak tree, and he knew I liked owls, a detail I had only ever shared with my closest friends and family. A detail that was definitely not on any public profile, and he had been to my house. He had been on my doorstep. Terror, cold and absolute, washed over me. This was not a coincidence. This was not a misunderstanding. This was stalking. This was a violation. I felt sick to my stomach. I wanted to scream, to throw up, to run. I immediately called my best friend. Sarah. I tried to explain, my voice trembling, tears welling up in my eyes. She listened patiently, her voice calm and reassuring. Okay, first, you need to call the police. This is serious. Jen, this is harassment. She was right. I knew she was right. But the thought of involving the police, of making it real, somehow made it even scarier. What if he escalated? What if he found out I called them? I tried to call the non-emergency line, but my hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial. Eventually, I managed to get through, explaining the situation to a very calm dispatcher. They said they would send an officer to take a report. While I waited, I walked through my apartment, checking every window, every lock. I felt like my home, my sanctuary, had been tainted. I kept picturing him standing on my porch, leaving that package. What else had he done? Had he looked in my windows? Had he tried the doorknob? The officer arrived, a kind, older woman named Officer Miller. I showed her the owl, the note, and recounted everything, from the first date to the coffee shop to Jim. The car driving by, she took notes, her expression serious. She told me to keep all texts, block his number, and to be extra vigilant. She said they would look into it, but without direct threats or more substantial evidence, their hands were somewhat tied. He is clearly obsessed, she said, and that is a dangerous thing. That night, I did not sleep. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside my window sent my heart racing. I kept the lights on, huddled under my blankets, clutching my phone. I felt utterly alone, vulnerable. The next morning, I woke up feeling exhausted and terrified. I knew I could not stay in my apartment. I called work, told them I was sick, and packed a small bag. I decided to go stay with Sarah for a few days, just to clear my head, to feel safe. As I was leaving, I noticed something sticking out from under my doormat. Another note. My stomach dropped. This one was handwritten, not the elegant script from before, but a frantic, almost illegible scrawl. Why are you ignoring me? I just want to talk. I know you are leaving. Do not go. I will find you. You can't hide from me. We are meant to be forever. The last word, forever, was underlined multiple times. Digging into the paper, my hands were shaking so violently, I almost dropped the note. He knew I was leaving. He was watching me. He had been there, probably just moments before I stepped out. I did not even bother calling the police again. I just threw my bag in my car and sped off, my tires squealing as I pulled away from the curb. I drove straight to Sarah's apartment, my eyes darting to every car in my rearview mirror, convinced he was following me. Sarah was horrified when I showed her the note. That is it, she said. Her jaw set. We are going to the police station in person. This is a direct threat. At the station, Officer Miller looked grim. The note changed things. They now had evidence of a direct threat and a clear pattern of stalking. They promised to put out an alert for Alex and to send a patrol car by my apartment regularly. But still, the process was slow, bureaucratic. I felt like I was screaming into a void, while this man was out there, getting closer and closer. For the next few days, I stayed at Sarah's, a prisoner in her apartment. I barely ate, barely slept. Every notification on my phone made me jump. Every unfamiliar sound made me freeze. I kept replaying every interaction with Alex, searching for clues, for anything I might have missed. Had he ever said anything else weird? Had he looked at me strangely? It was like trying to piece together a puzzle where half the pieces were missing, and the other half were covered in blood. Then, one evening, Sarah and I were just trying to relax, watching a movie. My phone, which I had silenced, lit up with an incoming call. It was an unknown number. My heart leaped. I looked at Sarah, my eyes wide with fear. She nodded, urging me to answer. Maybe it was the police. I took a deep breath and answered, putting it on speaker. Hello. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Just static. Then, a voice, low and distorted, like it was being fed through a cheap voice changer, or maybe just whispering right into the microphone. I see you. Jen. My blood ran cold. I dropped the phone. Sarah gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. The voice was not Alex's, but the message was clear. It was him. He knew where I was. I scrambled for the phone, my hands shaking. Who is this? I demanded, trying to sound brave, but my voice was a shaky whisper. The distorted voice chuckled. A chilling, guttural sound. You know who it is. I told you. You can't hide. We are meant to be together. Forever. Then the line went dead. Sarah and I stared at each other, our faces pale with terror. He is here, I whispered, tears streaming down my face. He is outside. We immediately called 911. While we waited for the police, Sarah grabbed a heavy frying pan from the kitchen, and I found a golf club in her closet. We locked ourselves in her bedroom, barricading the door with a dresser. We stood there, side by side, listening, every nerve ending screaming. Minutes stretched into an eternity. We heard sirens in the distance, growing louder. A wave of relief washed over me, quickly followed by a fresh surge of fear. What if he was already inside? What if he was waiting? Then we heard it, a faint scraping sound from the living room, like something being dragged. My eyes met Sarah's. We held our breath. The scraping stopped. Silence. Heavy, suffocating silence. Then, a quiet click. The sound of Sarah's front door being slowly, softly opened. My heart hammered against my ribs, so loud I was sure Alex could hear it. I gripped the golf club, my knuckles white. Sarah raised the frying pan, her face a mask of grim determination. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, coming down the hallway towards the bedroom. Each step echoed in my terror-stricken mind. They stopped right outside our door. A pause. Then, a low, distorted whisper right through the wood of the door. I am here. Jen. I told you I would find you. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears streaming down my face. This was it. This was how it ended. Suddenly, a loud banging on the front door. Police. Open up. A voice boomed. The footsteps outside our door scrambled. A sudden frantic rush. We heard a crash, then the sound of breaking glass. The front door burst open, and heavy footsteps thundered through the apartment. He is in the back. Sarah screamed, her voice raw. We heard shouts, the thud of bodies, a struggle. It was chaos. We stayed huddled in the bedroom, not daring to move, until we heard a voice call out. It is clear. He is apprehended. Slowly, cautiously, we pushed the dresser away from the door and opened it. 2 police officers stood in the hallway, their faces grim. One of them, Officer Miller, was among them. He tried to escape through the back window, she explained, her voice serious. We got him. I stumbled out of the bedroom, my legs weak, and saw the damage. Sarah's living room window was shattered, glass strewn across the floor. In the kitchen, a chair was overturned. And then, I saw him, Alex. He was handcuffed, sitting on the floor, 2 officers standing over him. His face was bruised, his clothes torn, but his eyes, those terrifying, calculating eyes, were fixed on me. And he was smiling, that same too wide, unsettling smile. As they led him out, he twisted his head to look at me one last time. I will be back. Jen, he whispered, his voice hoarse, but clear enough to pierce through the remaining chaos. Forever. The aftermath was a blur of police reports, victim statements, and an overwhelming sense of relief mixed with a chilling, lingering fear. Alex was charged with stalking, breaking and entering, and making terroristic threats. He had apparently been tracking my phone, using some kind of sophisticated software, and had even managed to get into my apartment building's security cameras at one point. The oak tree detail. He would found an old social media post from a distant cousin of mine, a picture of my childhood home with a caption mentioning the tree. He had gone to extreme lengths, piecing together fragments of my life from obscure corners of the internet, creating a terrifyingly detailed profile of me. They eventually sentenced him to a significant amount of time in prison. But even with him behind bars, the terror never truly left me. I moved to a new city, changed my phone number, deleted all my social media. I checked my locks multiple times a night. Every unknown number sends a jolt of fear through me. Every shadow feels like a lurking threat. I still date eventually, but I am different now. I am wary. I scrutinize every detail, every casual comment, because I learned the hard way that sometimes the monster is not under your bed. Sometimes he is just a swipe away, waiting to tell you about an oak tree you never mentioned, and then to promise you forever. And forever, when it comes from a place like that, is a terrifyingly long time. The next story adds to our experience. He sighed, a soft, almost weary sound that vibrated through the floorboards, up into my clenched muscles. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs, so loud I was sure he could hear it. His hand, hovering above my head, moved, not down, but up to rub his neck. He was tired, or maybe just playing with his food. "Chloe," he whispered, his voice a low, flat rumble, devoid of emotion, just a chilling statement. "You always were so good at hiding. We're not you." My breath hitched. He knew. My blood ran cold, every muscle locking up tighter. I squeezed my eyes shut, a desperate plea to disappear. When I opened them, he was still there, an imposing, terrifying silhouette now moving deeper into the kitchen. My mind raced. This was my chance. My legs, stiff and numb, felt like lead. As I tried to shift, a jolt of pain shot through my knee. I bit my lip, stifling a cry. Alex was by the fridge, his fingers clicking against the cold metal. He was waiting for me to make a mistake. The terror was a suffocating blanket, yet my mind, in a cruel twist, replayed the path that led me here. It began innocently, as these things always do, with a swipe right on Tinder. Alex, intriguing, witty, seemed charming. He was intensely interested, especially in Sarah, my best friend. "You two sound like quite the pair," he would type. I would laughed it off then. Dates turned into a subtle dissection of my life, a critique veiled as concern. His texts became a barrage, then a suffocating demand for my every moment. He started showing up, coffee shops, outside my apartment, always knowing where I would be, the chilling calm in his voice. When I tried to pull away, it was the first real crack in his charming facade. Now, that chilling calm was a palpable presence in my kitchen. The air felt thick, heavy with it. Alex's fingers continued their rhythmic clicking against the stainless steel of my refrigerator, a sound that drilled into my skull, each click a hammer blow against my fragile composure. He was not looking at me. Not directly. He was scanning the kitchen, his eyes moving slowly, deliberately, as if memorizing every detail of the space. My space. The space I thought was safe. My knee throbbed, a dull, persistent ache that threatened to blossom into a scream. I was wedged between the kitchen island and the wall. A stupid place to hide. A stupid place to get caught. I would tripped on the rug in my panic, twisting my knee. Now, even the slightest movement sent a jolt of fire through it. I could not run. Not like this. Alex finally stopped clicking. The silence that followed was worse. He turned his head, just slightly, and his gaze snagged on the chipped paint above the sink, then drifted to the window overlooking the dark alley. He was taking his time. He was enjoying this, "Chloe," he said, his voice still low, almost conversational. "I always wondered what your place looked like. You were so careful not to invite me over." He chuckled, A dry, humorless sound. Always had an excuse. My roommate's sick, I am cleaning, it is a mess. But I knew you were just being private. He knew. He always knew. My blood ran colder still. I remembered the first time I noticed it. It was after our third date. I would mention casually that I was going to my favorite coffee shop, the Daily Grind, for a study session. An hour later, I looked up from my textbook, and there he was, sitting at a table across the room, nursing a lukewarm latte. He smiled, waved, acted like it was a total coincidence. Small world, he would say when he came over, but I had not told him which coffee shop. Just a coffee shop. There were 3 within a 2-block radius of my apartment. I swallowed hard, trying to moisten my dry throat. My eyes darted around the kitchen. A knife block sat innocently on the counter, just out of reach. A heavy ceramic mug. Anything, nothing. I was trapped. It is a shame. Really. Alex continued, his voice barely a whisper now, but it filled the room, pressing in on me. All this effort, all this careful planning just to keep me out. What were you so afraid of? Chloe. My mind flashed back to a few weeks ago. I had finally tried to cut him off. His texts had become incessant, demanding to know my whereabouts, who I was with, what I was doing. He would criticize my choices, my friends, even my clothes, always cloaked in a thinly veiled concern. That dress really does not flatter you. Chloe, I am just saying, for your own good. Are you sure Sarah's a good influence? She seems a bit wild. I would call him. My hands were shaking as I dialed his number. Alex, I would said, trying to keep my voice steady. I think we need to slow things down. Or maybe just stop. This is not really working for me. There was a pause on the other end, a long, drawn-out silence that felt like an eternity. Then he spoke. Chloe, he would said, and that was when I first heard it, that chilling calm. You do not really mean that, do you? You are just overwhelmed. I understand. It is a lot, opening yourself up to someone new, but you do not have to push me away. I am here for you. Always. His voice had been so even, so devoid of any hurt or anger that it was terrifying. It was not a plea. It was a statement of fact, as if my opinion, my feelings simply did not matter, as if I had no choice. It was then I realized I was not dating a charming, slightly intense man. I was dating a predator, and now the predator was in my kitchen. He took a step away from the fridge, turning fully to face the island. His eyes finally landed on my hiding spot, or rather the sliver of my leg that was undoubtedly visible beneath the counter. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face. It was not a friendly smile. It was the smile of a cat who had cornered a mouse. There you are, he said, his voice dropping another octave, a predatory purr. He started to walk around the island, his footsteps soft, deliberate, each one echoing in the silent kitchen. Thump, thump, thump. My heart mimicked the rhythm, a frantic, desperate drum. I pressed myself harder against the wall, my injured knees screaming in protest. The cold tile seeped through my thin pajama pants. But I barely registered it. All I could feel was the suffocating presence of him, getting closer, closer. My eyes darted to the knife block again. It was still there. Still too far. What were you thinking? Chloe, he asked, his voice laced with a mock disappointment. Did you really think I would not find you? After all this time, he was at the end of the island now, just a few feet from me. I could smell his cologne, a scent I once found appealing, now sickeningly sweet and cloying. He leaned against the granite counter, his arms crossed, watching me. He made no move to grab me, no sudden lunge. He was savoring the moment, prolonging my terror. That was his game. Psychological warfare. I tried to warn you. Did not I? He mused, almost to himself. I told you I was invested. I told you I wanted to be a part of your life. But you just kept pulling away. You kept making excuses. And then, Sarah. My breath hitched again. Sarah. His obsession with her had been unsettling from the start. He would ask about her constantly, far more than was normal for someone I would just started dating. What is Sarah like? She sounds so vivacious. You two must have so much fun together. He would even try to add her on social media, which I would immediately shut down, making up some excuse about her being private. You two sound like quite the pair, he would type that first week, after I would mention a funny anecdote about Sarah and me. It had seemed innocuous then. Now it was a chilling premonition. He was not just interested in me, he was interested in my life, my connections, my friendships. You know, Chloe, Alex said, his voice cutting through my memory. I think Sarah would have understood. She is more open, more adventurous. He pushed himself off the counter and took another step, closing the distance. Now he was right in front of the gap where I was hiding. I could see his shoes, polished and dark, just inches from my face. My eyes were still fixed on the knife block. If I could just lunge, my knees screamed at the thought. It was impossible. Do not even think about it, he whispered, as if reading my mind. He knelt down slowly, his face coming into view. His eyes, usually a warm brown, were now cold, devoid of any warmth, reflecting only the dim light from the street lamp outside. A cold, flat, empty gaze. You are hurt, he observed, his eyes falling to my swollen knee. That is a shame. Makes things a little difficult, does not it? He reached out a hand, slowly, deliberately, towards my knee. I flinched violently, pressing myself further into the wall, a desperate whimper escaping my lips. He paused, his hand hovering, then retracted it. No, do not worry. I am not going to hurt you. Not like that. Not yet. He chuckled again, a sound that made my skin crawl. I just want to talk. We have so much to discuss. Chloe, so many misunderstandings to clear up. He stood up, his towering silhouette once again casting me in shadow. You see, I have been watching you for a while now, even before Tinder. My blood ran cold for the 100th time that night. Before Tinder, that meant he had found me. He had not just swiped right, he had sought me out. You used to go to that little bakery on Elm Street every Saturday morning, right? Get a croissant and a black coffee. Always sat by the window, reading. He paused, a ghost of a smile on his lips. I admired your routine, your quiet dedication, your independence. But, even independent people need someone to look out for them. He was describing my life, my habits, details I had not shared with anyone but Sarah. He had been watching me for months, maybe even longer. The realization hit me like a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. The Tinder match was not a chance encounter. It was a targeted attack. I made sure we matched, he confessed, his voice almost proud. It was not hard. You would be surprised what you can find out about someone online, and a little manipulation of the algorithm. He shrugged, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. My mind reeled. Every interaction, every coincidence, every shared interest, it had all been meticulously planned. He had not been interested in me as a person. He was interested in a carefully curated version of me, a target. But then you started to pull away, he continued, his voice losing its calm edge, a hint of something darker creeping in, and that was disappointing. After all my effort, all my planning, you just tried to discard me. Fake. I was nothing. He took another step back, surveying the kitchen. Then his gaze returned to me. Chloe, I do not like being discarded. I do not like being ignored. And I certainly do not like being lied to. My breath hitched. Lied to? About what? Sarah, he said, the name a venomous hiss. You lied about Sarah. My eyes widened. What could he possibly mean? You told me she was. Private, online, he sneered. That she was not on social media. But I found her. And, oh, Chloe, she is quite the public figure. All those travel photos. All those friends. And you know what else I found? He took a step closer again, his face inches from mine. I found her profile on a dating app. One very similar to Tinder. My heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic, desperate bird trapped in a cage. He was insane. Utterly, completely insane. She is looking for someone... Chloe, he whispered, his voice a chilling parody of intimacy. Someone who understands her, someone who appreciates her adventurous spirit, someone who won't try to hide her away. He paused, his eyes drilling into mine. Someone like me. He thought Sarah was a better match for him. He thought I was getting in the way. That was it. My stomach churned. He was not just obsessed with me. He was trying to replace me or use me. But you, Chloe, he said, his voice hardening, you are a problem. You are possessive. You are secretive. You are trying to keep us apart. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not about love or even infatuation. This was about ownership. Control. He saw Sarah as a prize and me as an obstacle. He straightened up, his eyes never leaving mine. So we have a decision to make, do not we? You can either cooperate and help me understand Sarah better, help me get closer to her, or things can get very, very unpleasant for you. My mind raced, a desperate scramble for an escape, a plan, anything. My knee throbbed. I was alone. It was late. No one knew he was here. What do you want? I managed to croak, my voice barely a whisper. He smiled, a slow, predatory grin that stretched his lips, revealing perfectly white teeth. I want to know everything about Sarah. Her habits, her fears, her dreams, and you, Chloe, are going to help me. You are going to be my guide. He took another step, closer still, and this time, he did not just hover. He reached out, his hand closing around my wrist. His grip was surprisingly strong, unyielding. My skin crawled at his touch. I tried to pull away, but he held me firm. And if you do not cooperate, he said, his voice low and menacing, well then I will have to find other ways to get what I want. And I assure you, Chloe, you do not want to see me when I am resourceful. The terror was a suffocating blanket, pressing down on me, stealing my breath. But beneath it, a spark, a tiny flicker of defiance, ignited. He was not just threatening me. He was threatening Sarah, and I could not let that happen. I looked at his hand on my wrist, then up at his cold, empty eyes. My mind, usually a chaotic mess in moments of panic, suddenly cleared. There was no reasoning with him. There was no escape through pleading. There was only one option. I had to fight. My eyes darted to the knife block again, then to the heavy ceramic mug on the counter. It was still too far. But there was something else. The small cast iron skillet I would use for breakfast, still sitting on the stove just behind Alex. He saw the shift in my gaze, the sudden focus in my eyes. His smile faltered, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. What are you looking at? Chloe. He started to turn his head, his grip on my wrist tightening, anticipating a move. But I did not have time for anticipation. I did not have time for fear. I had to act. With a surge of adrenaline that temporarily drowned out the pain in my knee, I slammed my good leg forward, kicking him hard in the shin. It was not elegant, it was not powerful, but it was enough to make him yelp in surprise and loosen his grip, just for a fraction of a second. That was all I needed. I ripped my wrist free and lunged, not towards the knife block, but towards the stove. My injured knee buckled, sending a searing pain through my leg, but I ignored it. My fingers closed around the handle of the cast iron skillet, heavy and cold. Alex, momentarily stunned, recovered quickly. His eyes narrowed, and the predatory calm was replaced by a furious snarl. "You little bitch!" he roared, lunging for me. I did not hesitate. I swung the skillet with all my might, a desperate, clumsy arc. It connected with a sickening thud against the side of his head. He stumbled back, a grunt of pain escaping his lips. His hands flew to his temple, his eyes wide with shock and a sudden, terrifying rage. Blood welled up beneath his fingers. This was not over. Not by a long shot. He was hurt, but he was not down. And his rage, it was palpable, a dark wave radiating from him. "You are going to regret that." "Chloe," he snarled, his voice guttural, almost animalistic. He lunged again, this time with a terrifying speed. I scrambled back, my knees screaming, the skillet still clutched in my hand. He was too fast. He grabbed my arm, twisting it, trying to wrench the skillet away. I held on tight, my knuckles white. We struggled, a frantic, desperate dance in the small kitchen. The skillet became a blur of metal and fear. He was stronger, taller, fueled by a terrifying fury. He slammed me against the counter, sending a jolt of pain through my back. My head hit the cabinet, stars exploding behind my eyes. The skillet clattered to the floor, just out of reach. He pinned me against the counter, his face inches from mine, his breath hot and reeking of something metallic, something like blood. His eyes, now completely devoid of sanity, were burning holes into my soul. "You really should not have done that," he hissed, his grip tightening around my throat. My vision began to blur. Black spots danced at the edges of my sight. My lungs burned, desperate for air. I clawed at his hands, but they were like iron bands. My mind, in its dying moments, flashed to Sarah, her bright smile, her infectious laugh. I could not let him get to her. I could not. A sudden, desperate surge of adrenaline, a primal will to survive, coursed through me. My eyes darted around, searching, pleading. My gaze fell on the knife block. It was still there, just inches from my outstretched hand. With a final, desperate gasp, I arched my back, throwing my full weight against him, buying myself a precious second. He grunted, his grip momentarily faltering. It was enough. My hand shot out, grabbing blindly. My fingers closed around something cold, sharp, metallic, the largest knife in the block. Without thinking, without a moment of hesitation, I brought it up, plunging it forward, aiming for the soft underbelly of his arm, where his grip was strongest. He cried out, a raw, animalistic sound, and stumbled back, releasing my throat. I gasped for air, coughing, choking, my lungs burning. The knife clattered to the floor as my hand went numb. He stared at his arm, blood pouring freely from the wound. His eyes, still wide with rage, now held a flicker of disbelief. He looked at me, then at the knife, then back at me. "You cut me," he whispered, as if he could not comprehend it. As if I, his prey, had dared to fight back. He took a step towards me, his eyes blazing, a dangerous, terrifying promise of retribution in their depths. I knew, with absolute certainty, that if he reached me again, he would kill me. My knee screamed, but I ignored it. I shoved myself off the counter, scrambling backward, away from him. My hand found the doorknob, cold and solid beneath my fingers. I twisted it, fumbling with the lock. He was still staring at his arm, but his gaze was slowly lifting, focusing on me. He took another step, a slow, deliberate stride, like a hunter closing in for the kill. The lock clicked. I yanked the door open, stumbling out into the dark hallway, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I did not look back. I did not dare. I just ran down the stairs, my injured knee protesting with every jarring step, out the front door into the cold, unforgiving night. The streetlights cast long, distorted shadows. The air was biting, but I barely felt it. All I could feel was the icy grip of terror, the burning in my lungs, the throbbing in my knee. and the image of Alex's rage-filled eyes burned into my mind. I did not know where I was going. I did not know if he was behind me. All I knew was that I had to run, and that the nightmare, the one that began with a simple swipe right, was far from over. I had escaped his grasp, but I knew with a chilling certainty that he would be back. He would not forget. He never did. And Sarah, I had to warn Sarah. And now another story follows. The soft, almost imperceptible creak from the living room was not the sound of heavy footsteps. It was lighter, more agile, like someone testing their weight, or maybe just a floorboard settling under a very deliberate, cautious step. It was the sound of someone trying not to be heard, which was infinitely worse than a casual stomp. My breath hitched, a tiny, ragged gasp that I swallowed back, my throat closing around it. Every muscle in my body, locked, rigid, and unyielding, pressed against the cold linoleum behind Sarah's kitchen counter. The metallic tang of fear was a coppery taste on my tongue, and my heart, that frantic drum, threatened to burst through my ribs. The silence that followed the creak was suffocating, thick with unspoken menace. It stretched, taut and agonizing. Each second a minute, each minute an eternity. My eyes, wide and unblinking, scanned the sliver of the kitchen I could see, searching for anything, any movement, any sign. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the faintest sliver of moonlight filtering through the kitchen window, casting long, distorted shadows that danced like specters in my peripheral vision. Then, a new sound. A faint shuffle. It was closer this time, definitely from the living room, but moving towards the kitchen. Not fast, not panicked, but slow, deliberate, hunting. My mind screamed for Sarah. Where was she? Why was not she here? I squeezed my eyes shut for a split second. A desperate, silent plea before forcing them open again. I had to focus. I had to survive. The shuffling stopped. The silence returned, even heavier, more oppressive than before. It felt like the air itself was holding its breath, waiting. And then a shadow detached itself from the deeper gloom of the living room doorway. A tall, slender silhouette against the slightly less dark backdrop. It paused, just inside the kitchen entrance, utterly still. My blood ran cold. This was not just some random break-in. This felt personal. I could not see a face, just a form, dark and menacing. The figure stood there for what felt like an eternity, just watching the empty kitchen, as if sensing my presence, searching for me in the dark. My breath was so shallow, I barely felt it. My skin crawled, every nerve ending screaming. I tried to remember where Sarah kept her biggest chef's knife, the one with the heavy handle, but my mind was a chaotic mess of adrenaline and terror. I was utterly defenseless. Then, the shadow shifted. It moved with a disturbing grace, gliding into the kitchen proper. Not a heavy tread, but a light, almost ethereal movement. It drifted towards the island, then, slowly, meticulously, ran a hand over the smooth granite countertop. A shiver tore through me. It was not just a random touch. It was an intimate, possessive gesture. He knows this place, or, at least, he is making himself familiar with it. My gaze was locked on the hand, then the arm, then the faint outline of a jacket. A dark jacket. Alex. The name screamed in my head, a silent, terrifying confirmation. His words, those chilling words about Sarah, about how one half would fare without the other, echoed in my ears, amplified by the terror of the moment. He was not just here, he was here for us. The figure continued to move, slowly, methodically, circling the kitchen island. My heart hammered against the cold linoleum. He was moving in my direction. Slowly closing the distance, I could feel his presence, a cold, predatory aura. I squeezed my eyes shut again, a futile attempt to make myself invisible, to make this nightmare disappear. But when I opened them, he was closer. He stopped directly in front of the counter where I was hiding, his back to me. My breath hitched. I could hear the soft rustle of his clothes, the faint, almost imperceptible sound of his breathing. He was so close. I could practically feel the warmth radiating from him, a disturbing contrast to the icy dread that had claimed me. He was standing there, silent, his head tilted slightly, as if listening for me. Then he reached out, his hand hovering over the counter, directly above my head. He was not fumbling, he was not searching, he was waiting, as if he knew I was there, knew exactly where I was, and was just enjoying the terror, the anticipation. My entire body trembled, uncontrollably, a silent, violent tremor that I prayed he could not detect. A drop of sweat, cold and clammy, trickled down my temple. He sighed, a soft, almost wistful sound that sent a fresh wave of horror through me. It was not a sigh of frustration, but of something akin to satisfaction. His voice, soft, smooth, and utterly chilling, cut through the silence, making me jump. I always wondered about this kitchen. Sarah talked about it so much, her little sanctuary. She called it full of life, full of connection. He paused, and I could feel his gaze, even though his back was to me, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. And you, of course, were always part of that connection. Were not you the other half of her little world? It is fascinating, really, how two lives can intertwine so completely, so beautifully, that they almost become one entity, a perfect symbiotic relationship. He finally turned, slowly, deliberately, and my blood froze solid in my veins. The faint moonlight from the window behind him illuminated his face, just enough for me to see the outline of his features. And those eyes, even in the dim light, they held that same unsettling intensity I remembered from our date. They glinted, almost black, utterly devoid of warmth, yet full of a strange, calculating curiosity, a predatory curiosity. He crouched down, slowly, until his face was level with the top of the counter. And then he leaned over, his head tilting, his voice dropping to a whisper that was somehow louder, more terrifying than a shout. "Hello. My name." My heart stopped. He knew my name. Of course, he knew my name. He was Alex, the Tinder date from hell, the charming, witty, perceptive man who had turned out to be a monster. I could not speak. I could not move. I was a statue of pure, unadulterated terror. He smiled then, a slow, deliberate curving of his lips that did not reach his eyes. "Do not worry," he said, his voice a soothing, deadly balm. "Sarah's fine. For now, anyway. She is just taking a little nap in her sanctuary. We would not want her to miss out on our little chat, would we?" My mind reeled. Sarah was here, unconscious. My blood ran cold, fear warring with a sudden surge of protective fury. I wanted to scream, to lash out, but my body was still locked in a death grip of terror. Alex slowly stood up, never breaking eye contact. When we talked about two halves, you laughed, dismissed it. But I was not joking. I am a student of human connection. My name, a connoisseur, if you will. I have observed countless pairs, lovers, siblings, best friends, and you and Sarah, you were a particularly exquisite specimen. He started to walk around the counter, slowly, deliberately, forcing me to shift my weight, to press myself harder against the cabinets. My eyes darted around, searching frantically for an escape, a weapon, anything. "Most people," he continued, his voice taking on a lecturing tone, "they are incomplete. They seek out others to fill the voids within themselves. But true halves, they complement each other, they elevate each other. They become stronger, more vibrant, almost a single perfect entity. And then what happens when you remove one half?" He paused, stopping directly in front of me, his shadow falling over me like a shroud. He knelt down again, bringing his face close to mine. I could smell something faint on him. Not cologne, but something clinical, almost sterile. And something else, something metallic, like the coppery tang of fear or blood. "That is the experiment," he whispered, his eyes gleaming in the dim light, "to observe the decay The unraveling, the desperate struggle to regain balance, or perhaps to find a new balance. A new half. My mind finally snapped from its frozen state. What did you do to Sarah? I croaked, my voice a ragged whisper, barely audible even to myself. His smile widened, a truly chilling sight. Oh, nothing permanent. Just a little adjustment. A recalibration. She is in the living room. Comfortable. Sleeping soundly. She won't be waking up for a while. He reached out, slowly, and brushed a strand of hair from my face. His touch was cold, clinical, utterly devoid of humanity. I flinched violently, jerking my head away. You see, he continued, as if I had not moved. I believe that true strength is not found in dependence, but in self-sufficiency. You and Sarah, you were too dependent, too intertwined. You relied on each other for everything. Your identities were merged. And that my name is a weakness. He stood up, walking over to the sink, and picked up a clean kitchen towel. He unfolded it meticulously, smoothing out the creases. My purpose, you see, is to help people discover their true, independent selves, to shed the unnecessary baggage, to become whole, not through another, but through themselves. My blood ran cold. You are insane, I whispered, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. He chuckled, a soft, dry sound. A common misconception. I prefer enlightened. I am simply facilitating growth. And you, my name, are going to be my most fascinating case study yet. He turned back to me, the towel still in his hand. My eyes darted to it, then to his face. There was a quiet intensity in his gaze, a terrifying resolve. This was not just a stalker. This was something far more twisted. He believed he was doing something good, something necessary. You are going to learn what it means to be truly alone, he said, his voice almost gentle. To exist without your other half. To navigate the world unburdened by shared identity. And then, once you have experienced the depths of that solitude, only then can you truly appreciate a new connection, a different kind of half. He took a step towards me, then another. My heart hammered, a desperate plea for escape. I had to move. I had to fight. And guess who is going to be there to help you forge that new connection? He asked, his smile returning, wider, more predatory. Guess who understands the concept of two halves? Better than anyone, guess who is going to be your new other half? My stomach lurched. The truth, in all its grotesque horror, slammed into me. He did not just want to separate us, he wanted to replace Sarah. He wanted to become my other half. He wanted to break me down, make me utterly dependent, and then rebuild me in his own image with him as the missing piece. No. I choked out, finally finding my voice, though it was weak and trembling. Never. His smile vanished. His eyes hardened. Oh, you will, he said, his voice losing its gentle edge, becoming colder, sharper. You will learn. Everyone does. It is just a matter of persuasion. He lunged. It was too fast. I barely had time to react. He grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong, iron hard. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat, finally breaking the silence of the house. I thrashed, kicking and struggling, trying to pull away, but he held me fast. There it is, he murmured, almost to himself, as if observing a fascinating specimen. The initial resistance, the fight for the old self. It is perfectly natural. He started dragging me out from behind the counter. My nails scrabbled against the cold linoleum, trying to find purchase, anything to stop my momentum. I screamed again, louder this time, hoping against hope that someone, anyone, would hear. But Sarah's house was isolated, surrounded by woods. No one would hear her. I kicked at his legs, landed a glancing blow on his shin. He grunted but did not release me. His grip tightened, bruising my arm. He pulled me to my feet, spinning me around so I was facing him. His face was a mask of cold determination. his eyes burning with an almost religious fervor. "We are going to the living room," he said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. "You need to see her to understand what you are losing and what you are gaining." He started to pull me towards the living room, towards Sarah. A fresh wave of panic mixed with a desperate fury surged through me. I could not let him do this. I could not let him hurt Sarah or me. My eyes darted around the kitchen. Desperate, my gaze landed on the knife block, just out of reach. "If I could just know," he said, as if reading my thoughts, his grip tightening. He pulled me closer, his arm wrapping around my waist, pinning my arms to my sides. I could feel the cold, metallic object pressed against my back, not a knife. Something else. "I anticipated your little struggle," he whispered in my ear, his breath cold against my skin. Humans are so predictable. When faced with existential change, he pulled me into the living room. The darkness here was even deeper, broken only by the faint glow of a streetlight filtering through the curtains. My eyes strained, trying to make out details, and then I saw her. Sarah. She was slumped in her favorite armchair, head lolled to one side, completely still. Her usually vibrant red hair was a messy halo around her pale face. Her eyes were closed, her mouth slightly agape. She looked peaceful, too peaceful. "Sarah." I screamed, a sob tearing through me. I struggled violently, trying to break free, to run to her, to check if she was okay. "Calm down," Alex said, his voice surprisingly firm. He pulled me back, holding me tightly against him. "She is merely sedated." As I said, nothing permanent. Yet, my heart pounded. Yet, that word hung in the air, heavy with unspoken threats. He forced me to look at her, see her, my name, see the person you were so intertwined with, the person whose identity became a part of yours, and now she is just a shell. A vessel, without her conscious mind, without her agency. She is no longer your other half, she is just a person. And you are now unmoored. He released my arms but kept one hand firmly on my shoulder, his fingers digging into my flesh. "This is your opportunity, my name, to find your own strength, to become truly whole, and I am here to guide you." I stared at Sarah, tears streaming down my face. She looked so vulnerable, so helpless. My best friend, my sister in all but blood. And this monster had done this to her. A cold, hard resolve began to crystallize in my chest, pushing through the tear and grief. I was not going to let him do this. I was not going to let him break me or hurt Sarah. My eyes swept the room. The coffee table. A heavy ceramic vase. "Maybe do not even think about it," Alex said, his voice sharp, as if he could read my mind. He tightened his grip on my shoulder, his fingers pressing painfully against a nerve. "I am always one step ahead. My name, always." He pulled me closer to the armchair where Sarah lay. "Now, I want you to look at her, and I want you to tell me how you feel. Do you feel lost? Empty? Do you feel incomplete?" His face was close to mine, his eyes boring into me, searching for a reaction. He was a twisted scientist, observing his subject. "I feel rage," I hissed, my voice low and venomous. "I feel disgust, and I feel like I am going to kill you." His smile returned, a slow, knowing smile. "Ah, the anger stage. Excellent. A powerful emotion, but misdirected. It should be directed at the weakness. My name, the weakness of dependence, not at the one who is showing you the path to strength." He reached into his pocket, pulling out a small, dark object. It glinted in the dim light. A syringe. My blood ran cold again. "Now, we can do this the easy way, or the hard way," he said, his voice calm, almost bored. "I prefer cooperation. It is less messy, but either way, you are going to learn." and you are going to accept your new reality. And your new partner. He took a step closer, the syringe held steadily in his hand. My eyes darted from the needle to Sarah's still form, then back to Alex's impassive face. He was going to sedate me too. Then what? My mind raced. I could not let myself become another. One of his experiments, just as he raised the syringe. I made my move. It was pure instinct, fueled by adrenaline, and a desperate need to protect Sarah and myself. I did not think. I just acted. I twisted violently, using the momentum of his own pull against him. My elbow slammed back, connecting with something solid, his ribs. Perhaps, he grunted, a sharp exhalation of pain, and for a split second, his grip loosened. It was all I needed. I tore free, stumbling backward, my eyes still fixed on him. He was momentarily off balance, clutching his side. The syringe clattered to the floor, rolling under the coffee table. "You really are a fighter, are not you?" he said, his voice laced with a new, dangerous edge. Good. It makes the transformation all the more satisfying. He lunged again, but this time I was ready. I sidestepped, scrambling away, my eyes still searching for a weapon. The ceramic vase on the coffee table. It was heavy, solid. He came at me, moving faster now, his earlier composure replaced by a grim determination. He was no longer playing the calm observer. He was a predator closing in for the kill. I grabbed the vase, hefting it with both hands. It was heavier than I thought, but the adrenaline coursing through my veins made it feel manageable. As he lunged, I swung it with all my might, aiming for his head. He ducked, barely. The vase whistled past his ear, missing him by inches, and smashed into the wall behind him with a sickening crack, shattering into a million pieces. Shards of ceramic rained down around us. "Foolish," he snarled, his eyes blazing. "Now you have just made me angry." He lunged again, tackling me. We went down hard, hitting the thick living room rug with a dull thud. His weight was considerable, pinning me beneath him. His hands immediately went for my throat. My hands flew up, grabbing his wrists, trying to pry his fingers away. They were like iron bands, crushing my windpipe. My vision began to blur, black spots dancing at the edges of my sight. I clawed at his face, trying to scratch, to hurt him, to make him release me. His face was inches from mine, his eyes wide and unblinking, full of a chilling, triumphant glee. "This is it. My name," he rasped, his voice strained from the effort of choking me. The unraveling, the breaking, and then the rebirth. Air. I needed air. My lungs burned, screaming for oxygen. My struggles grew weaker, my body going limp. This was it. This was how it ended. Choked to death by a Tinder date. But then, a surge of pure, unadulterated rage, a primal scream from the deepest part of my being, gave me one last burst of strength. Sarah. I could not leave Sarah like this. I could not let him win. My left hand, still weakly clutching his wrist, found something, a ring, a sharp edge. I dug my thumbnail into it, twisting, trying to gouge. At the same time, my right hand, desperate, found his ear. I bit down, hard, with all the remaining strength I had. He roared, a sound of pure pain and surprise, and his grip on my throat loosened, just enough. I gasped. A ragged, wheezing cough as air flooded back into my burning lungs. He pulled back, clutching his ear, his face contorted in agony. "You little bitch," he spat, his voice raw with fury. It was my chance. I scrambled out from under him, rolling away, gasping for air, my throat raw and burning. He was momentarily disoriented, his hands on his bleeding ear. I did not hesitate. I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly, my vision still blurry. I had to get out. I had to get help. I stumbled towards the front door, fumbling with the lock, my fingers numb and clumsy. He was behind me. I could hear him moving, recovering. "You won't escape." "My name!" he roared, his voice laced with a terrifying blend of pain and psychotic determination. "You are mine. You are my project. My other half." The lock clicked. I yanked the door open, stumbling out into the cool night air, gasping. I did not look back. I just ran blindly, desperately, into the dark woods surrounding Sarah's house. Not knowing where I was going, just knowing I had to get away. The sounds of his footsteps, crashing through the undergrowth behind me, spurred me on. He was chasing me. He was not going to let me go. He truly believed I was his. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs screamed in protest, until the world spun around me. I did not know how long I ran, or how far. All I knew was the primal fear, the desperate need for escape. Eventually, I burst out of the woods, onto a small, deserted country road. My heart leaped. A light in the distance. A house. I ran towards it, screaming, my voice hoarse and raw. "Help! Please, help me!" I do not remember much after that. Just the blinding headlights of a car, the screech of tires, a woman's terrified scream, and then darkness. When I woke up, I was in a hospital bed, my throat sore, my body aching. The police were there, asking questions. They found Sarah. She was alive, thankfully, though still unconscious. They found the syringe. They found the shattered vase. They found the signs of a struggle, but they did not find Alex. He was gone, vanished without a trace, melting back into the shadows from which he had emerged. They told me I was lucky, that I had escaped a truly disturbed individual. They said they would be looking for him, but they could not guarantee anything. So as a ghost, a phantom, I am safe now, or at least, that is what they tell me. Sarah is recovering, slowly. We are both in therapy, trying to process the trauma, trying to pick up the pieces of our shattered lives. But the truth, the truly disturbing truth, is that I am not safe. I am never truly safe, because Alex is still out there, and his words still echo in my mind, a chilling whisper in the dark. You're mine. You are my project. My other half, every shadow seems to hold his form. Every stranger's gaze seems to hold that unsettling intensity. And every time I feel a moment of peace, I remember his twisted philosophy, his obsession with two halves, and the terrifying thought that he is still out there, searching for his missing piece. And that missing piece is me. Now let us hear what comes next. Alright, let me tell you a story that still makes my blood run cold. It started, as so many modern nightmares do, with a swipe, a simple flick of a finger on a screen, and my life as I knew it was over. I had been on Tinder for a while, off and on. You know how it is. Endless swiping through profiles, a mix of genuine people, outright weirdos, and those who just did not quite click. Most dates were forgettable, awkward, small talk, forced smiles, the slow realization that you would rather be home watching Netflix with your cat. I was ready to delete the app, convinced I was destined for a life of solo pizza nights. Then I saw Mark. His profile pictures were great. Not overly posed, just natural, confident smiles. He had a good job, a decent bio that mentioned hiking and reading, and he looked genuinely kind. He was not a supermodel, but he was handsome in a grounded, approachable way. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. We started chatting. His messages were thoughtful, articulate, and funny. He did not jump straight into asking me out, which I appreciated. We talked about books, our favorite coffee spots, and even a little about our families. It felt easy, natural, a rare flicker of hope in the otherwise dismal landscape of online dating. After a few days, he asked if I would like to grab a coffee. I said yes. We met at a trendy little cafe downtown, the kind with exposed brick and too many succulents. I was nervous, but Mark put me at ease immediately. He had a warm smile, and his eyes, a deep shade of blue, seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. He was even better in person than his pictures suggested. We talked for hours, the conversation flowing effortlessly from one topic to the next. He laughed at my jokes, and I found myself laughing at his. It was, without a doubt, the best first date I would ever had. I walked out of there feeling lighter, a genuine smile on my face for the first time in ages. Maybe, just maybe, this was it. But then, as we were saying our goodbyes, he said something that made a tiny, almost imperceptible crack appear in the perfect facade of the evening. "That blue scarf really suits you. By the way," he said, gesturing vaguely at the scarf I was wearing, "I remember seeing you wear it last fall, walking by the old bookstore on Elm Street." It caught my eye even then. I blinked. "Oh, thanks," I said, a little confused. "I do not remember seeing you at the bookstore, though." I tried to rack my brain. Had I mentioned the scarf in my profile? Or the bookstore? I was pretty sure I had not. I usually just wore whatever was clean. He just chuckled, a soft, charming sound. Small world. I guess, or maybe I just have a good memory for details. He winked, especially when it comes to beautiful women. It was a smooth line, and for a second, I almost swooned. But the comment about the scarf and the specific location lingered. I brushed it off. Maybe I would posted a picture with the scarf on social media, or maybe it was just a popular scarf. He seemed so genuine, so charming. I did not want to spoil the good feeling with a silly suspicion. I told myself I was overthinking it, as usual. We went on a second date a few days later. This time, he suggested a quiet dinner at a new Italian place that had just opened up. The ambiance was perfect. Dim lighting, soft music, delicious food. Mark was still attentive, still funny, still everything I thought I wanted. The conversation was easy, and I found myself opening up to him, sharing stories about my life, my dreams, my frustrations. It was during dessert, while I was telling him about a particularly frustrating day at work, that the unease started to creep in again. "You know," he said, leaning forward slightly, his blue eyes fixed on mine, "I once saw you struggling with a flat tire on Elm Street. Must have been a year ago. I almost stopped to help, but someone else beat me to it." My fork clattered against my plate. A flat tire on Elm Street. About a year ago. It had been a nightmare. I remembered. I was late for an important meeting, covered in grease, completely helpless, until a kind stranger pulled over. It was a vivid, unpleasant memory, and I had never told anyone about it. Certainly not on a dating app. My heart gave a little lurch. How did you know that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The charming smile on his face seemed to waver slightly, replaced by something I could not quite place. He laughed, a bit too quickly this time. "Oh, I just have a good memory for faces. I guess, and I live not far from Elm Street. I drive that way for work sometimes." He shrugged, picking up his own fork. "It just stuck with me. You looked so determined, even when you were frustrated." It was a plausible explanation, but it felt flimsy, like a carefully constructed lie. My mind raced. The scarf, the bookstore, the flat tire. These were not just random observations. These were specific, personal moments, some of which I had not even shared with my closest friends. The charm he exuded suddenly felt like a mask, and I found myself staring at him, trying to see past it. Was he just incredibly observant, or was there something more sinister at play? I tried to push the thoughts away, to enjoy the rest of the date, but the chill had already settled deep in my bones. Every time he looked at me, I felt a prickle on my skin, as if his gaze was not just friendly, but possessive. Observing, analyzing. After the date, I did not feel the same lightness I had after the first. Instead, a knot of anxiety tightened in my stomach. I started noticing things. A dark sedan, similar to Mark's, parked a few blocks from my apartment building. I told myself it was just a coincidence. It was a common car model, but the feeling of being watched, of eyes on me, even when I was alone, grew stronger. I checked my social media again, meticulously. looking for any clue, any public post that might explain his uncanny knowledge. My profiles were fairly private, with only close friends having full access. My Tinder profile was sparse, just a few general interests and a couple of photos. There was nothing, absolutely nothing, that could account for him knowing about my flat tire on Elm Street. My apartment, which had always been my sanctuary, began to feel like a fishbowl. Every time I looked out my window, I felt a tremor of fear, half expecting to see him. I started pulling the blinds shut earlier, double-checking the locks on my door, even the deadbolt I rarely used. Sleep became restless, punctuated by waking up in a cold sweat, convinced I would heard a noise outside my window. A few days later, I was walking to my usual coffee shop, the one near my office where the barista knew my order by heart. I was lost in thought, still trying to rationalize Mark's comments, when I saw him, Mark, sitting at one of the outdoor tables, sipping a coffee. He spotted me and his face lit up. Sarah, what a small world. He stood up, a genuine smile spreading across his face. He looked perfectly surprised, perfectly pleased. Too perfect. My heart hammered against my ribs. Mark, I managed, trying to sound casual. Yeah, I come here pretty often. Me too, he exclaimed. I love their lattes. And the barista, Dave, he always remembers my order. He paused, looking at me. You always get the caramel macchiato, right? With extra foam. My blood ran cold. He knew my order. My exact order, which I had never, ever mentioned to him. And he knew Dave, the barista, by name. This was not a coincidence. This was not a small world encounter. This was a planned ambush. He had been waiting for me. He knew my routine. A wave of nausea washed over me. I forced a smile. Yeah, that is me, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Well, I should probably get going. I am already running a bit late for work. He looked disappointed. Oh, really? I was hoping you could join me for a bit. We could talk another time, maybe, I mumbled, already backing away. It was good seeing you, though. I turned and practically ran into the coffee shop, grabbing my usual order from Dave, my hands trembling as I paid. I did not look back until I was safely inside my office building. That was it. The line had been crossed. I could not ignore it anymore. This was not just a charming guy who was observant. This was something else entirely. Something deeply unsettling. I spent the rest of the day in a haze of fear and confusion. I knew I had to end things with him, and quickly. I could not bring myself to call him. I did not want to hear his voice or risk him trying to talk me out of it. So, I sent a text. Hey Mark, I have had a really great time getting to know you, but I do not think we are a match. I wish you all the best. It was polite, firm, and to the point. I hit send, my thumb hovering over the delete button for his number. His reply was immediate. My phone buzzed in my hand, making me jump. Do not do this. Sarah, we are meant to be. I have waited so long for you. Remember that little scratch on your car door? The one you got yesterday in the grocery store parking lot. I know how much that bothered you. I could fix it for you. My breath hitched in my throat. The scratch. I would gotten it yesterday. In a private parking lot. I had not told anyone. I had not posted it anywhere. It was a tiny, fresh scrape on my passenger side door, barely noticeable. How could he possibly know? My hands started to shake violently. This was not just a stalker. This was someone who was inside my life, watching my every move, every moment. He was not just observing me from afar, he was tracking me. He knew my car. He knew where I parked. He knew my routines. He knew everything. I immediately blocked his number, but the damage was done. The fear was no longer a chill. It was an icy grip around my heart. I felt exposed, vulnerable, utterly terrified. I called my best friend. Alex, my voice trembling so badly, I could barely form words. I explained everything: the dates, the comments, the coffee shop encounter, and finally, the terrifying text about the scratch. Alex, usually so calm and collected, listened in stunned silence. "Sarah, this is serious," he said, his voice grave. "This guy is not just a weirdo. He is dangerous. We need to figure out who he really is." We started digging. We searched his name, Mark Anderson, online. His social media profiles were sparse, almost too perfect. Generic photos, generic interests, nothing that screamed stalker. But Alex had an idea. What if Mark Anderson is not his real name? He suggested. Or what if he is someone you know, but you just do not recognize him? Or he is changed. We started thinking about past connections, old classmates, former colleagues, anyone who might have been a peripheral figure in my life. It was a long shot, but we were desperate. Alex, being the tech-savvy one, started doing reverse image searches on his profile pictures, looking for any inconsistencies, any other names. Hours passed. My apartment felt like a pressure cooker. Every shadow a potential hiding place. Every creak of the building a sign of his approach. I kept checking the blinds, peering through a tiny gap, convinced I would see him lurking outside. Then, Alex let out a sharp gasp. "Sarah, I think I found something." He turned his laptop screen towards me. On it was an old photo, grainy and slightly blurry, of a man with strikingly similar features to Mark, but younger, with a different haircut and a more subdued expression. The name under the photo was Gary Miller. "Who is Gary Miller?" I asked, my brow furrowed. The name did not ring a bell. "Look at the caption," Alex said, pointing. The caption was dated 3 years ago. It read, "Last day, delivering to the Sterling building." And amidst seeing that ray of sunshine on the 5th floor every morning, she never knew how much she brightened my day. My blood ran cold. The Sterling building, that was my old office building, and I worked on the 5th floor. Suddenly, a vague memory surfaced. A quiet, polite delivery driver. He was always there, always bringing packages, always with a small, almost shy smile. I barely registered him beyond a courteous nod. He was just part of the background. I remembered hearing he had some kind of accident, lost his job, and then he was gone. "Gary Miller," I whispered, the name tasting like ash in my mouth. He was a delivery driver for my old office. Alex clicked another link. It led to a private social media account, meticulously curated, almost like a digital shrine. And it was all about me. There were blurry photos of me, taken from a distance, walking into the Sterling building, getting coffee, even a photo of me talking to a colleague, clearly taken through a window. Each photo had a cryptic, disturbing caption. "Her laugh is like music. My music. She loves that little red dress. She has no idea how beautiful she is. One day, she will know. One day, she will be mine." There were timelines of my movements, details about my preferences, even a list of my friends and their social media handles. He knew my coffee order because he had watched me for years. He knew about the scarf, the flat tire, the car scratch, because he had been there. He was not just observant, he was an expert in my life. He had reinvented himself, changed his name, created a whole new persona, Mark Anderson, based entirely on what he believed would be my perfect match. He had studied my life, my likes, my dislikes, my habits, and then engineered himself to fit perfectly into my world. The Tinder profile was just the final calculated step to insert himself directly into my life, to make me choose him, believing it was fate. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. This was not just a creepy date. This was an obsession that spanned years, meticulously planned, terrifyingly executed. My entire life, every seemingly private moment, had been observed, cataloged, dissected by this man. He has been watching me for years. Alex. I choked out, tears streaming down my face. He knows everything. He knows where I live, where I work, what I do, who my friends are. He even knows about the scratch on my car from yesterday. Alex grabbed my hand, his face pale. We need to go to the police. Sarah. Now. But as he said it, my phone buzzed again. A new message, not from Mark, but from an unknown number. I hesitated, my heart pounding, but something compelled me to open it. It was a picture of my living room, taken from inside my apartment. My grandmother's antique music box, the one on the mantel, was clearly visible in the foreground. Its lid was slightly ajar, and the caption, chillingly simple, read, "I told you." Sarah, we are meant to be. I am already home. The phone slipped from my numb fingers, clattering to the floor. The music box. The lid slightly ajar. Just like in the picture. He was not outside. He was not just watching. He was here. He was inside. I stared at the screen, at the image of my own living room, my own music box, my sanctuary. It was not a fishbowl anymore. It was a trap, and Mark or Gary or whatever his real name was already inside, waiting for me. What follows is another part of our time together, okay? I conceded, but just to the door. Mark, I really need to rush. My voice was a shaky whisper, barely audible above the cafe's gentle hum. I did not want him to walk me anywhere, but refusing outright felt too suspicious, too abrupt. My mind was a frantic kaleidoscope of worst-case scenarios, each one more horrifying than the last. She was here. She knew about Barnaby. She knew everything. Mark, bless his oblivious heart, just smiled. Nonsense. It is getting dark. I am a gentleman. He pushed his chair back, the scrape of metal on tile grating on my already frayed nerves. Every movement felt like a spotlight, drawing attention to us. To me, I wanted to scream, to run, to vanish into thin air. But all I could do was force a smile, a grotesque rictus that felt like it was tearing my face. As we walked towards the exit, my eyes darted around the cafe, scanning every face. A woman reading a book by the window, her hair a cascade of auburn. A couple laughing over cappuccinos. A lone man typing furiously on a laptop. Was she one of them? Was she already gone, melting into the shadows outside? My stomach twisted into a knot, a cold, hard stone of dread. Every casual glance felt like an accusation. Every shadow a lurking threat. I imagined her, a predator, watching, waiting, her eyes burning into the back of my head. The thought made my skin crawl. We reached the heavy glass doors, the cold evening air seeping in as a customer exited. "See," Mark said, gesturing vaguely at the darkening sky. "Good thing I am here." He placed a hand gently on my lower back, guiding me out. The touch, normally comforting, now felt like a brand, marking me, making me easier for her to spot. I flinched internally, pulling away subtly as we stepped onto the bustling sidewalk. The street lights had just flickered on, casting long, distorted shadows that danced with every passing car. The pleasant buzz of the cafe was replaced by the harsher symphony of city life honking horns, distant sirens, the murmur of conversations as people hurried past. It was supposed to be a comfort, the anonymity of the crowd, but it only made me feel more exposed, more vulnerable. She could be anyone, anywhere. So about that meeting, Mark began, trying to make conversation. Is it an early start tomorrow, or just a lot to prepare for tonight? I barely heard him. My head was on a swivel, my eyes darting from face to face in the passing crowd. A woman in a dark hoodie, pulling it tighter around her head, caught my eye. She was walking quickly, her face obscured. My heart leaped into my throat. Was that her? I slowed my pace, straining to see, but she turned a corner and was gone. Just a random pedestrian, or was she? The doubt gnawed at me. Just a lot to prepare. I mumbled, my voice tight. Big presentation. Another lie, piling on top of the others, building a precarious tower of deceit that felt ready to collapse at any moment. Mark seemed to notice my distraction. "You seem a little on edge," he said, his brow furrowing slightly. Are you sure everything's okay? You were really pale back there. Just stressed. I forced out, trying to sound convincing. Work's been crazy. The words tasted like ash. I felt like a puppet, my strings being pulled by an invisible hand, forcing me to perform the charade while my world crumbled around me. We walked in silence for a few tense moments. The only sound, the rhythmic crunch of our shoes on the pavement. My car was parked about 2 blocks away, down a side street that was usually quiet, a little too dark for comfort. Tonight, it felt like a death trap. Every alleyway looked like a potential hiding spot. Every parked car, a possible ambush. Then, my phone buzzed again, a violent tremor against my thigh. I almost screamed. My hand flew to my pocket, but I did not dare pull it out. Not now. Not with Mark right beside me. The message notification glowed faintly through the fabric of my jeans, a malevolent eye watching me. I could feel its heat, a burning coal of terror. "Everything all right?" Mark asked, his voice laced with concern. "Just another work notification." I lied again, my voice barely a whisper. I had to get away from him. I had to get to my car. I had to disappear. We turned onto the side street. It was even darker than I remembered. The streetlights here were spaced further apart, casting pools of sickly yellow light that only made the shadows deeper, more menacing. My car, a silver sedan, sat alone under one of these dim lights, an island in an ocean of darkness. As we approached, something felt off. My breath hitched. Was it just my paranoia, or was the driver's side door slightly ajar? My heart slammed against my ribs, a frantic bird trying to escape its cage. "There it is," I said, my voice thin and reedy. I sped up, practically jogging the last few feet. "Thanks." "Mark, really, you can just leave me here." I fumbled in my purse for my keys, my fingers trembling so badly I could barely feel them. Mark, ever the gentleman, followed right behind me. "I will wait until you are safely inside," he insisted. I finally found my keys. The cold metal, a small comfort in my clammy hand. As I got closer to the car, my fear solidified into icy certainty. The door was not just ajar. It was open a crack, enough to see a sliver of the dark interior. And then I saw it. Tucked under the windshield wiper, a single, pristine white rose. My blood ran cold. My stomach lurched, threatening to betray me. A white rose. It was Barnaby's favorite, my sweet, goofy golden retriever, who loved to chew on anything he could get his paws on, but would always leave my small white rose bush alone. He died last year, peacefully in his sleep, but the grief had been a gaping wound. I had only ever told 2 people about Barnaby and the roses, my best friend and no one else, not even on Tinder. How could she know? "What is that?" Mark asked, his voice breaking through my frozen horror. He reached for the rose. "No." I shrieked, a raw, primal sound that tore from my throat. I slapped his hand away, my eyes wide with terror. He looked at me, startled, his kind face etched with confusion. "Hey, what is wrong?" he asked, stepping back slightly. I ignored him, my gaze fixed on the rose, then on the slightly open car door. She was not just watching. She was here. She had been here, inside my car. Suddenly, a new message notification flashed on my phone, even brighter this time. I yanked it out, my fingers clumsy with fear. The screen glowed, illuminating my trembling hands. "Thought you might like a little gift. A reminder of what you have lost and what you still have to lose." My breath hitched, my vision blurred. She was still here. She was watching me read the message. My eyes darted around the dark street, frantic, desperate. I saw nothing, just shadows and the distant glow of city lights. But I felt her. Her presence was a suffocating shroud pressing down on me, stealing my air. "I have to go," I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. I shoved the phone back into my pocket, the white rose still sitting there. mocking me. I had to get in the car, lock the doors, and drive. Anywhere, just away. "Are you sure you are okay?" Mark asked again, his concern turning into something more serious. "You are really scaring me. Did someone break into your car?" I did not answer. I just ripped the rose from under the wiper, my fingers brushing against the cold, smooth petals. It felt sickeningly alive in my hand. Then I lunged for the car door, pulling it open. The interior light flickered on, revealing nothing. Just my messy passenger seat, a forgotten scarf, and a half-empty water bottle. But the air inside felt heavy, stagnant, as if someone had just been sitting there. "Just get in," I urged Mark, my voice raw with panic. "Get in the car. I will drop you off." My plan to escape alone had vanished. Now, I just needed to get us out of here. If she was this bold, this close, I could not risk leaving Mark alone on the street. He was my unwitting shield, my only witness. Mark, still looking bewildered, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, sure. Anything to help." He walked around to the passenger side, his movements slow, cautious. As he opened the door, I slid into the driver's seat, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I slammed my door shut, locking it instantly. Then I leaned across the console and hit the central lock button, sealing us inside. The click was a small, fragile comfort. My hands fumbled with the ignition, shaking so badly I almost dropped the key. My eyes darted to the rearview mirror. Nothing. Just the dark street, the distant glow of the cafe, and the unsettling stillness. The engine sputtered to life, a roar in the silent night. I jammed the car into reverse, my foot already hovering over the gas pedal. I needed to get out of here fast. "What was that about the rose?" Mark asked, his voice low, his eyes fixed on me. "Aunt Barnaby, is that your ex?" "No," I choked out, pulling out of the parking spot with a screech of tires. "Barnaby was my dog." The words were a ragged whisper, barely audible over the engine. "And that rose, it was his favorite?" Mark was silent for a moment, absorbing this. Then his eyes widened slightly. "Wait, you said you only told 2 people about that, your best friend, and no one else. But how could she know?" "I do not know," I said, my voice tight with tears. "But she knows everything. She is been watching me. She was at the coffee shop. She is been sending me messages." My carefully constructed facade of normalcy had shattered, revealing the raw terror beneath. As I sped down the street, my eyes flickered to the rear-view mirror again. Nothing. But the feeling of being watched was overwhelming, a physical weight on my chest. I drove faster, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, my gaze fixed on the road ahead. "Who is she?" Mark asked, his voice now laced with genuine fear. He was no longer just confused. He was starting to understand the magnitude of the horror. "I do not know," I repeated, my voice cracking. "I met you on Tinder." I met her on Tinder too, a few months ago. It was a bad match. She got really intense, really fast. I blocked her. I thought that was the end of it. A chill ran down my spine, colder than the night air. The Tinder dating horror scenario. It was not just a bad date. It was a full-blown nightmare. I took a sharp turn, heading towards the main road, hoping to lose anyone who might be following. The streets were mostly empty now, the late-night quiet amplifying the sound of my own ragged breathing. "What is her name?" Mark asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Chloe," I managed, the name a bitter taste in my mouth. "Chloe Davies." Just as I said her name, my phone buzzed again. This time, I did not hesitate. I pulled it out, my eyes still on the road, my heart thumping like a drum. The screen glowed with a new message, a single word. Wrong turn, my blood ran cold. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding slightly. "She is following us." I gasped, my voice a strangled cry. She knows where we are going. Mark leaned forward, peering out the back window. I do not see anyone, he said, his voice strained. She is there, I insisted, my eyes darting frantically around. She is always there. I pulled back onto the road, driving even faster now, my mind racing. How could she know I took the wrong turn? Was she in a car behind us, headlights off? Or was she somewhere else? A camera, a tracker. The thought made my skin crawl. I decided to forego my usual route home. I took a series of random turns, hoping to confuse her, to throw her off my trail. But with every turn, every new street, the feeling of being watched only intensified. It was like an invisible tether, pulling me, guiding me to wherever she wanted me to go. After what felt like an eternity of frantic driving, I pulled up to Mark's apartment building, a modern high-rise that felt like a fortress. Get out, I urged him, my voice hoarse. Go inside, lock your doors, do not answer for anyone. Mark looked at me, his face pale and drawn. What about you? He asked, his voice filled with genuine concern. You can't go home. She knows where you live. Does not she? The words hung in the air, a chilling realization. Of course, she knew. If she knew about Barnaby, about the white roses, about my car, she knew where I lived. My home, my sanctuary, was no longer safe. It was probably the first place she would go. I do not know, I whispered, tears finally streaming down my face. I do not know where to go. Stay here, Mark said, fumbling with the car door handle. Come up to my place. You will be safe there. We can call the police. The idea was tempting, a brief flicker of hope in the overwhelming darkness. But then I remembered the messages, her insidious knowledge, her ability to be everywhere. If I went with Mark, would I be putting him in danger too? Would Chloe see it as a challenge, an escalation? No, I said, shaking my head. I can't put you in danger. She is obsessed. If she thinks I am with you, she will come for both of us. Mark hesitated, then nodded slowly. He understood the horror was no longer just mine. It was a shared, unspoken dread. He opened the door, stepping out into the relative safety of the brightly lit apartment entrance. Be careful, he said, his voice urgent. Call me. Call the police, please. I nodded, unable to speak. As he disappeared inside, I felt a new wave of terror wash over me. I was alone now, completely and utterly alone. Where could I go? A hotel, my best friend's place. But what if Chloe had already anticipated that? What if she was waiting? The thought of her sitting in my living room, touching my things, knowing my secrets, made my stomach churn. My phone buzzed again, vibrating relentlessly in my pocket. I pulled it out, my fingers numb. The screen glowed with a new message. You are making this difficult. You know where you belong. Come home. Barnaby misses you. The words were a punch to the gut. Barnaby, my sweet dog. Her using his name, twisting my grief into a weapon, was the ultimate violation. She was not just stalking me. She was inside my head, inside my heart, inside the most sacred parts of my life. I looked up, my eyes scanning the dark street. Then I saw it. A flicker of movement in the shadows across the street, near a row of parked cars. A figure, barely visible, melting into the darkness. But I knew it was her, Chloe, watching me, waiting. My foot instinctively pressed the gas pedal, and the car lurched forward. I had to get away, anywhere. But as I drove, the terrifying realization settled deep in my bones. There was no escape. She was not just outside my life. She was woven into the very fabric of it. My world had become her playground, and I was just a terrified puppet, dancing to her chilling tune. The nightmare had just begun, and it felt like it would never end. Our next story takes us a little further. The cold, prickling sensation on my neck was not just paranoia anymore. There was a certainty, a whisper of Mark's presence, clinging to me like a shroud. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, the cheap plastic digging into my palms. My heart, a frantic hummingbird, thrummed against my ribs. The city lights blurred as I sped down the familiar streets, each turn a desperate attempt to shake off the invisible weight that pressed down on me. I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, my eyes darting from one set of headlights to another, searching for the dark sedan. For him. For a while, there was nothing distinctive, just the usual late-night traffic, a mix of weary commuters and weekend revelers. But then, a dark sedan, not the one I would seen before, but similar enough to trigger a fresh wave of panic, appeared a few car lengths behind me. It was not tailgating, not overtly, but it maintained a consistent distance, mirroring my lane changes. No, 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 I whispered, my voice raw. It was just a car. A coincidence. There were a million dark sedans in the city. But the cold dread that had become my constant companion argued otherwise. This was not a coincidence. This was Mark. He had to be... How could he have known I was leaving? Had he seen me? Was there a tracker on my car? The thought sent a fresh jolt of fear through me, chilling me to the bone. I tried to rationalize. Maybe he had not seen me leave the apartment. Maybe he was just a seer out. But my gut, a primal instinct screaming for survival, knew better. He was not just out. He was always watching. He was always planning. This was his game, and I was the terrified mouse. I took a sudden sharp turn down a side street, hoping to lose him. The sedan behind me hesitated for a fraction of a second, then followed, mirroring my move with an unnerving precision. My breath hitched. It was him, or one of his associates. The chilling realization made my stomach clench. He was not just a charming psychopath. He was meticulous, organized, and terrifyingly resourceful. I pressed the accelerator, pushing my small sedan faster than I ever had, weaving through the quiet residential streets, past darkened houses and sleeping lawns. The sedan behind me kept pace. A silent, relentless hunter. My mind raced, trying to remember any other friends, any other safe havens. But Sarah was the only one who knew about Mark, who had heard my increasingly frantic calls, who had voiced her own concerns. She was my last hope. The fear was a physical entity now, a suffocating blanket pressing down on me. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep the car straight. My vision tunneled, the world narrowing to the road ahead, the rearview mirror, and the relentless headlights behind me. I could feel the metallic tang of fear in my mouth, the same taste that had filled my apartment. After what felt like an eternity, I finally saw the familiar glow of Sarah's apartment complex. It was a sprawling, modern building, well lit, with a large, usually bustling parking lot. Hope, a tiny, flickering flame, ignited in my chest. If I could just get to Sarah, maybe we could figure this out together. Maybe she could help me call the police, gather evidence, find a way out of this nightmare. I pulled into the parking lot, my eyes scanning frantically for the dark sedan. It was not immediately behind me. Had I lost him, a flicker of relief, quickly extinguished by the cold certainty that he was still out there. Just waiting, I parked in a spot close to the entrance, killed the engine, and then just sat there for a moment, listening. The silence of the car was deafening, punctuated only by the frantic thumping of my own heart. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline. I needed to call Sarah, make sure she was home, make sure it was safe. I dialed her number, the ringtone echoing in the stillness of the car. It rang once, twice, 3 times, then went to voicemail. "Hey, it is Sarah. Leave a message." Her cheerful voice, usually a comfort, now sounded strangely detached, too bright for the suffocating dread I felt. I tried again. Voicemail. A 3rd time. Still voicemail. Panic flared, hot and sharp. Sarah always answered her phone, especially at this hour. We were night owls. Had something happened? Had Mark know? I could not even think it. I looked out at the parking lot. empty except for a few scattered cars. The building itself loomed, a fortress of concrete and glass. But was it a sanctuary or another trap? My previous summary had ended with the cold, prickling sensation, and now it was a full-blown blizzard of dread. Steeling myself, I grabbed my small bag and pushed open the car door, the click echoing too loudly in the quiet night. The cool air hit me, and I shivered, not just from the cold. My eyes darted around, searching every shadow, every parked car. Nothing. No dark sedan, but the feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes tracking my every move, was overwhelming. I hurried towards the entrance, my sneakers silent on the asphalt. The lobby was empty, the fluorescent lights humming overhead, casting a sterile glow. I swiped my key card, the lock clicking open with a jarring finality. Inside, I did not feel any safer. If anything, the enclosed space made me feel more vulnerable, more trapped. I took the elevator, pressing the button for Sarah's floor, my breath catching in my throat. The ride up was agonizing. The soft elevator music, a cruel counterpoint to the terror clawing at my throat. When the doors finally opened, I stepped out into the quiet hallway, my senses on high alert. Sarah's apartment was at the end of the hall. I crept towards it, my hand instinctively reaching for the small, heavy keychain in my pocket. A gift from Sarah, a tiny metal cat with surprisingly sharp ears. My knuckles brushed against the cold metal. A small comfort. As I approached her door, something felt wrong. It was not just the silence, or the lingering scent of something metallic, like burnt sugar and old pennies, that seemed to hang in the air. It was the door itself. Usually, Sarah's door was adorned with a quirky wreath, seasonal decoration she meticulously changed. Tonight, it was bare, and then I saw it. The door was slightly ajar. Just a hair, but enough to know it was not fully closed. My blood ran cold. Sarah was meticulous about security. She always double-locked her door, even when she was just running to the corner store. This was not like her. Not at all. "Sarah," I whispered, my voice barely audible. No answer. I pushed the door open slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs. A drumbeat of pure terror. The apartment was dark, except for the faint glow from the streetlights filtering through the blinds. The air inside was heavy, still, and that strange metallic scent was stronger here. "Sarah," I called out again, a little louder this time, my voice trembling. Still no answer. I reached inside and fumbled for the light switch, my hand shaking so violently I almost missed it. The overhead light flickered on, bathing the living room in a harsh, unforgiving glare. My breath hitched. The apartment was a mess. Not a chaotic party mess, but a violent, disturbed mess. The cushions on the sofa were askew, one even on the floor. A lamp was overturned, its shade cracked. On the coffee table, a vase lay shattered, water and wilting flowers staining the rug. It looked like there had been a struggle. My eyes darted around, searching for any sign of Sarah, any explanation. My gaze landed on the floor near the overturned lamp. A single, small, silver earring lay there, glinting under the harsh light. It was Sarah's, a delicate silver feather she wore constantly. This was not just a mess. This was a violation. A wave of nausea washed over me. Mark. He had been here. He had gotten to Sarah. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. My only friend, my only hope, was gone, and I had led him right to her. A choked sob escaped my lips, but I quickly stifled it. I could not break down now. I had to find her, or at least find out what happened. I moved deeper into the apartment, my movements stiff, my senses overwhelmed by the smell of fear and something else, something that made my stomach churn. The kitchen was equally disturbed. Drawers were open, their contents spilled onto the counter. A chair was overturned. I walked past the dining table, and that is when I saw it. On the polished wood, amidst scattered papers, was a small, square photo. It was a picture of me, A picture I did not remember taking, a candid shot of me laughing, taken from a distance, and underneath it, scrawled in thick, black marker, were 3 words that turned my blood to ice. You can't hide. My knees buckled. This was not just about escape anymore. This was a game, a sick, twisted game, and Mark was enjoying every terrifying second of it. He wanted me to know he was everywhere. He wanted me to know I was utterly, irrevocably alone. He had taken Sarah to send a message, and the message was clear. There was no sanctuary. I staggered back, my eyes wide with horror, scanning the room as if Mark himself would materialize from the shadows. The apartment, once a symbol of hope, was now a tomb of dread. I had to get out. I had to run. But where could I go now? As I turned to flee, a glint of metal caught my eye. On the kitchen counter, half hidden by a spilled bag of flour, was a small, rectangular device. It was a GPS tracker, the kind you can buy online, small, magnetic. My car. He must have put it on my car. That is how he knew where I was going. That is how he followed me. My mind reeled. He had been watching me for weeks, maybe months. Every date, every casual conversation, every detail I would share had been a piece of his terrifying puzzle. He was not just a random Tinder date gone wrong. He was an orchestrator, a puppeteer, and I was his unwitting marionette. I spun around, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I had to go. Now, before he came back, or before he revealed he was already here, I raced towards the door, my small bag clutched tight in my hand. My foot slipped on something wet and sticky near the threshold. I looked down, a scream catching in my throat. It was blood. A dark, viscous pool, partially congealed, shining eerily in the dim light. Sarah's blood. My stomach lurched, and I barely managed to suppress the urge to vomit. He had not just taken her, he had hurt her. Or worse, sudden, sharp click from the hallway outside. The sound of a door closing. My breath hitched. He was here. He had been waiting. I froze, listening, every nerve ending screaming. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, coming closer. My mind raced, searching for an escape. The back door. The windows. Sarah's apartment was on the 3rd floor. Too high. The footsteps stopped right outside the apartment door. A shadow fell across the threshold, long and distorted. I could see the bottom of his trousers, the tips of his polished shoes. He was standing there, just on the other side of the door. Waiting, I backed away, my eyes darting around the apartment, desperate. My gaze fell on Sarah's bedroom. Maybe there was another way out, a fire escape, anything. I tiptoed towards it, my heart a hammer against my ribs, each beat echoing in the terrifying silence. As I reached the bedroom door, a voice, calm and chillingly familiar, spoke from just outside the living room. "You really should not have come here. Darling." Sarah was never good at keeping secrets. It was Mark. His voice, smooth and resonant, sent a shiver of pure terror down my spine. He sounded so normal, so composed, as if he were simply commenting on the weather. I slammed Sarah's bedroom door shut, fumbling for the lock. There was not one. A desperate whimper escaped my lips. I looked around the bedroom. It was untouched, pristine, a stark contrast to the chaos in the living room. Sarah's bed was neatly made, her clothes folded on a chair. It was as if this room had been spared the violence, a sick joke. I scanned the walls, the windows. No fire escape, no easy way out. My eyes fell on the closet, a small, cramped space, but it was something. I dove inside, pulling the bifold doors shut, plunging myself into darkness and the suffocating scent of Sarah's clothes. I huddled amongst her dresses, my knees pressed to my chest, trying to control my ragged breathing. Every rustle of fabric, every creak of the old building, sounded like Mark approaching. I could hear his footsteps in the living room now, slow, unhurried, as if he were simply strolling through a park. He was enjoying this. He was savoring my fear. "I know you are in here, sweetheart." His voice drifted through the thin closet doors. "Closer now, in the bedroom. We can talk about this. No need to be scared. I just want to understand why you ran." My blood ran cold. He was toying with me. He knew exactly why I ran. Because he was a monster. "Sarah, she put up a bit of a fight," he continued, his voice tinged with a strange, almost regretful tone. "Such a shame. She was a lovely girl. But she was in the way, was not she. Always whispering in your ear, filling your head with silly notions." My eyes squeezed shut, tears streaming down my face. Sarah, he had killed her. The blood, the mess, it was all real. He had silenced her, and now he was coming for me. The closet doors suddenly rattled. He was pushing on them, testing them. I pressed my back against the wall, trying to become one with the shadows, trying to disappear. Come out, wherever you are," he sang, a low, menacing tune that scraped against my raw nerves. "It is no fun if you do not play along." The doors creaked open a crack, a sliver of light piercing the darkness. I could see his eye, dark and predatory, peering through the gap. My heart seized in my chest. He had found me. With a surge of adrenaline, I screamed, a raw, guttural sound, and pushed against the closet doors, trying to force them closed. He pushed back, stronger, his laughter, a low rumble that vibrated through the wood. "Oh, you do want to play," he chuckled, and then, with a terrifying suddenness, he shoved the doors open, throwing them wide. I scrambled out of the closet, a desperate animal cornered. Mark stood there, framed in the doorway, his face illuminated by the bedroom light. He was not smiling. His expression was calm, almost serene, but his eyes held a chilling intensity, a cold, calculating hunger. "There you are," he said, his voice soft, almost tender. "Now let us go home." "No," I screamed, my voice hoarse. "You are insane. You killed Sarah." His face hardened. "She made her choice, just like you are making yours now." He took a step towards me. My gaze darted around the bedroom, searching for anything. A weapon, a distraction. My eyes landed on a heavy ceramic lamp on Sarah's bedside table. Without thinking, I lunged for it, grabbing the base, and swung it with all my might. It connected with his head with a sickening thud. He staggered back, a grunt escaping his lips, his hand flying to his temple. For a split second, he looked genuinely surprised, a flicker of pain in his eyes. That was my chance. I did not wait. I bolted past him, out of the bedroom, through the chaotic living room, my feet slipping on the blood near the door. I did not care. I just ran down the hallway, my lungs burning, my legs screaming. I could hear him behind me, his heavy footsteps, faster now. I reached the elevator, frantically stabbing the Elen down button. The doors were agonizingly slow to open. I risked a glance over my shoulder. He was at the end of the hall, closing the distance, his eyes fixed on me, a dark fury replacing his earlier calm. The elevator doors finally slid open. I dove inside, hitting the Me lobby button repeatedly, just as the doors began to close. Mark reached them, his hand slamming against the edge, preventing them from shutting completely. His face, contorted with rage, appeared in the gap, his eyes blazing. "You are not going anywhere," he snarled, shoving his arm into the gap, trying to force the doors open. With a desperate cry, I kicked out, my foot connecting with his arm. He cried out, a sharp, angry sound, and his grip faltered. The doors shuddered, then slid shut with a final, echoing thunk. I collapsed against the back wall of the elevator, gasping for breath, my body shaking uncontrollably. The descent felt like a freefall, my stomach churning with terror and adrenaline. When the doors opened in the lobby, I did not hesitate. I burst out, running blindly, past the startled night porter, through the heavy glass doors, and out into the cool night air. My car. I had to get to my car. But the GPS tracker, he knew where it was. He would be waiting. I did not have time to think. I just ran, my instincts screaming for survival. I sprinted across the parking lot, my eyes darting, searching for any sign of him, any movement in the shadows. My car was still there, a beacon of fragile hope. But as I reached it, my hand reaching for the door handle, I saw it. On the windshield, taped to the glass, was a small, familiar object. My house key, the one I always kept on my keychain, the one I had clutched so tightly earlier. It was gone from my pocket, and now it was here, a chilling trophy. And beneath it, another note, scrawled in the same thick black marker, "I will be waiting at home." My breath hitched. He was not chasing me to capture me here. He was chasing me to send me home. To my apartment, where he would be waiting. He had planned this all along. He had let me escape Sarah's apartment, had pushed me towards the one place he knew I would instinctively flee to, the place I thought was safe, my sanctuary. The cold, prickling sensation was back, stronger than ever, enveloping me completely. It was not just on my neck anymore. It was everywhere. It was in the air, in the shadows, in the very fabric of the night. Mark was not just a predator. He was a spider, meticulously spinning his web, and I had just fallen into the final, inescapable trap. I looked around the deserted parking lot, the empty streets. No dark sedan, no Mark, but I knew he was there, watching, waiting. He had my keys. He was in my apartment. My blood ran cold, freezing in my veins. There was nowhere left to run. My sanctuary had truly become my cage, and the predator was already inside. I was alone, utterly and completely alone, with the chilling knowledge that my nightmare was far from over. It had just begun. Your next story is, moments away, my blood ran cold. This was not coincidence. This was surveillance. Panic seized me, sending me fleeing to the bathroom, my mind racing, trapped. The cold porcelain of the sink against my clammy hands was the only real thing in a world that had just shattered into a million terrifying pieces. My breath hitched, ragged and shallow, catching in my throat like shards of glass. How could he know? How could this charming, attentive man I would met on Tinder, Mark, have become this chilling stranger? It had all started so innocently, did not it? Our first date was light, easy, filled with laughter and a genuine connection. He was handsome, witty, and seemed genuinely interested in everything I had to say. I remember thinking, finally, a good one. That lightness, that hopeful flutter in my chest now felt like a cruel trick of memory, replaced by a tightening knot of anxiety, a cold dread that had seeped into my very bones. The first hint of something being off was subtle, almost imperceptible. A dark sedan, eerily similar to Mark's, always parked a little too close to my apartment building. At first, I dismissed it. Coincidence. I told myself, just a common car model. But the prickle of unseen eyes, of being watched even when I was alone in my apartment, grew stronger. It was a sensation that burrowed deep, making the hairs on my arms stand on end. After our second date, sleep became impossible. Every shadow in my apartment seemed to lengthen, twisting into grotesque shapes in the periphery of my vision. Every creak of the old building felt like a footstep, a silent approach from a hidden corner. I tried to rationalize it, to tell myself I was just being paranoid, a typical response to modern dating anxieties. But then came the flat tire incident on Elm Street. I was alone, driving home late from a friend's place when my tire blew out with a sickening thud. The road was dark, deserted, and my phone was almost dead. Utterly helpless. I remember the surge of fear, the chill wind raising goosebumps on my arms. And then, as if by magic, Mark called, "Hey, everything okay?" I had a feeling you might need some help. My heart hammered against my ribs. How could he possibly have known? I had not told him where I was going, or even that I was out. I mumbled something about a flat tire, and he was there within 20 minutes, changing it with an unnerving efficiency, his eyes never quite meeting mine. He was a hero, yes, but the heroism felt calculated, staged. That night, I started digging. His online presence was a ghost town, too perfect, too clean. A few old social media profiles, barely updated, no friends in common, nothing substantial. It only fueled my unease. A normal person leaves digital breadcrumbs, a history. Mark had erased his, or more terrifyingly, he would never left any to begin with. The next evening, I walked into my apartment and froze. An unfamiliar scent hung in the air, metallic, like old pennies mixed with a faint masculine cologne, Mark's cologne. I triple-checked my locks, jiggling the deadbolt, trying to convince myself I was imagining things. But that subtle wrongness lingered, a phantom born of growing paranoia. It was like my personal space had been subtly violated, leaving an invisible stain. I called my best friend, Sarah, desperate for a voice of reason. She listened patiently, then dismissed my fears, chalking it up to bad dates and an overactive imagination. "Honey, you are just spooked," she would said, her voice warm but tinged with a hint of exasperation. "Guys are weird. It does not mean he is a psycho." Her skepticism, though well-intentioned, only amplified my isolation, leaving me utterly alone with a gut feeling that screamed danger. So, I became a phantom myself. I started changing my routes to and from work, taking different coffee shops, even varying my grocery stores. I checked my mirrors compulsively, every flicker of movement in my rearview mirror sending a jolt of adrenaline through me. That dark sedan became my personal demon, haunting every corner of my vision, every shadow on the street. I started to see it everywhere, even when it was not there, a trick of my own terrified mind. Then came Mark's text. "Good morning. Hope you have a productive day." Innocent, but the timing felt off. He would never texted me at that exact time before. Hours later, another message popped up. "Do not forget that presentation at 2. You have got this." That was it. My blood ran cold. This was a private team meeting, a presentation I would only discuss with my immediate colleagues. Mark could not have known. He simply could not. This was not coincidence. This was surveillance. This was him actively watching me, tracking my every move, my every scheduled obligation. Panic seized me, clawing at my throat, sending me fleeing to the bathroom, my mind racing, trapped. I splashed cold water on my face, but it did nothing to quell the inferno of fear raging inside me. My reflection stared back, wide-eyed and terrified, a stranger in my own skin. What do I do? What do I do? I tried calling Sarah again, my fingers trembling so badly I almost dropped my phone. It went straight to voicemail. "Sarah, please, call me back." I whispered into the receiver, my voice raw. Something's seriously wrong. He knows my schedule. "Sarah, he knows." I could not stay in my apartment. The air felt thick, heavy with his unseen presence. Every object, every piece of furniture seemed tainted. My home, my sanctuary, was now a cage, and he held the key. I grabbed my emergency bag, already packed with a few essentials for such an eventuality, a paranoia that now seemed chillingly prescient. My hands shook as I pulled on a nondescript hoodie, pulling the hood low over my face. I needed to disappear. Stepping out of my apartment building was an act of sheer terror. Each breath was shallow. Each heartbeat a drum solo in my ears. I scanned the street, my eyes darting from parked cars to shadowed doorways. There it was, the dark sedan, parked just down the street, its tinted windows reflecting the dying afternoon light like vacant eyes. My stomach dropped. He was not even trying to hide anymore. Or maybe he was, and my heightened senses were finally piercing through his facade. I hailed a taxi, not caring where it was going, just needing to be away. "Just drive?" I choked out to the bewildered driver. my voice barely above a whisper. Anywhere, just away from here. I spent the night in a cheap motel, the kind with flickering neon signs and a faint smell of disinfectant and stale cigarettes. Sleep was a distant memory. Every rustle outside my door, every creak in the floorboards above, sent me bolt upright, my heart hammering. I kept the lights on, the television blaring, anything to drown out the silence that felt pregnant with his presence. The next few days blurred into a nightmarish routine. I could not go to work. I called in sick, feigning a severe stomach flu. I could not go home. I was living out of my emergency bag, moving from one anonymous motel to another, trying to stay ahead of him. But the feeling of being watched never left. It was a constant hum beneath my skin, a gnawing anxiety that ate away at my sanity. One afternoon, desperation for fresh clothes finally drove me to a laundromat several towns over, a place I hoped would be outside his radius. I sat hunched over a magazine, pretending to read, my eyes constantly flicking to the glass door, scanning the street. A dark sedan drove by. Then it circled the block. My breath caught in my throat. It was the sedan. My blood ran cold. He knew. How? Was there a tracker on my car? On my phone? Was he just that good, that relentless? I left my clothes spinning in the dryer, abandoning them without a second thought, and ran. I walked for hours, trying to shake the feeling, trying to outrun the fear. But it was no use. He was everywhere. He was the shadow behind me, the car that slowed just a little too much, the reflection in a shop window that seemed to hold a fleeting glimpse of him. I was losing my mind. I had to go back to my apartment. I needed my laptop, my passport, some important documents. I could not live like this, a ghost in my own life. The thought of re-entering that space, knowing he had been there, made my stomach churn with dread, but the alternative was perpetual homelessness and a life on the run. It was late, past midnight, when I finally crept back to my building. The street was deserted. The dark sedan was not there. For a fleeting moment, a sliver of hope, quickly extinguished by the cold grip of reality. He did not need to be there for me to know. He was watching. He was always watching. I unlocked my door with trembling hands, pushing it open slowly. The familiar scent of my home was gone, replaced by that metallic tang, stronger this time, mixed with his cologne. It was not a phantom anymore. It was real. He had been here. Again, my heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I moved through my apartment like a burglar in my own home, every muscle tense, every nerve screaming. I checked the locks again, but it was futile. He had access. He had been inside. I started to search, my hands shaking as I opened drawers, peered into closets. Nothing seemed overtly disturbed, but the subtle wrongness was everywhere. A picture frame on my nightstand was subtly askew. The small rug by my bed was slightly ruffled. Then, I saw it. On my nightstand, next to my alarm clock, was a single shiny penny. It glinted under the dim light, a stark contrast to the familiar items on the table. A penny. Old pennies. The scent, my blood ran cold. This was not just a scent he left behind. This was a calling card. A message. He had been in my bedroom. He had stood here, by my bed, while I was gone. The violation was absolute, suffocating. My home was no longer mine. I called Sarah again, my voice a strangled sob. Sarah, he was in my apartment. He left a penny on my nightstand. He knows where I sleep. Sarah, he is been in my bedroom. There was a long pause on the other end. Okay, calm down, Sarah said, her voice still trying to soothe, but with a new edge of concern. Are you sure? A penny. Could not it have just been? There, no. It was not there before. And the smell. Sarah, the metallic smell. It is stronger now. He has been here. I know it. My voice was rising, bordering on hysteria. "Look, I am coming over," she said finally. "Just try to stay calm. Lock yourself in your bedroom, okay?" I am leaving now. Relief, sharp and sudden, flooded through me. Sarah was coming. I was not alone. I rushed to my bedroom, slamming the door shut and locking it, then dragging my heavy dresser in front of it. It would not stop him, I knew, but it made me feel marginally safer. I sat on my bed, clutching my knees, waiting, listening. Minutes ticked by, each one stretching into an eternity. I kept checking my phone, but there were no new texts from Mark. No calls, just the deafening silence of my apartment, punctuated by the frantic beating of my own heart. Then, I heard it. A faint click, not from my bedroom door, but from the front door of my apartment. My breath hitched. Sarah. No, she would not have a key. She would knock. This was too quiet, too deliberate. Another sound. A soft scrape, like metal on metal. My locks. Someone was trying my locks. My mind screamed. It was not Sarah. It was him. He had a key. Of course, he had a key. How else would he get in so easily? I froze, barely daring to breathe. My eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape. The window. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. Too high to jump, without serious injury, but a fire escape was just outside. The front door slowly opened. I heard the soft creak, then the sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving through my living room. He was not rushing. He was savoring this. He was in my home. He was hunting me. I pressed myself against the wall behind the dresser, trying to make myself as small and invisible as possible. My heart was a drum, pounding so loudly I was sure he could hear it. I heard him pause in the living room, then move towards the kitchen. Was he looking for me, or just establishing his presence? Then the footsteps started moving towards my bedroom door. Each step was heavy, measured, a predator approaching its prey. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying, begging for him to just pass by. He stopped right outside my door. I could feel his presence, a cold, suffocating weight. I heard a soft sigh. Then his voice, low and calm, but utterly devoid of warmth. "I know you are in there. We need to talk." It was not a question. It was a statement, a command. My blood turned to ice. He knew. He had known all along. I could not stay. This was it. My chance. I had to move. With a surge of adrenaline, I scrambled onto my bed, throwing open the window with a loud clang. The night air rushed in, cold and invigorating. The fire escape was right there. I did not hesitate. I threw my leg over the sill, ignoring the sharp pain as my knee scraped against the frame. "Hey!" Mark's voice, suddenly sharp, urgent. "Where are you going?" I heard the dresser scrape against the floor as he pushed my bedroom door open. I did not look back. I gripped the cold metal railing of the fire escape, my hands slick with sweat, and started clambering down, my bare feet fumbling for the rungs. I heard him behind me, the window slamming shut, then the heavy thud of his feet on the fire escape above me. He was coming down after me. He was fast. "Stop. Do not be stupid," he yelled, his voice closer now, laced with a terrifying blend of anger and something else, possessiveness. I did not stop. I could not. Each rung was a step closer to freedom, each breath a desperate gasp for air. My muscles burned, my lungs ached, but the fear was a relentless engine driving me forward. I hit the ground with a jarring thud, stumbling but not falling. I ran. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from him, away from my apartment, away from this nightmare. I could hear his footsteps pounding behind me, closer than I wanted, but I was faster. Fueled by pure, unadulterated terror, I burst onto the main street, my eyes frantically searching for anything, anyone. A bus stop. A bus was just pulling away. I screamed, a raw, desperate sound, waving my arms wildly. The driver, bless his soul, saw me, saw the terror in my eyes, and slammed on the brakes. I did not look back. I sprinted towards the bus, leaping onto the steps. Just as the doors hissed shut behind me, I fumbled for money, my hands shaking uncontrollably, but the driver just waved me past. He must have seen Mark, seen the manic look in his eyes as he stood on the sidewalk watching the bus pull away, his face a mask of thwarted rage. I collapsed into a seat, pressing my face against the cold window, watching as my apartment building and Mark receded into the distance. I was safe. For now, but I knew it was not over. My phone buzzed in my pocket. An unknown number. I did not answer. A text message popped up immediately after. "You can run," it read, "but you can't hide. I know where you are going." My blood ran cold again. I looked out the window, into the endless city lights, every shadow a potential hiding place for him. I had escaped, yes, but my life, as I knew it, was over. My home was gone, my peace of mind shattered. I was just another ghost now, forever looking over my shoulder, forever haunted by the charming stranger from Tinder, and the chilling dread that he was still out there, watching, waiting, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that he would always be there. The next story steps into place. I remember the exact moment the chill started. A cold dread that had nothing to do with the autumn air. It was on my first date with Mark, a guy I would matched with on Tinder. We were sitting at a small, independent coffee shop. I loved the kind with mismatched furniture and the smell of roasted beans hanging heavy in the air. He was handsome, in an almost too perfect way, with kind eyes and a smile that seemed genuine enough. We had been talking for maybe an hour, sharing light-hearted stories, when he leaned back, a casual smirk playing on his lips. He said, his voice, a low rumble, "I almost did not recognize you without your hair tied up in that messy bun you wear when you are power walking through the park near your apartment." My breath hitched. My heart did a quick, frantic flutter against my ribs. I had not told him where I lived, let alone about my morning power walk routine, or the specific way I tied my hair back for it. The coffee shop suddenly felt too small, the air too thick. That was the moment the date turned eerie. Before that, Mark had seemed like a decent catch. His Tinder profile was slick professional photos, a witty bio about loving dogs and hiking. He was a software engineer, he said, which sounded stable. We would exchange a few messages, nothing too deep, just the usual getting to know you banter. He had been quick to suggest meeting up, which I appreciated. I was tired of endless texting. So when he mentioned the messy bun and the park, my first thought was a clumsy attempt at humor, maybe a misremembered detail from my profile. But I did not have any photos of me power walking, and certainly nothing that showed my hair in a messy bun. I forced a laugh, trying to play it off. "Oh, really? You must have me confused with someone else," I said, my voice a little too high, a little too quick. He just chuckled, a low, confident sound. "No. Sarah, definitely you. You always wear those bright blue headphones too." And you stop for exactly 30 seconds at that bench by the big oak tree. To stretch your hamstring. My blood ran cold. My blue headphones. The oak tree. The hamstring stretch. These were details I had not shared with anyone, not even my closest friends. It was a private ritual, a small part of my morning routine before I headed to work. My rational brain screamed for an explanation. Maybe he lived nearby. Maybe he just happened to be in the park at the same time. But the specificity, the confidence in his tone, it felt like an invasion. How would you know that? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. I felt a prickle on the back of my neck, like someone was watching me even now. He just smiled, a wide, innocent-looking smile that did not quite reach his eyes. His eyes, I noticed for the first time, were a startlingly pale blue, almost colorless, and they held an unnerving intensity. Just observant. "I guess," he said, taking a sip of his latte. "It is a nice park. I go there sometimes. I tried to dismiss it, to tell myself it was a coincidence, or that I would subconsciously mention it in a text. But a knot of unease had formed in my stomach, tightening with every passing minute. The rest of the date felt off. I found myself scrutinizing his every move, his every word. He seemed to know my preferences without me saying them. He ordered my coffee before I did, exactly how I liked it, black with a splash of oat milk. He steered the conversation towards my favorite indie bands I rarely talked about. He even knew I had a slight scar on my left eyebrow from a childhood bike accident, a detail so minuscule I would forgotten it myself until he pointed it out. Tracing an imaginary line above his own eye with his finger, I made my excuses shortly after that, mumbling something about an early start the next day. He walked me to my car, and I felt his gaze on my back the entire way. As I fumbled with my keys, he leaned in, his breath warm on my ear. I had a really great time. "Sarah, I will text you." His voice was soft, but the underlying current felt like a promise, a claim. I just nodded, got in my car, and drove away, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. I did not text him back. For the next few days, I tried to convince myself I was overreacting. Tinder dates were always a little awkward. Right. Maybe he was just a bit socially clumsy, or trying too hard to impress me. But the image of him in the coffee shop, that casual, knowing smile, would not leave me. I started to feel paranoid. Every time I went for my morning walk, I scanned the park, looking for him. Every car that slowed down near my apartment building sent a jolt of fear through me. Then the texts started, not from Mark directly, but from an unknown number. They were short, innocuous messages at first. "Hope you are having a good day. Do not forget to take a break." Nothing threatening, but they always arrived at times when I was doing exactly what the message suggested, taking a break from work, or just getting home. I blocked the number. A few days later, a small package appeared on my doorstep. It was wrapped neatly in brown paper, tied with a simple twine, no return address. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was a small, artisanal ceramic mug. It was exactly the kind of mug I loved, with a subtle, earthy glaze and a comfortable handle. It even had a tiny, hand-painted blue bird on it, which reminded me of a bird I had a small figurine of on my bookshelf. I had not told Mark about my love for artisanal mugs or the bird figurine. My stomach twisted into a cold knot. It was him. It had to be. I threw the mug in the trash, then immediately regretted it. What if he knew I would thrown it away? What if he was watching? I pulled it back out, rinsed it, and put it in the back of a cupboard, hidden away. It felt like a trophy he would send, a confirmation of his presence. The feeling of being watched intensified. I started noticing small things. My mail seemed to have been tampered with, though nothing was missing. My trash can, left out for collection, was often tipped over, but only the contents of my apartment were scattered, not my neighbors. One morning, I found a single rose, a deep crimson, tucked under the windshield wiper of my car. It was beautiful, but it felt like a warning, a territorial marker. I finally told my friend, Jessica, about it over drinks. She listened, her eyes wide, as I recounted the details of the date, the texts, the mug, the rose. "Sarah, this is not normal," she said, her voice firm. "This guy is a stalker. You need to go to the police." I hesitated. What would I even tell them? A guy I went on one Tinder date with knows my power walking routine and sent me a mug. They would laugh me out of the station. They won't laugh. This is creepy. "Sarah, this is how it starts." Her words echoed in my mind for days. I tried to be more careful. I varied my routes, double-checked my locks, bought blackout curtains, but the feeling of being observed was relentless. It was like a constant pressure on my chest. I started losing sleep, jumping at every creak of the floorboards, every shadow outside my window. Then came the email. It was from an anonymous address, the subject line simply us. I almost did not open it, but a morbid curiosity, mixed with a desperate hope for some kind of explanation, compelled me. The email was long, rambling, and chilling. It started by talking about our connection, how he knew from the moment he saw my profile that we were meant to be. He detailed how he would spend weeks, then months, learning everything about me. He knew my work schedule, my favorite coffee order again, the names of my closest friends, even the brand of toothpaste I used. He described my apartment layout in unsettling detail, down to the worn spot on my living room rug and the stack of books on my bedside table. He mentioned the specific brand of dog food my neighbor bought for his poodle, implying he knew my neighbors too. He wrote about watching me from his car, from the park, from the cafe, across the street from my work. He described the clothes I wore on specific days, the expressions on my face, the phone calls I made. He said he would help me out a few times. Though he did not elaborate, the most terrifying part was when he wrote, "I was so happy when you finally swiped right. I knew you would. It was just a matter of time before you realized what we have. It was hard, waiting. But now we are here, together." My hands shook so badly I almost dropped my laptop. He had not just observed me from a distance, he would have been actively stalking me for months, maybe longer, before he even matched with me on Tinder. The Tinder date was not a first meeting. It was a carefully orchestrated introduction. He had not just been observant, he would have been everywhere. I finally went to the police. I brought the email, the texts, even though they were from a blocked number. I had screenshots, and I recounted everything. The officer, a kind-faced woman named Detective Miller, listened patiently. She did not laugh. She looked concerned. "This is serious." "Sarah," she said, "he is clearly escalating. We will open a file, but without a name or a clear location, it is hard to get a restraining order yet. We need more." "I know his name," I said, my voice trembling. "It is Mark, from Tinder, but I do not know his last name or where he lives." She took down the details, promising to look into it. But I knew, deep down, that it was not enough. He was a ghost, a shadow, and he knew everything about me. The next few days were a blur of terror. I slept with my phone, clutched in my hand, a knife under my pillow. I called Jessica, crying, and she insisted I stay with her. I packed a small bag, my heart hammering, convinced he was watching me pack. As I walked out my door, I saw a small white envelope tucked into my doormat. My name was written on it in elegant looping script. Inside was a single photo. It was a picture of me, asleep in my bed. My hair was splayed across the pillow, my mouth slightly open. The angle was from directly above my bed. My blood ran cold, colder than it had ever been. He was not just watching me from outside. He had been inside my apartment. While I was sleeping, I screamed, a raw, guttural sound, and ran to my car, fumbling with the keys, tears streaming down my face. I drove straight to Jessica's, barely coherent when I arrived. She hugged me tight, her face pale with horror when I showed her the photo. "That is it," she said, her voice tight with anger and fear. "We are going back to the police." Now, Detective Miller looked grim when she saw the photo. "This changes everything. He has clearly entered your home. This is breaking and entering, possibly attempted sexual assault, or worse. We can get a warrant." "Sarah, we need to find him." They sent a forensic team to my apartment. They found no forced entry, which meant he either had a key or picked the lock with incredible skill. They found faint fingerprints, but nothing that immediately matched anyone in their database. They dusted for prints on the mug I would retrieved, on the rose, on the envelope. That night, I stayed at Jessica's, but I could not sleep. Every shadow seemed to morph into Mark's pale face. Every creak of the floorboards in Jessica's old house sounded like his footsteps. I kept replaying his words, his actions, trying to find a pattern, an explanation, anything that would give me an edge. The next morning, as I sat sipping lukewarm coffee, scrolling through news articles about local crime, a small headline caught my eye. "Local software engineer arrested in connection with multiple stalking cases." My heart leaped into my throat. The article showed a blurry mugshot. It was Mark. The police had identified him through an old traffic violation and cross-referenced his Tinder profile with other reports. He had a history, not just stalking, but a pattern of escalating behavior. There were 2 previous victims, both women he would met through dating apps. One had moved out of state, terrified. The other had disappeared. The detail that made my blood run cold was about the second victim, a woman named Emily. The article stated that she had been missing for 6 months, and the police had recently found some of her belongings in a remote cabin upstate, a cabin owned by Mark's family. They had not found Emily, but they would found evidence of her presence there. And a journal detailing her growing fear, her attempts to escape, and her last entry, a desperate plea for help. It ended abruptly. The police arrested Mark at his apartment. They found a chilling shrine dedicated to me. Photos, not just from my social media, but candid shots of me walking my dog, buying groceries, even sleeping. He had cameras set up in various places, miniature, almost invisible ones. They found my spare house key, which I always kept hidden under a fake rock in my garden. He must have taken it months ago. They also found a detailed schedule of my life, meticulously planned out, down to the minute, and a separate notebook, filled with his thoughts, his justifications. He truly believed we were soulmates, that he was saving me from a life I did not even know I was unhappy with. He had plans for us, for our future, for our perfect life together in that remote cabin. He even had a name picked out for our first child. The police brought him in for questioning. I was asked to identify him, to provide a statement. Seeing him in the interrogation room, behind the glass, was a surreal experience. He looked so normal, so calm, even a little confused, as if he could not understand why he was there. When he saw me, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. It was not menacing, not overtly. It was a smile of recognition, of possessive ownership, a silent, "There you are, my love. You came for me." That smile, in that moment, was more terrifying than any threat he could have uttered. It showed a complete disconnect from reality, a chilling certainty in his twisted narrative. He did not see himself as a stalker, as a kidnapper, as a potential murderer. He saw himself as my destined partner, and me as his. The police found more evidence in his apartment, a stash of my personal items, things I had not even realized were missing, a favorite pen, a hair tie, a small, distinctive earring. He had been collecting pieces of me, like a macabre scavenger hunt. They also found a blueprint of my apartment, with notes scribbled in the margins about the best places to hide cameras and escape routes. The most disturbing discovery, however, was in his car. Tucked away in the glove compartment, they found a small, meticulously crafted wooden box. Inside, on a bed of velvet, lay a single, dried crimson rose identical to the one he had left on my car. And next to it, a small silver locket. When Detective Miller opened it, she found 2 tiny photos. One was of me, the other was of Emily, the woman who had disappeared. Both pictures were of us smiling, completely unaware of the terrifying gaze that had captured us, completely unaware of the fate he had planned. The realization hit me like a physical blow. He did not just stalk. He replaced, he collected, he moved from one obsession to the next, each woman a piece in his perfect, horrifying puzzle. Emily was gone, and I was meant to be the next piece. The cabin, the journal, the missing woman. It was not just a separate case. It was his pattern. And I had been next in line. Mark was charged with multiple counts of stalking, breaking and entering, and was the primary suspect in Emily's disappearance. The investigation was ongoing, but the police were confident they had enough to keep him locked away for a very long time. Even with him in custody, the fear did not completely dissipate. I moved out of my apartment, changed my phone number, and took a leave from work. Every shadow still held a hint of his presence. Every unknown number sent a jolt of panic through me. The world, once a place of simple routines and mundane worries, was now tainted by the knowledge of how easily it could be invaded, how a seemingly innocent swipe on a dating app could lead to such profound, Soul-chilling terror. I still think about Emily. I wonder if she felt the same cold dread, the same slow creep of realization. I wonder if she fought back, if she screamed, if she knew what was coming. Her locket, next to my picture, was a stark reminder of how close I came to being another ghost in Mark's horrifying collection. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my bones, that even behind bars, he would still be thinking of me, planning, waiting for the day he could complete his perfect, twisted design. The clicks had stopped, the silence was deafening, but the echo of his presence, the knowledge of what he was, would haunt me forever. Let us transition into the next story. The thump had shattered. Everything. My breath was a jagged shard in my throat, my body rigid, every cell screaming that I was not alone. Someone was still here, lurking in the oppressive gloom of Sarah's apartment, turning familiar corners into monstrous threats. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs, as I crouched behind the kitchen counter, fumbling for a weapon that was not there. Where was Sarah? The question was a silent, strangled scream, choked by the paralyzing fear of what the answer might be. The air itself felt thick, suffocating, pregnant with an unseen menace, and every nerve ending mapped out the horrifying truth: I was a target. It is funny, is not it, how the most terrifying nightmares often start in the most mundane ways? But for me, it began with a casual swipe on Tinder. Alex's blurry profile, his intriguing bio, seemed like a refreshing change. He was perceptive, charming, witty, and our conversation flowed effortlessly. When we met, he was even more intense, his gaze missing nothing as we talked. Philosophy and art. But that is where the first tiny crack appeared. His questions were not about my job, but my relationships. Specifically, Sarah, "You two sound incredibly close," he would said, his eyes fixed on mine with unsettling intensity, almost like you are two halves of the same person. And I have always been fascinated by people like that, how one half would fare without the other. I would laughed it off then. Now, pressed against cold steel, straining to hear over my own frantic pulse, his words echoed with a terrifying new meaning. The kitchen was dark, lit only by the faint, sickly glow of the streetlights filtering through the blinds. Every shadow felt like it was breathing, stretching, ready to lunge. I could taste the metallic tang of fear in my mouth. My fingers, numb with terror, scraped against the cold linoleum floor, searching for anything. A knife, a heavy pan, even a sturdy spoon. Nothing. Sarah was neat to a fault, and right now, that felt like a death sentence. The silence after the thump was the worst kind of silence. It was not empty. It was full of held breath, full of anticipation, full of the sound of my own blood rushing in my ears. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, trying to reset, to calm the frantic rhythm of my heart. But it was useless. When I opened them, the darkness seemed even deeper, the air heavier. Then I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible creak from the living room. It sounded like a floorboard giving way under weight. Not a heavy weight, but a deliberate one. Someone was moving, slowly, carefully. They were not just exploring, they were hunting. My stomach lurched. I pressed myself further into the corner, trying to make myself smaller, invisible. My mind raced, flashing through possibilities. Robber. No, a robber would be in and out. This felt personal. This felt Alex. My mind, despite the immediate danger, could not help but spiral back to that first date. I would have been so bored, so tired of the same old routine. Swiping through Tinder had been a mindless distraction, a way to pass the time while Sarah was out on her own date. Then Alex's profile popped up. His picture was a little blurry, like it was taken on an old phone. But his eyes, even in the pixelated image, had an intensity that drew me in. His bio was short, intriguing something about exploring the deeper currents of human connection. Cheesy, maybe, but I was feeling adventurous. Our initial conversations were surprisingly good. He was not just charming, he was genuinely witty, intelligent. We talked about books I loved, art exhibitions. I would seen even some obscure philosophical concepts that I usually only discuss with Sarah. It was refreshing, exhilarating, even... I remember thinking, finally, someone interesting. When we met, it was at a quiet little cafe downtown. The kind with mismatched chairs and the smell of stale coffee and old books. Alex was taller than I expected, with dark, intense eyes that seemed to take in everything. He had a way of looking at you, not just at your face, but like he was trying to see through you, into your thoughts. I found it flattering at first, a sign of his deep interest. We talked for hours. He listened intently, not interrupting, just absorbing. He asked smart questions, questions that made me think. Then, about an hour in, the conversation shifted. We were talking about our lives, our friendships, and I naturally brought up Sarah. She was my best friend, my roommate, practically my sister. We would been inseparable since college. I told him how we practically finished each other's sentences, how we knew each other better than anyone else. That is when the first chill went down my spine. Alex's expression did not change, but his eyes seemed to darken, to focus even more sharply on me. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping a little. "You two sound incredibly close," it was said, those words that now haunted me, almost like you are two halves of the same person, and I have always been fascinated by people like that, how one half would fare without the other. I remember laughing it off, a little nervously. "Oh, just typical best friend stuff," I would said, trying to lighten the mood. But he had not laughed. He just held my gaze, a strange, almost predatory glint in his eyes. "No," he would replied, his voice soft. "I do not think it is typical at all. It is a unique kind of bond, and unique bonds are always worth studying." I tried to shake off the unease. Maybe he was just an intense guy, a little socially awkward. Maybe he was just fascinated by human psychology. I convinced myself it was just my own overactive imagination. But as the date continued, I could not shake the feeling that his questions about Sarah were not just casual curiosity. He asked about her job, her hobbies, even what she looked like. It was not creepy in an obvious way. It was more like he was gathering information, building a profile. The creak sounded again. Closer this time. My heart leaped into my throat. It was definitely coming from the living room, just beyond the kitchen entrance. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I could hear my own ragged breathing, loud in the suffocating silence. I needed to move, to find a better hiding spot, but every muscle in my body felt frozen. Another sound, a soft thud. It sounded like something being gently placed on the coffee table. My mind conjured an image, Alex, standing in our living room, calmly setting something down, as if he owned the place. The thought was sickening. I remembered the second date. I would almost canceled. But Alex had been so persistent, so charming in his texts, promising a truly unique experience. He would pick me up, which was already a step beyond my comfort zone for a second date, but I would let it slide. He drove us to some obscure gallery opening, full of abstract art and pretentious people. It was exactly the kind of place Sarah would have hated. That night, things got even weirder. He kept talking about connections, about finding your true counterpart. He kept circling back to Sarah, too. "Does Sarah understand you the way I do?" he would ask, his hand briefly touching my arm, a touch that felt less like affection and more like ownership. "Does she see the depth beneath your surface?" I felt a growing dread. It was not just intense anymore. It was possessive. He talked about our future together, not in a romantic, hopeful way, but in a way that felt predetermined, as if he had already decided what was going to happen. He started subtly putting down Sarah, too. "She seems a little conventional for you, do not you think?" he would said, watching my reaction carefully. "You are so much more complex, more adventurous." I tried to change the subject, to steer the conversation back to something neutral, but he was relentless. He seemed to know things about Sarah, that I had not told him her favorite coffee shop, the kind of books she read, even a small, embarrassing story I would only ever told Sarah herself. When I asked him how he knew, he just smiled, a thin, unsettling smile. "Oh, I am a very observant person." "Emma, I notice details, and you talk about Sarah a lot. You paint a very clear picture. That was the night I decided to break it off. The whole thing was too much. I felt like I was being dissected, analyzed, and manipulated. I did not want a third date. When I told him, as politely as I could, that I did not think we were a match, his charm vanished. His face went cold, his eyes flat and hard. He just stared at me for a long moment, the silence stretching uncomfortably. "I see," he would said, his voice devoid of emotion. Sarah is not it. She is holding you back. She is keeping you from truly being yourself." I tried to deny it, to say it was just me, but he cut me off. "No. Emma, I understand, but you can't deny a true connection forever. Some bonds are meant to be broken. Others are meant to be forged, no matter the cost." He would stood up, leaving me with the check, and walked out without another word. The way he said, "no matter the cost," had sent a shiver down my spine that had not quite gone away. After that, I tried to forget him. I blocked his number, unfriended him on social media. I told Sarah about it, how weird he would been, and she would laugh, calling him a classic Tinder creep. We would joked about it, but deep down, I still felt a prickle of unease. Then the strange things started happening. Small things at first. A book I would left on my nightstand would be on the coffee table when I got home. A window I was sure I would lock would be slightly ajar. I would shrug it off, blame myself for being forgetful, or Sarah for being careless. But then it got more specific. Sarah's favorite mug, the one with the chipped rim, went missing for a day, only to reappear in the back of the pantry. A photo of me and Sarah, a goofy selfie from our college days, was turned face down on the mantelpiece. I started to feel watched, even in our own apartment. I would catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, shadows that seemed to linger a moment too long. I would dismiss it as paranoia, a residual effect of Alex's creepiness. Sarah, bless her heart, tried to reassure me. "It is just your imagination." She would say, giving me a hug. "We are safe here." But I was not so sure. I found myself checking locks multiple times, peering through the peephole before opening the door. I started to notice how Alex had known those little details about Sarah. Had he been watching us before the date? Had he somehow found our apartment? The thought made my blood run cold. And now, here I was, huddled behind a kitchen counter, the air thick, with the certainty that my paranoia had not been paranoia at all. The floorboard groaned again, closer. Too close. He was at the entrance to the kitchen. My eyes darted around, desperate. The only way out was past him, through the living room, to the front door. Impossible. The back door, through the laundry room, was even worse. It was always jammed. I could hear his breathing now. Slow, even, unnervingly calm. It was a stark contrast to my own ragged gasps. He was just standing there, in the doorway, probably letting his eyes adjust to the darkness, probably savoring the moment. "Emma." His voice, when it finally came, was a soft whisper, almost a caress. It sent a jolt of pure terror through me. It was Alex. Just as I knew it would be. You do not have to hide. My entire body locked up. He knew I was here. He knew exactly where I was. He was not searching. He was waiting. "I knew you would be here," he continued, his voice still that chilling whisper. "Always so loyal. Always so predictable. Predictable. The word felt like a slap. He would studied me, studied us, and now he was using that knowledge against me. A faint light flickered in the living room. Not a lamp, but something smaller, handheld, a phone screen, or maybe a flashlight. I watched as a thin beam of light cut through the gloom, slowly sweeping across the living room, then pausing. It landed on something on the coffee table. A framed photo, the one of me and Sarah. It was still face down. "Emma." Alex's voice drifted closer. "I spent a lot of time observing you two. You really are quite remarkable. A perfect symbiosis. Two halves, as I said. My breath hitched. He was moving into the kitchen now. I could hear the soft scuff of his shoes on the linoleum. The beam of light moved with him, dancing across the cabinets, the refrigerator. It was coming for me. My mind screamed at me to run, to fight, but my body would not obey. I was paralyzed, a deer in headlights, waiting for the inevitable. The flashlight beam hit the edge of the counter, then slowly, agonizingly, moved along it. Closer, closer. I squeezed my eyes shut, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my ribs. I could feel the heat of the beam on my skin, even through my clothes. Then the light stopped. It was shining directly on me. I opened my eyes slowly, dreading what I would see. Alex was standing just a few feet away, holding a small tactical flashlight. His face was illuminated from below, casting his features in a grotesque, shadowy mask. His eyes, those intense, dark eyes, were fixed on me. Devoid of any warmth, any humanity, there was only a cold, calculating gleam. He did not say anything, just watched me, a faint, unsettling smile playing on his lips. It was the smile of someone who had won, who had achieved exactly what they set out to do. "There you are," he finally said, his voice still that soft whisper, but with an underlying current of triumph. "I knew you would not go far. You are not the type to abandon, Sarah, are you?" My blood ran cold. "Sarah." I managed to croak, my voice barely audible. "Where is she? What have you done?" His smile widened, a truly terrifying sight. "Oh, Sarah. She put up quite a fight. Very spirited, just like you said she would be." He chuckled, a low, humorless sound, but ultimately inefficient. Inefficient, the word echoed in the silent kitchen, chilling me to the bone. He spoke of her like she was an obstacle, a problem to be solved, not a human being. "I tried to tell you." "Emma," he continued, taking a slow step closer. "She was holding you back, preventing you from realizing your true potential, from truly connecting with someone who understands you." He gestured vaguely around the apartment with the flashlight, its beam briefly illuminating a dark stain on the floor near the living room entrance. My stomach twisted. "She was an impediment," he explained, his voice almost academic. "A necessary removal so that we could truly begin what," I whispered, tears welling in my eyes. "What are you talking about?" He took another step, closing the distance between us. I could smell him now, a faint scent of Old Spice and something else, something metallic and sweet, like blood. "Our connection." "Emma," he said, his eyes burning into mine. "The one I saw from the moment I saw your profile. The one you tried to deny. We are meant to be together. Two halves, finally made whole. Without Sarah, there is nothing to stand in our way." He reached out a hand, slowly, deliberately. I flinched, trying to shrink away, but there was nowhere to go. His fingers, long and cold, brushed against my cheek, sending a wave of nausea through me. "Do not worry," he murmured, his thumb stroking my skin. "She is not suffering, and now you are free. Free to be truly yourself, free to be with me." My mind was a whirlwind of horror and despair. Sarah was gone. He had killed her, and now he was here, looking at me with those unhinged eyes, talking about freedom and connection. "You are insane," I choked out, trying to push his hand away. His expression hardened slightly. "No. Emma, I am just focused. I see what others miss. I see the true potential in things. And our potential, yours and mine, is extraordinary." He leaned in closer, his breath hot on my ear. And it all started with a simple swipe. Did not it? A simple choice that led to an inevitable outcome. He pulled back, his eyes scanning my face, as if searching for something. Now, he said, his voice regaining that chilling, calm tone, we have a lot to talk about. A lot to plan. Our future. Emma. It is going to be beautiful. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against my ribs, but a new emotion started to mix with the terror. A cold, hard resolve. He might have taken Sarah. He might have trapped me here, but I was not going to just surrender. I was not free to be with him. I was a target, yes, but I was also a survivor. And somewhere, deep down, a tiny spark of defiance flickered into life. I just needed to find a way to make that spark ignite into a blaze. He reached for my hand, his grip firm. Come on. Emma, let us go discuss our new beginning. As he pulled me to my feet, my eyes darted one last time to the dark stain on the living room floor, then to the closed front door. The apartment, once a sanctuary, was now a tomb. But maybe, just maybe, it could also be a battleground, and I would fight him with every fiber of my being until I was either free or completely broken. The nightmare had only just begun. The next story flows in naturally. The world had shrunk to the four walls of my apartment. Outside, the city pulsed with indifferent life, but for me, every siren was a warning, every distant car alarm a signal meant just for me. Sarah's voice, cool and dismissive on the phone, still echoed in my ears. Coincidence? Paranoia, maybe therapy. She did not get it. No one did. And now, the river stone, smooth and gray, sat on my kitchen counter, a monument to my terrifying isolation. It was not just a stone. It was from Miller's Creek, a place so deeply buried in my past, a secret only my childhood self knew. Alex, the man I would met on Tinder, the man who had stalked me from my cafe to my front door, could not possibly have known about it. Not unless he had dug, meticulously, obsessively, into every fiber of my existence. He had not just found me, he had uncovered me. He knew my past, which meant he owned my present and threatened to consume my future. I stared at the stone, its innocuous surface radiating an evil so profound it made my skin crawl. It was a declaration of war, delivered with chilling intimacy. My apartment, once my sanctuary, now felt like a fragile cage, its locks and bolted windows mocking me. Every shadow seemed to lengthen. Every creak of the building settling sounded like footsteps. My breath hitched in my throat. A constant, shallow gasp. Sleep was a luxury I could not afford, each attempt ending in a cold sweat, phantom shadows dancing at the edges of my vision. Days blurred into a haze of paranoia. I moved like a ghost through my own home, tiptoeing, listening, always listening. The silence was the worst. A heavy blanket that muffled every sound until my own heartbeat became a thunderous drum. I jumped at the slightest noise. The refrigerator humming, the pipes rattling, a bird chirping outside my window. Each time, my blood ran cold, convinced it was him. I kept the blinds drawn, plunging my apartment into perpetual twilight. The world outside became a blur of muted light and indistinct shapes. I ate cold food, too afraid to turn on the oven or microwave, fearing the noise would somehow alert him to my presence, even though he already knew. My phone, once a lifeline, was now a source of dread. Every unknown number sent a jolt of ice through my veins. I did not answer. I could not. One afternoon, a week after the stone appeared, I was huddled on my couch, wrapped in a blanket, trying to read an old book. The words blurred on the page, my mind racing, replaying every interaction with Alex, searching for clues, for warnings I might have missed. That casual mention of the oak tree on our first date, had it been a test, a taunt. Suddenly, a faint scraping sound came from just outside my window. It was subtle, easily dismissed as a branch against the glass, but my senses were on high alert. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. I held my breath, straining to hear over the frantic thumping in my chest. The scraping came again, a little louder this time, followed by a soft rhythmic tap. It was not a branch. It sounded like something being gently pressed against the glass. Then tapped. I wanted to scream. to run, but my feet were rooted to the floor. Slowly, agonizingly, I crept towards the window, my eyes fixed on the heavy blackout curtain. My hand trembled as I reached for the edge, my fingers brushing against the cool fabric. I took a deep, shuddering breath, then, in one swift motion, yanked the curtain aside just enough to peek out. Nothing. The small patch of grass outside my window was empty. The tree branches were still. I pressed my face closer to the glass, my breath fogging the pane. Still nothing, just the ordinary, mundane world. My mind screamed at me, telling me I was imagining things, that Sarah was right, that I was losing it. But then, my gaze dropped to the ground directly beneath the window. There, nestled in the dew-kissed grass, was a single, perfect white daisy. Its petals were pristine, its stem long and slender. It was not a wild daisy. It looked like it had been carefully picked from a garden. And next to it, partially obscured by a blade of grass, was a small, smooth pebble. Not from Miller's Creek, but undeniably a deliberate placement. A message. My blood ran cold. He had been there. He had been right outside my window. The daisy, so innocent, felt like a personal insult, a mocking gesture. I stumbled back, ripping the curtain shut, my hands shaking so violently I could barely grasp the fabric. He was not just watching, he was interacting, leaving tokens, reminding me of his constant, terrifying presence. The apartment no longer felt like a cage, it felt like a trap. The next few days were a blur of heightened terror. I did not leave my apartment. I did not even go near the windows. Every shadow played tricks on me. Every sound became magnified. I started rationing my food, convinced that if I stepped outside, even to the grocery store, he would be there, waiting. I tried calling Sarah again, my voice hoarse, desperate. He left a daisy, Sarah, and a pebble right outside my window. There was a long pause on the other end. Then her voice, laced with an exasperated pity that chilled me more than her skepticism. Honey, it is spring. Daisies grow. A pebble, it is just a pebble. Are you sure you are okay? You sound really stressed. Stressed? I shrieked, my voice cracking. I am being stalked. He knows where I live. He knows my childhood. He is leaving things at my window. How can you not believe me? Look, she said, her tone hardening. I want to help you, but you are not making sense. You need to talk to someone professional. This is not healthy. The line went dead a moment later, emotionally, just like the last time. I threw my phone across the room, watching it bounce harmlessly off the carpet. Tears streamed down my face, hot and angry. I was utterly, completely alone. That night, the fear escalated beyond anything I had experienced. I was trying to sleep, curled into a tight ball under my covers, when I heard it. A faint click. It came from the direction of my front door. My eyes snapped open. I held my breath, listening intently. Another click, followed by a soft, metallic scrape. It sounded like a key in my lock. No, it could not be. I had triple locked the door, added a deadbolt, a chain, even a wedge under the door. He could not have a key. Could he? My heart slammed against my ribs. A frantic bird trapped in my chest. I scrambled out of bed, my bare feet hitting the cold floor. I grabbed the heavy iron poker from beside the non-functional fireplace, my hands slick with sweat. The poker felt heavy, cold, and utterly inadequate. The sounds stopped. Silence descended again, thick and suffocating. Had I imagined it, was my mind finally breaking under the strain? I stood motionless in the dark living room, straining my ears, every nerve ending screaming. Then, a faint whisper. It was so soft. I almost missed it. I know you are in there. My blood froze. It was Alex's voice. Low, calm, utterly devoid of emotion. It was not coming from outside the door. It was coming from inside my apartment. I gasped. a strangled sound that caught in my throat. My eyes darted around the shadowy room. How could he be inside? I had checked everything, locked everything. "Do not be scared," his voice continued, a chillingly gentle tone that made my skin crawl. "I just want to talk." Terror, pure and primal, seized me. I backed away slowly, clutching the poker like a lifeline. My eyes searched frantically for an escape route. The front door was blocked, the windows too high, too risky. The kitchen was to my left, the bathroom to my right. "You left your window open," he said, and I heard a soft chuckle that was more like a dry rustle of leaves. Just a tiny crack. It was enough. My mind reeled. The window. The one where he would left the daisy. I had only pulled the curtain back for a second, then slammed it shut. Had I forgotten to lock it? In my panic, in my haste to retreat, had I left it unsecured? A tiny crack. It was enough. He was right. A shadow detached itself from the deeper darkness near the kitchen entrance. It was a tall figure, indistinct, but I knew it was him. Alex. He was not moving towards me yet, just standing there, observing, enjoying my terror. "Why are you doing this?" I whispered, my voice barely audible, shaking uncontrollably. "Because you are special," he replied, his voice closer now, a few steps further into the room. I could almost feel his eyes on me, even in the gloom. "You understand me? You see things others do not." "I do not understand you," I cried, tears welling up in my eyes. "You are terrifying me. Please, just leave." He took another step, and I heard the soft scuff of his shoe on my hardwood floor. "But we are meant to be. Do not. You see, from the moment I saw you, I knew. And then you mentioned the oak tree. It was a sign." The oak tree, the one on our first and only date, the one he would mention so casually, as if he would known it for years. It was near my childhood home, a landmark only I would have known. I had been so careful about my online footprint, so private, but he had found a way. He had seen a photo, perhaps, a fleeting reflection, a subtle clue I had not even realized I would given. He had pieced it all together. I had to get out. My only chance was the bathroom, then maybe the small back window, though it was a long drop, but it was a chance. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. "I am going to call the police," I bluffed, my voice still trembling but trying to project authority. He chuckled again, a dry, humorless sound. "They won't believe you. They never do. You are just a hysterical woman, remember. Sarah already told them that, did not she?" My blood ran cold. Sarah. Had he been listening to my calls? Had he somehow intercepted them? Or was he just guessing, preying on my deepest fears? The thought that he knew about my conversation with Sarah, about her dismissal, was a fresh wave of horror. He truly was inside my head. He moved again, faster this time, cutting off my path to the bathroom. I could make out his silhouette now, tall and lean, his head tilted slightly as if studying me. "We can make this easy," he said, his voice dropping to a low purr. "Or we can make it hard. It is up to you." My mind raced. I could not fight him. He was bigger, stronger, but I could not just surrender. I had to create a distraction, a diversion. My eyes landed on the small, heavy ceramic vase on the coffee table. It was old, a gift from my grandmother. I took another step back, feigning retreat, keeping the poker pointed vaguely in his direction. "What do you want from me?" I asked, trying to keep him talking, trying to buy myself time. "Everything," he said, simply. "Your heart, your mind, your life. We belong together." He took another step, closing the distance between us. I could smell him now, a faint scent of damp earth and something sweet, like honeysuckle. The smell of the outside, of nature, of my childhood home, a terrifying, intimate scent. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "Never." He lunged, It was not a fast, aggressive lunge, but a slow, deliberate one, as if he was merely collecting something that belonged to him. But it was enough. I reacted instantly. I did not swing the poker. Instead, I hurled the ceramic vase with all my might at the coffee table. It shattered with an ear-splitting crash, shards flying in every direction. The sudden, violent noise was deafening in the quiet apartment. Alex flinched, momentarily startled, his eyes darting to the broken pieces. That was my chance. Without a second thought, I spun around and bolted, not for the bathroom, but for the front door. It was a desperate, foolish gamble, but I had to try. I fumbled for the locks, my fingers clumsy with terror. The deadbolt, the chain, the simple latch, each one felt like it took an eternity. No, Alex roared, his voice losing its calm, predatory purr, replaced by a raw, furious shout. He was behind me, closing in. I heard his footsteps pounding on the floor, getting closer, closer. My hands were shaking so violently, I could barely manipulate the locks. The deadbolt clicked open. The chain rattled, then slid free. Just a simple latch. My fingers brushed against the cold metal. I pulled it back. "You are not going anywhere," he snarled, his hand grabbing my shoulder, his fingers digging into my flesh. A scream tore from my throat, raw and piercing. I twisted, fighting against his grip, my adrenaline surging. He was strong, surprisingly strong, and I felt myself being pulled back, away from the door, away from freedom. But I had pulled the latch. The door was ajar, just a sliver. Enough! With a final desperate surge of strength, I kicked back, connecting with something solid. His shin, his knee. I did not care. He grunted in pain, his grip momentarily loosening. It was all I needed. I wrenched myself free, stumbling forward, throwing my weight against the door. It burst open, revealing the dimly lit hallway of my apartment building. I did not look back. I did not even stop to consider where I was going. I just ran. I pounded down the hallway, my bare feet slapping against the linoleum. My lungs burned, my throat was raw from screaming. I could hear him behind me, his heavy footsteps echoing down the hall. He was fast, too fast. I reached the stairwell, throwing open the heavy fire door and clattering down the steps, two at a time. The sound of my own frantic descent was deafening. I did not know if he was right behind me, or a floor above. I just kept going, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. Down, down, down. 4 flights. My legs ached, my breath ragged. I burst through the ground floor door, into the small, deserted lobby. The glass front doors were ahead. Freedom! I slammed against the push bar, sending the heavy doors swinging open. The cold night air hit my face. A shocking blast of reality. I did not stop. I ran out onto the sidewalk, into the anonymity of the city. I did not know where I was going. My car was parked blocks away. My phone was back in the apartment, probably smashed on the floor. I had no shoes, no coat, just the thin clothes I would worn to bed. But I was outside. I was running. I heard the lobby doors burst open behind me. I did not dare look back. I just ran blindly, tears streaming down my face, the cold night wind whipping through my hair. I ran until my lungs screamed, until my legs gave out, until I collapsed in a gasping, sobbing heap in an alleyway between 2 closed shops. The city sounds washed over me, distant sirens, the hum of traffic, the occasional laugh of someone passing by. But I heard something else too. A faint, rhythmic padding sound. Footsteps. They were not running. They were walking. Slow. Deliberate. Steady. Getting closer. My breath hitched. I pressed myself against the cold brick wall, trying to disappear into the shadows. My heart hammered. A frantic drum against my ribs. He was not giving up. He never would. The footsteps paused. I heard a soft sigh, almost a whisper, carried on the wind. "You can run," the voice said, calm and chillingly familiar, "but you can't hide. Not from me. I will always find you." Then, silence. I stayed there, huddled in the alley, for what felt like an eternity. My body trembled uncontrollably. Every shadow was Alex. Every distant sound was his footsteps. I did not know if he was still out there, watching, waiting for me to make a move, or if he had simply vanished back into the night, knowing he had broken me. Eventually, the first faint hint of dawn began to paint the sky. The city slowly began to stir. I crawled out of the alley, my body stiff and aching, my mind a blank slate of terror. I was free, for now. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my bones, that I would never truly be free. Alex was out there. He would always be out there, and he would always find me. The world, once my home, was now just a vast, exposed trap, and I was the hunted animal, forever running. Prepare to hear the next experience. My heart had been a frantic drum solo in my chest ever since I first saw Alex in my usual cafe. His smile, once charming, had morphed into a predator's bared teeth. He claimed he would just moved into the neighborhood, but I knew it was a lie, a carefully orchestrated ambush. I had not told him where I lived or where I got coffee. My social media was impenetrable. This was not a coincidence. It was a chilling confirmation of every fear that had gnawed at me, since he casually mentioned that damn oak tree on our first and only date. My mind screamed. I mumbled an excuse, my voice thin and reedy, my hands clammy as I clutched my coffee. He blocked my path, his eyes no longer kind, but calculating, possessive. I darted past him, not daring to look back, the cold morning air hitting me like a physical manifestation of dread. I ran, not caring where, just away, convinced his eyes still tracked me, reducing the once comforting city to a vast, exposed trap. My apartment, my sanctuary, became a fragile cage. I slammed the door, throwing every lock, then frantically checked every window, every curtain, feeling like a hunted animal. Every creak, every distant siren sent ice through my veins. I called a friend, babbling the story, but her well-meaning skepticism only deepened my terrifying isolation. The next few days blurred into a haze of paranoia. I avoided my usual route, my apartment, a fortress under siege. Sleep offered no escape, only cold sweats and phantom shadows. Then, the ultimate violation, my mail, neatly stacked by the door, topped with a smooth river stone. Not just any stone, but one from the creek behind my childhood home, miles away, a place I would never mention. This was not online stalking. This was a message, a terrifying declaration. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. My breath caught in my throat. A dry, rasping sound. I stared at the stone, small and innocuous, yet radiating an evil so profound it made my skin crawl. It was smooth, dark gray, almost black when wet, just like the ones I used to collect as a child, skipping them across the shallow waters of Miller's Creek. My childhood home miles away, in a town I had not visited in years, a place Alex could not possibly know about, not unless he had gone there, not unless he had been there. My mind reeled, trying to process the impossible. How could he know? I had not shared anything about my past, especially not my childhood, with him or anyone on Tinder. My social media was locked down tighter than Fort Knox. This was not just a random act of stalking. This was a surgical strike, aimed directly at the most vulnerable, hidden parts of my life. It was a declaration of total access, total control. He had not just found me, he had uncovered me. My hands trembled as I picked up the stone. It felt cold, heavy, like a piece of frozen dread. I clutched it, my knuckles white, then dropped it as if it had burned me. It clattered against the hardwood floor, a tiny sound that echoed like thunder in the suffocating silence of my apartment. I backed away, my eyes darting around the living room, convinced that Alex himself was hiding in the shadows, watching my reaction. Every shadow stretched, every piece of furniture seemed to loom, distorted and menacing. I stumbled to my phone, my fingers fumbling with the keypad. My friend, Sarah answered on the third ring, her voice bright and cheerful, a stark contrast to the terror seizing me. "Hey, everything okay?" she asked. "The stone," I gasped, the word catching in my throat. "He left a stone from Miller's Creek, my childhood home." There was a pause, a beat of silence that felt like an eternity. Then, Sarah's voice, laced with a familiar skepticism, though softer this time. "Miller's Creek. Are you sure it is the same one? It could be a coincidence, just a random river stone." "No," I cried, my voice cracking. "It is not. I know it is not. It is the exact same kind, the same color, the same feel, and I have never told him about Miller's Creek. Not a soul." Okay, she said, a hint of exasperation creeping in. "Look, I get that you are freaked out, but maybe you are just connecting dots that are not there. People leave all sorts of things on doorsteps. Maybe he just found a pretty stone and thought of you. He is been to my childhood home." "Sarah," I screamed, the words tearing from my lungs. "He knows where I grew up. He knows things I have never told anyone. He is inside my head." She sighed. "Look, I am worried about you. You have not slept. You are not eating. This paranoia, it is really getting to you. Have you thought about seeing someone, a therapist, maybe?" The line went dead. Not literally, but emotionally. Her words, meant to soothe, felt like a betrayal. They hammered home my terrifying isolation. No one believed me. No one truly understood the icy grip of fear that had taken hold. I was utterly alone in this nightmare. The next few days were a blur of heightened paranoia. The Riverstone lay on my kitchen counter, a constant, chilling reminder. I could not bring myself to throw it away, almost as if it held some dark power, some tether to Alex. I started sleeping with a heavy kitchen knife under my pillow, the cold steel, a small, pathetic comfort against an unseen enemy. Every shadow that danced on my walls became a lurking figure. Every creak of the old building, every distant car alarm, every whisper of wind outside my windows sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I imagined Alex everywhere, peering through my blinds from across the street, crouching in the bushes, even hiding inside my apartment, waiting. My sanctuary had become a cage, and the bars were made of my own fear. I decided to take action, however futile it felt. I bought a cheap doorbell camera and 2 small, battery-operated security cameras, placing one inside my living room facing the front door, and another in the kitchen facing the back window. The grainy black and white footage did little to reassure me. If anything, it amplified my anxiety. I spent hours staring at the silent feeds, waiting, watching for something, anything. And then, I started seeing him, or rather feeling him. It began subtly. A flicker of movement in my peripheral vision as I was leaving for groceries. Just a flash of a dark coat disappearing around a corner. A car, dark and nondescript, parked a few blocks away from my apartment, its windows tinted, always gone when I looked again. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, my fear manifesting into phantom sightings. But the knot in my stomach tightened with each incident. One morning, I found a single red rose placed on my doorstep, nestled beside my doormat. It was not a fresh rose. Its petals were already starting to wilt, a dark, bruised red. It looked like it had been there for a while, just waiting for me to find it. I remembered Alex mentioning, on our date, that red roses were his favorite flower. My stomach churned. He was not just watching, he was leaving gifts. He was announcing his presence. The doorbell camera had captured nothing. No one, just an empty porch 1 minute, and then, the next time I checked, the rose was there. It was like he simply materialized, dropped the rose, and vanished into thin air. It was a ghost, a specter haunting my life, yet terrifyingly real. I stopped going to the cafe, stopped going to the grocery store near my apartment. I ordered everything online, my life shrinking to the confines of my small apartment. The world outside felt like a minefield. each step a potential encounter with Alex. One evening, my phone rang. It was an unknown number. My heart hammered against my ribs. I stared at the screen, a cold dread washing over me. I wanted to ignore it, but a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to know, compelled me to answer. "Hello." My voice was barely a whisper. Silence. A long, drawn-out silence. Then a faint sound, like a soft intake of breath, a barely audible sigh. It was so subtle, so fleeting, that I almost convinced myself it was just static. But I knew it was him. I could feel his presence on the other end of the line. Just breathing, just listening. Alex. I managed, my voice trembling. The line went dead. Just like that. No click, no dial tone, just a sudden, abrupt cutoff. He was not trying to talk. He was just letting me know he was there, that he could reach me anytime, anywhere. Sleep became a distant memory. The few hours of uneasy rest I managed were plagued by nightmares of Alex. Always just out of reach. Always smiling that predatory smile. I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding. Convinced I could hear footsteps outside my door, a faint scratching at my window. I started seeing Alex's car. Not just a generic dark car, but his car. A beat-up, dark blue sedan, the same one he drove on our date. I would see it parked a few blocks away, sometimes on my street, but always empty. Always just a little too far for me to get a good look at the driver. It was like a cruel game of hide and seek, where I was always it, and he was always just a step ahead. One day, I was peering through my blinds, my ritualistic check of the street below, when I saw it. The dark blue sedan, but this time, it was not empty. A figure sat in the driver's seat, obscured by the tinted windows. I could not make out any features, but I knew. I felt it in my bones. It was him. He was just sitting there, watching my apartment, watching me. I froze, my hand still gripping the blind slats. My breath hitched. He was not moving. He was just waiting. A chill, colder than any winter air, seeped into my bones. He was not just stalking me. He was making his presence known. He was establishing dominance. I stayed hidden, barely daring to breathe for what felt like hours. I watched the car, my eyes burning, until finally, slowly it pulled away. But the image of it, dark and ominous, remained seared into my mind. The next morning, I woke up feeling even more drained, more terrified. I walked into my kitchen to make coffee, my movements stiff and robotic. As I reached for a mug, my gaze fell upon my small plant, a potted succulent I kept on the windowsill. It was always perfectly straight, centered in its pot. But now, it was slightly askew, and tucked into the soil, almost completely hidden, was a small, crudely folded paper crane. My blood ran cold. The paper crane? Alex had mentioned, on our date, that he learned origami as a child, and that his favorite was the crane. A tiny, insignificant detail I had long forgotten. But he had not my security cameras. I rushed to check the footage. The doorbell camera showed nothing. The living room camera showed nothing. But the kitchen camera there, it was just a flicker. A brief, almost imperceptible distortion in the feed around 3 a.m. A single frame, a ghost in the machine, where the plant seemed to shift, and then, a split second later, the feed returned to normal. No forced entry, no sign of him. Just that impossible flicker. He had been inside. He had been inside my apartment while I was sleeping. The realization hit me like a physical blow. He had not just been watching me from his car. He had not just left gifts on my doorstep. He had breached my sanctuary. He had been in my home, in my personal space, while I was vulnerable, asleep in my bed. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat, echoing in the silent apartment. I scrambled backwards, away from the plant, away from the windowsill, away from the very air that Alex had breathed. My eyes darted frantically around the kitchen, searching, terrified. Had he left anything else? Had he touched anything? Was he still here? I grabbed the kitchen knife from under my pillow, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped it. I checked every closet, every corner, every space in my apartment, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. Nothing. No one. Just the chilling evidence of his presence. The paper crane. I picked it up with a trembling hand, my fingers barely touching the delicate paper. It was a perfect, tiny crane, folded with precision. It felt like a direct threat, a physical manifestation of his insidious invasion. He was not just stalking me, he was playing with me, toying with my sanity, letting me know he could come and go as he pleased. I called Sarah again, my voice hoarse from screaming. This time, there was no skepticism in her voice, only fear. I must have sounded truly broken. She promised to come over, to stay with me, but even as she spoke, a new, horrifying thought burrowed its way into my mind. If Alex could get into my apartment, if he knew about the paper crane, if he knew about Miller's Creek, what else did he know? What else could he do? I looked around my apartment, my once safe haven. Every object, every piece of furniture seemed tainted by his unseen touch. The air felt heavy, thick with his presence. I could almost smell him, a faint, unsettling scent of ozone and something else. Something metallic and cold. Sarah arrived an hour later, her face pale, her eyes wide with concern. She immediately saw the paper crane, the river stone, the frantic look in my eyes, and she believed me. We spent the night, huddled together, every creak and groan of the building sending shivers down our spines. We talked about going to the police again, but what would we say? He left a paper crane, and I think he was in my apartment, but there is no proof. They would think I was insane. The next morning, Sarah insisted I pack a bag. "You can't stay here," she urged, her voice low and urgent. "You need to get out. Come stay with me. We will figure something out." Relief washed over me, a tiny flicker of hope in the overwhelming darkness. A chance to escape, even for a little while. I started throwing clothes into a duffel bag, my hands still trembling, but with a renewed sense of purpose. Maybe, just maybe, I could get away from him. As I zipped up the bag, my eyes fell upon the small, framed photo on my bedside table. It was a picture of me as a child, standing by Miller's Creek, holding up a handful of smooth, dark river stones, a wide, gap-toothed grin on my face. A photo I had not looked at in years. A photo that had been tucked away in a dusty box until I would found it recently and placed it there. A nostalgic reminder of a simpler time. My blood ran cold. My entire body went numb. The camera on my phone, the one I use for dating apps, I had taken a picture of my bedroom a few weeks ago, trying to decide on a new paint color, and had sent it to Sarah. The photo had included the corner of my bedside table, the framed picture clearly visible. He had not been to Miller's Creek. He had not broken into my apartment to find the photo. He had simply seen it in a photo I had taken myself, a photo that had likely been stored on my phone, which he had clearly hacked or gained access to. The river stone, the paper crane, the cafe, my address, it all clicked into place. With horrifying clarity, he was not just a stalker, he was a master manipulator, using my own digital footprint, my own memories, against me. He was in my phone, in my cloud, in every corner of my digital life. My sanctuary was not just my apartment, it was my entire existence. And he had infiltrated every single part of it. The ultimate violation was not the stone or the crane or the cafe. It was the realization that he had always been there, watching, collecting, waiting. I looked at Sarah, who was waiting by the door, her keys in hand. A wave of despair, colder and heavier than any dread I had felt before, washed over me. There was no escaping him. No matter where I went, no matter how far I ran, he would always be there. Because he was not just outside my door, he was in my pocket. He was in my past, he was in my head. The city outside beckoned, but it felt less like an escape and more like a vast, open prison. The air, once a symbol of freedom, now felt like a suffocating shroud. I was a hunted animal, and the hunter knew every inch of my territory, every hiding spot, every desperate move I might make. Alex was not just a ghost in my life, he was its terrifying, inescapable author. And the story, I knew, had only just begun. You have been listening to Daily Story, where real experiences are shared with honesty. This episode was a powerful reminder of real-life experiences. If you would like to support the channel, you are welcome to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, or pass this story along to someone who might appreciate it. Until the next episode, be safe and be well.